All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us over here. I'll request all of you to kindly take your seats so that we can move forward with the day. Thank you. And one more request would be if you could kindly keep your phones in silent mode throughout the day of the event, because we don't want any sort of distraction for our speakers. So ladies and gentlemen, a very warm and gracious afternoon to each one of you over here, and welcome to the 16th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave 2024 East in Kolkata. Joy Ma Durga. Can I please hear that shout out? Joy Ma Durga. Kya baat hai. Wonderful. It's my privilege and honor to be here as your host today. My name is Shubhajit Ghosh, and I look forward to guiding you through an enriching and insightful event throughout the day. We are here to pioneer fresh perspectives and uncover innovative opportunities for advancing the real estate sector. Today, we have a stellar lineup of industry experts here to discuss key topics and drive innovation in real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, the event is being live streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and the Realty Plus LinkedIn page and Realty Plus Facebook page @RP Realty Plus. Please, ladies and gentlemen, do remember it's the world of social media. To do kindly tag us. Our social media handles are @RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter. And for Instagram, it is RP_Realty. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a brief introduction of what Realty Plus is all about. Can we please have the AV?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, that's Realty Plus for you. Please give a huge round of applause for Realty Plus, the wonderful initiatives that they have taken over the years and have been successful, super successful, so to say. For more details, of course, Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head of Realty Plus, she's right over here. You can get in touch for further details. Now, ladies and gentlemen, no event is really successful or complete without the blessings of the Almighty. Ganpati Bappa Moria. So we are all set to be having the special lamp lighting session. For this, to do the honors, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group. Along with him will be Pradeep Chopra, Chairman, Emeritus PS Group, Basant Kumar Parekh, Managing Director, Orbit Group, Tamal Ghoshal, Chairman, Shrachi Group, Rishi Jain, Executive Director, Jain Group, and Anirban Gupta, Managing Director, East India Colliers. Ladies and gentlemen, the loudest round of cheers for all of them, please. And on that note, I request the team to play the Ganesh Mantra for all of us.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru Me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya.
Ladies and gentlemen, please say after me, Ganpati Bappa Moria. You all can say after me as well. Bappa will bless all of us. Thank you so much. I request all of you to kindly take your seats. Thank you so much for joining us for this auspicious moment. And I love the culture of India. I saw a very adorable moment on stage where I believe someone was saying, please do it, please do it. It was all about Atiti Devo Bhava, you do it, you do it. That's the promise, that's the value of Indian culture, ki aap pehle, aap pehle. I love it. Thank you so much to all of you for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, it's very important that we thank our partners without whom this event would not have been possible. So thank you so much. Our co-partners are Salarpuria Group and Imami Realty Limited, technology partner Propacity, digital partner Realty Ventures LLP, business media partner BW Business World Group, online media partner exchangeformedia.com, and the event, of course, is organized by Team Realty Plus. A huge shout out for all of them, please, at Team Realty Plus. Thank you. Now it's my absolute honor and privilege, ladies and gentlemen, something that you all have been waiting for as well for the long time. I would love to call upon stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief of Exchange for Media and BW Business World Group, to deliver the welcome address. As we all know, he's India's OG media mogul, and sir doesn't want me to say the rest.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the 16th edition of the Realty Plus Conclave and Excellence Awards for 2024 in the East. I'd like to extend a welcome to all of you in the room, to all our speakers, especially Mr. Pradeep Chopra, Mr. Basant Kumar Parekh, Mr. Rishi Jain, Mr. Siddharth Pansari, and Mr. Tamal Ghoshal. Also, I met Mr. Anirban Gupta. He was among the first few people to come to the event, and had a brief chat with him. I love coming to Calcutta. I was here 19 days back for an event. One of my investee companies called iwmbuzz.com. It is number 4 on ComScore on entertainment content. They did the West Bengal's most stylish. So it was a different kind of event. And I was on the sidelines and enjoyed the event. It was in the hotel next door. And I remember it because I lost my emerald that day while going back, which I was wearing for 18 years. So I got another one. I have friends like Mr. Chopra who were very kind and they sent me another one. Mr. Gupta was asking, Anirban was asking me. I met the general manager, and he was the general manager of the Hyatt Centric in Goa, and had the good opportunity during COVID to stay there for a long time. So I knew Arjun, and we were chatting, and I ended up telling Arjun that I started my career in real estate. I'm in the media business, which is also real estate, editorial real estate. I'm not in the outdoor business. I was a young management graduate. I passed out of MDI, and I started working for a real estate servicing firm. And I've said this story before. Tripti and Sapna, I've heard it many times, but you'll have to bear me on that. I studied at MDI. I got in when the quality control was bad. I'm from the first batch of the full-time MBA, so, quality control since then has gone up. But 30 plus years back, it wasn't good. That's what my wife believes. She went to IMI. So I passed out, and, I got a campus job at Mastec. And my dad, who studied at BITS Pilani, chose to be a professor, asked me, will you join Mastec? I said, okay, this time. It was March, and I had to join on 9th June. And in between, I ended up meeting a friend who introduced me to his brother-in-law, who was setting up Collier's Jardine. Unfortunately, that gentleman passed away last year. His name was David Fowler. And those of you who've been in the Collier system or Cushman Wakefield system a lot, Michael Thompson and David Fowler and Patrick Connor, the three gentlemen at Collier's. And of course, Michael had brought Collier's to India. And I met David, and he explained to me that he was setting up Collier's Jardine. So he explained to me it's a joint venture with, at least at that point, with HDFC and Island FS. And we do property consulting, we do real estate research, we do broking, we do transactions, we do retail advisory. And he bought me a few beers. I was very young. I was young and impressionable. I'm young and impressionable now also, but I was a little more young and impressionable 30 years back. And I came back home, and I told my dad that I'm not going to join Mastec, I'm going to join Collier's Jardine. So मेरे पिताजी ने पूछा कि करते क्या है? तो मैंने बोला उनको बहुत, I told them they do real estate advisory, they do research, they do broking. So मेरे पिताजी broking पे अटक गए. उन्होंने दलाली करनी तो इतना पढ़ने लिखने की क्या जरूरत थी? But as I joined Collier's, and I worked in the real estate sector for almost 5 years. And then I went into advertising, and then I started Exchange for Media. For those who don't know Exchange for Media, with all humility, for the last 20 years plus, is the #1 website on the business of marketing, advertising, media, and services. It's a community which is 360 degrees. It's in video, it's in audio, it's in text. We do 75 plus events, all are leadership events. And then the Realty Plus, AV says, Realty Plus is 19 plus years young. On 27th August this year, it will complete 20 years. I know it because that day my daughter was also born, when the day we launched Realty Plus. So, I can tell you that I was telling Tripti and Sapna that it's time to refresh and take the scale to a different level and have an impact which has an impact on transactions. At the end of the day, you want to sell real estate, you want to build an icon. So really, my journey, I'm not a stranger to real estate. I can only say that I was showing off to Anirban that how many MDs and CEOs of real estate who work today, at least 6 I counted, were recruited in their first jobs by me. So I do understand a little bit of real estate. I had the good pleasure of talking to Mr. Ghoshal, Mr. Basant Kumar Parekh, and they were explaining to me how Hubli and Howrah are the future of real estate development in the eastern part of the world, because they are new townships or new developments or new areas that are coming up. Let's say Gurgaon 30 years back, if you'd bought a lot of land in Gurgaon 30 years back, you would have created wealth for yourself and others, and you would have created icons. I can only say, as I was telling Mr. Chopra, that the one sector in the last 3.5 years post-COVID which is flying is real estate. And we have data to prove that, and all of you will talk about that. But I can only tell you that the premium real estate, whether it's in South Delhi, whether it's in Goa, whether it's in Dubai, there are more takers than the supply. I can tell you that safely. It is not even something, I can tell you firsthand, I was in Dubai, we set up our company in Dubai, and I bought something and, I was told that a favor was being given to me by me buying an apartment and getting an apartment, and I felt it like that, I don't want to take the name of the top developer. They had 1,600 flats, 3,200 qualified bids came in with checks, right? And then eventually, 1,600 flats were given away. So this is in Dubai. If you take in South Delhi in the last 2 years, the residential real estate, a single floor flat which used to sell for 6 crores is going for 10 crores, 10 crores. So there's 30% appreciation in 3 years, 30% appreciation. Again, I know this firsthand. I'm not talking as an expert on real estate. I'm talking as a user, buyer, seller of real estate. So residential real estate is, especially the beauty is in real estate, whether you take affordable housing and Signature did its IPO, it's doing well. Or if you take luxury, look at DLF, the amount of luxury housing it has built. And again, I have a point of view on that, and I'll say it. There's no appreciation in DLF because they sell at those prices. When you sell them second hand, there's no real appreciation. I mean, there's demand, but there's no appreciation. There are buyers, no question about that, but there's no appreciation. Appreciation is happening in other pockets. But the beauty is that the affordable housing and the uber luxury both are selling. You take commercial, I was telling Mr. Chopra, these days in COVID you said offices would be a thing of the past, people will operate from home. We were doing events on Zoom. You're traveling from Bombay, I'm traveling from Delhi to be here. We are doing an event a day in some part of the country. Clearly office spaces are seeing demand and are seeing the kind of, today when in AeroCity, the new offices are, we do a lot of work with GMR, we bring out the GMR AeroCity magazine, we do a lot of events with them on the media side. Guess what is the per square feet? And there's 40% wastage or loading, whatever you want to call, super area versus carpet area or usable area. What is the office space rate in starting rental in AeroCity? Guess. Udayogware is not very far off, where it was 40 rupees a square feet. It has become 80, 100. It is 250. So effectively, if you take it's 400 unusable. I grew up in an era when I started working in Colliers where I'd look at usable, but the fact is, this is starting. There are some buildings which are 300, 350 rupees a square feet office space. It will be launched in 3 months. It's not yet launched. I know the rates because, they were bounced off me, and I expressed that they were very high, and they explained to me why they are not high. So I'm just saying, you take residential, you take commercial, and you take retail. I'm an investor in a coffee company. They're just launching their first store in Gurgaon. They've taken up space in DLF Horizon 1. We've got a small nook in the corner. That too after exercising all the relationships. And I can tell you that retail is rocking. You take industrial warehousing, because of the boom in e-commerce, the boom in new areas of commercial activity coming up, warehouses has become a very lucrative business. And again, there is more demand than there is supply. So the best of warehousing is yet to come. So the point I'm trying to make is that you all are in a sector that has grown tremendously in the last 3 years. And unlike the stock market, yo-yos, ups and downs, right, wrong, I don't know. The stock market is inexplainable. In my view, the SEBI chairman shouldn't be making statements. She says she makes statement. What has happened in the last 10 days will continue to happen. You cast a shadow over your own institution by making that we couldn't control the bubble. So if you knew the bubble was there, why didn't you not handle it? And by making, you made sure that retail investors have lost out money. But the point I'm trying to make here is real estate is here to stay. The prices are here to stay. In the next 3 to 7 years, India will produce more real estate billionaires, some of them in this room, than anywhere in the world. If you take the world, the Chinese real estate developers were in the top 100. China, unfortunately has ghost towns. If you read the latest issue of Business World, there is a column by Minaz Merchant which talks about the property boom in China and how there are ghost towns which are unoccupied because China funneled all its money in building real estate. That doesn't mean China is declining, but yes, a safe statement is it is stagnant. Some say it is declining. China's peak is over, but China has reinvented itself every now and then, so you can't write off China. China still has 60% of sales of electric vehicles, and I can give you stats from various. So you can't write off China. The domestic consumption is not like India. But the fact is, India, all the real estate that is being built, there is a real demand. Unlike 10 years back, everyone is a user or their family is a user. The investors have declined. There are still investors in the market. So you are doing this at a great time. We are in the 20th year of Realty Plus. I hope we take a leap for the next 10 years and are able to serve all our readers, our viewers on our digital platform and be of some value to you. I do want to talk to you about 3 brief things and go away. I don't think I can talk to all of you about real estate as well as you know. I'm going to talk to you about 3 things that all of you know, but some of us forget in our very hectic life and our goals. This Calcutta is a little slow, it's good. I haven't had a phone for 90 minutes and I'm not missing it. First is being kind. All of you are kind. There is a guy whose photo I normally show. His name is Nadav Ben Yehuda. He's an Israeli. In 2012, he was climbing the Mount Everest and he was very close to the peak. He had left the base camp and he encountered one of his friends who had died. And one more friend was dying, a fellow climber. So he had 2 choices: to leave his friend to die or to become the youngest Israeli at that time in 2012. I think it's 24, 25. To become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. Guess what is the choice he made? Did he climb Mount Everest or did he save his friend? Yeah, that's why I'm talking about him. He chose to come down, bring his friend. He had frostbites. 2 of his fingers were amputated. And he couldn't become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. Somebody did it after him. But he did climb the Mount Annapurna, but he was kind. He saved a life. I think that's bigger than climbing the Mount Everest. He did it. I mean, I have a fear of heights. I couldn't climb the Mount Everest. But, in our lives of building the kind of property companies you're building, the icons you're building, the wealth you're building, I'm sure all of you are kind to people that you come in touch with. You give them time, attention. That's one kindness. Be fully in the moment whenever you're talking to someone. Second is, how many of you sleep less than 7 hours in the night? I assume nobody sleeps in the day. But today I feel like sleeping 2 hours in the day. Got up very early, finished very late last night. How many of you sleep less than 7 hours? Chopra sahab bhi, aap bhi. So about 30% of you sleep less. How many of you sleep less than 6 hours? Okay. How many of you sleep more than 7 hours? A lot of you, which is very good. How many of you sleep more than 8 hours? No one sleeps more than 8 hours. Mostly I do. Mostly. 20 days a month. Now, one of the reasons we all are having some disease, I mean, all of you are very healthy. Relatively, we're very healthy. But as we grow old, at least as I grow old, sleep is the biggest medicine you can give yourself. And India is a sleep-deprived country. We're doing a study in our PW well-being of 30,000 Indians on their sleep pattern. And because of connected devices, it's very easy to do research. You have data, which is absolutely authentic, direct. If you want to live long, if you want to live Parkinson-free and sleeping more than 8 hours or at least 8 hours is the real luxury you give yourself. So sleep 8 hours, it reduces the risk of heart attack, reduces the risk of Parkinson's, lets you live longer. Of course, there are 3 pillars of good health. Sleep, which is 60-70%, nutrition, and third is movement, exercise, yoga, whatever you do. I do yoga and walking. I don't I don't do any exercise. So sleep more, because whatever you're building, you, your family, more than the money, your presence to your family is important. So a lot of busy executives, I see 100 odd, 120 people in the room, 100 odd, maybe 110 people in the room. I hope you sleep more than 8 hours. Try doing that. I know all of us have responsibilities, all of us have dreams, but try and sleep more, dream more. The last point is, you all are building icons, large infrastructure projects. If you're developing new cities, I'm sure you're building green buildings. You're buildings that are really, global warming is not bullshit. It's not a hoax. Donald Trump is wrong about a lot of things. He's wrong about global warming. He said global warming is a hoax. It is not a hoax. Look at the temperatures. The summers are coming earlier. The winters are delayed. The temperatures in almost all cities are rising. Yesterday we had a report which talked about how throughout the year the temperatures have gone up. And if you take sub-Saharan Sahara, summers are coming 4 months in advance. 4 months in advance. Look at the bushfires the wildfires in forests in Australia, in Europe, in America. So it's not and it will happen in India. And I was at this UN summit where the Chief of Navy was speaking about shrinking oceans. And then I last year read the cover story in Time magazine about how shrinking oceans are bad for us. So whatever you do, build consciousness towards sustainability in the buildings you build, in the townships that you build, in the office spaces you build, retail. And also, while you're building sustainability consciousness, in the last 2 days, you must have read a lot of stories about, especially this story about a lady whose daughter is India's leading advocate for building buildings and spaces, both private and public, which are friendly to specially abled people. Because her mother fell down they went for some wedding to one of the, very upmarket banquets on the, highway near Aerocity, and her mother fell. So whatever buildings you build, do build ramps, and a lot of developers are doing it already. There is consciousness on I don't want to specially abled people. So I'm just bringing this top of mind to wise people like you. But in our everyday hustle and bustle and the immediate goals that we are pursuing, we forget that. So thank you for inviting us here to be able to be part of your journey. I say invite because none of us lives in Calcutta. Sapna, Tripti live in Bombay. I live in Delhi. Some of my event colleagues live in Delhi. They are here. So we're happy here that we are here, and I hope we are able to build the Realty Plus East initiative in a way that it is of value to you beyond this forum. And I'm sure Tripti and Sapna will work towards it. Thank you for being here. In the evening at 7 p.m. we have our Realty Plus East Awards. I'm sure you'll be able to recognize the excellence both in the residential space, in the commercial space, in the retail space, and in overall excellence of individuals and institutions in the real estate space. I wish you luck in your endeavors to build real estate spaces that work as shelters of families, nurture out of their hopes, because you spend a lot of time in your home. So kudos to you for building those. You're not only giving homes, you're giving dreams and wings to lots of aspirations. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I genuinely believe that the appreciation needs to be a lot louder for that visionary address. Can we please clap louder? Yes, that's what the intensity and bass is all about. Thank you so much. And just like they say that any day or any event needs that bit of propelling and visionary address, I think Dr. Batra's address was exactly about that. Now I believe we are all set up for the first panel discussion of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the Realty Plus Conclave with the first panel discussion of the day to get an overview of East India real estate. Let me call upon the distinguished speakers to share their views on the topic, Kolkata Real Estate, Future Trends and Insights. I'll repeat the topic for you all once again. It's Kolkata Real Estate, Future Trends and Insights. The session will be moderated by Mr. Anirban Gupta, Managing Director, East India Colliers. With over 20 years of experience, Anirban Gupta is an industry leader with proven expertise in leasing, real estate investments, asset management, and new business development. Anirban leads Colliers transactions business in East India, including the office services, industrial, retail, and data center divisions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to introduce our speakers, and I'll welcome all of them in alphabetical order. Basant Kumar Parekh, Managing Director, Orbit Group. Mr. Parekh has an illustrious experience of over 25 years in the industry. His passion for an exclusive lifestyle drives our foray into premium residential spaces. The man behind Rishto Ki Mithas it is, values relationships the most and regards stakeholder satisfaction as the biggest token of achievement. He serves as the North Star of ethicality for the group. Our next speaker is Rishi Jain, Managing Director, Jain Group and Holiday Inn, Kolkata Airport. Mr. Jain serves on various distinguished committees and chairs the ICC Real Estate and Infrastructure Subcommittee. He is the founder member of Family Business Forum of SP Jain, committee member CII Tourism Committee, member CII FBN Family Business Forum, and also core committee member of Center for Family Managed Business of SP Jain College in Mumbai, the very famous one. Our next speaker is Pradeep Chopra, Chairman Emeritus PS Group. Pradeep Chopra is a former governing board member, CREDAI founder and regional chairman, Export Promotion Council of EOUs and SEZs, and founder of educational institution iLead, former president, Falta Chamber of Commerce, guest faculty at the reputed management institutes across the nation, and author of several books on real estate, of course. Our next speaker is Siddharth Pansari, Director, Primark Projects Private Limited, President, Greater Kolkata of CREDAI, an alumnus of Harvard Business School. Siddharth Pansari is in a career spanning more than 20 years, has donned various hats from being a leader, recruiter, builder, manager, change maker, and a custodian within various wings of the Primark Group. He brings a good assessor and value of consumer insights. His passions include supporting startups and dynamic business ideas, creating new opportunity and employment. Please clap for him, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker is Tamal Ghoshal, Chairman, Shrachi Group. Tamal Ghoshal is a first-generation entrepreneur managing various projects across verticals like logistics, hospitality, education, entertainment, and telecom, amongst others. He moved on to being a construction entrepreneur working in telecom, roads and highways, civil construction in diverse industries, and later into the real estate sector, of course. He is an active member of CREDAI Howrah Hooghly. He is also on the board of the West Bengal State Chapter, as well as co-chair of the CREDAI National MSME Committee and a member of CREDAI National New Initiatives Committee Special Task Force, and president of Uluberia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, UCCI. Sorry to keep you all waiting, but please give it up once again for all of them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Over to our respected moderator now. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon to all. Thank you, Dr. Batra, for a beautiful introduction and the stories that you shared. And I also believe in stories to be a part of our life. Whatever you do, wherever we go, these form very, very important lessons for us. So today, before I start with real estate, and I've got a great panel with me, I will start with basically three stories that I'll fold up in course of time as we go on. My first story is about one of the biggest film personality. His name is Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, and the story has been shared by his son, Abhishek. The story goes like this, that in 1982, he was injured very badly for doing the movie Coolie. And it was a clinical death for him almost. And after he recovered from 1983, for the next 40 years, they say that every Sunday he comes out of his bungalow. It was Jalsa, then he changed to Pratiksha and all. And people come at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the evening, and he waves off his hands to all the people who come here. And this has been going on, ladies and gentlemen, for last 40 years, and it's not small, it's very, very big indeed. So his son one day asked this question that, Dad, how do you feel like, this thing that's going on? And it's a big thing, how do you feel, And the father didn't answer, he was quiet, he smiled off. And when the question went on repeating for 3-4 times, one day he called his son on the dining table and he said that, son, you want to know now how I feel that every Sunday these people are coming. It's great, but you know how I feel? I feel that what should I do from next Monday to the next Saturday so that Sunday again these people come back on that same equal energy. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is all about this panel who are there. They work really, really hard in real estate of Calcutta. They have developed millions of square feet of Calcutta, and this is the esteemed panel for us. So my request is, let's have an applause for them. So before I start my session, my first question is to Mr. Pradeep Chopra. Sir, the journey of Calcutta real estate, it's growing everywhere. So, sir, I would like to hear from you the growth story of Calcutta and West Bengal.
Am I audible? Yeah. See, Calcutta, I was a 15, 16-year-old when the real estate started, actually, multi-storied buildings started here. Most of the builders that time were Sindhis who had come from Bombay. So we had seen buildings like Natraj, we saw a building like Embassy, and the prices that time was about 30, 35 rupees a square feet. It's unthinkable today. And it was a time when I'd seen that there was a building called Hemchaya, which was completed, and the builder was wanting to sell it for 38 rupees a square feet. There was no buyer. Yeah, most of these Sindhi builders lost their shirt and went back. It was a very difficult time. There was nobody who was interested. People had not understood the concept of flats. How can I share my stairs with somebody? Or how is it possible that my roof will be floor of somebody else? What happens when the building breaks? How do I get the land? It was so many questions, so people were not accepting the fact that I can go to a building where sky is not mine, the ground is not mine. Very difficult time. And then slowly people started understanding the benefit of staying in a flat, because independent houses were becoming out of the reach, and they found that when they stay in a building, children will find friends. I'll find, my wife will find somebody else to spend time in the afternoon, and there are benefits in staying in an apartment building. And slowly people started accepting, and the prices started going up. Within a year, when that building on the Guru Sadeh Road, Hemchaya building was built, within a year the prices doubled. When we started the building in Chakrabira Road, our first building, we sold the building at 325 rupees a square feet. Today the price is, I think, around 10,000 rupees a square feet. So, though we sold it very fast, and even in that time, because people had started accepting that apartment living is not all that bad. You can live in an apartment. And after that, there was no looking back. Sindhi builders of Calcutta stayed, like Nandu stayed, and Kishore Samtani made one building, Ashirwad. They were partners, but Kishore got out. And most of the Marwadis got into real estate. That was a time when a lot of Marwadi families came in real estate. And after that, I think there was no looking back. And real estate really did well. And the biggest advantage of Calcutta was that the prices didn't, like Bombay, Delhi, or in Bangalore to some extent, the prices was like a, stock market. There was a boom time, it went out of the roof. And when there was a mandi, then it fell. Calcutta that way was very safe market. In boom time, it didn't go much up. In recession, it didn't come down. That was very good for a developer like us. So it was a steady market, and there was continuous rise, but it was not all that volatile the way other cities had. And we had a good, those days when we started, we had no money. So we had no option but to get into joint ventures with the landlords. And because we both started with, my father was in service, I am first generation entrepreneur, so was Surinder. And we started with a very, very, very humble background. So we did most of about 150 buildings or projects we have done in Calcutta. I think 100 of them are done with joint ventures with the landlord. And the landlords were very happy. The second building which we did for Mr. Sarkar was, we had offered him that, if you don't take money, I can assure you, Mr. Sarkar, that you will get your money with 18% return. That is what, those days 18% rate of interest was there, so we'll give you that. But what happened, there was a boom, and actually he landed up getting 100% more. So he was very happy, and he recommended us to many people. And I think because of Mr. Sarkar, we got about 36 projects in Calcutta in joint venture. Because he was very well connected with the elite of Bengalis in Calcutta. So we had his properties on Elgin Road, we had his properties on Bhawanipur, and many other places. He was very happy joint venture partner with us, and so we got a lot of joint venture deals. And we actually are called that joint venture company. Most of our project has been in joint venture. Still we do in joint ventures. So that was a great, and I personally feel that I had, besides real estate, I had gone to Germany. I started a business company in Germany. I also tried to do many businesses in Germany, in India. And right now I'm looking more on education. And but I feel that out of all the businesses I tried in my career, real estate was the best business. It is still the best business. And all of you, I congratulate you. You're in the right business. I say real estate is a business of kings and is king of business. So my congratulations to all of you being in real estate.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. My next question is to Mr. Basant Parekh. But before the question that I put on to you, sir, I would like to share a few data of luxury housing, how it's growing in Calcutta. Like in entire country, we took a little bit of data where we understood that we divide luxury housing in Calcutta in terms of pricing into three categories, which is like from 10,000 rupees to 14,000 rupees a square feet. That's first category. 14 to 20,000 rupees a square feet. That's second category. And 20,000 rupees a square feet plus as the third category. In the first category, we sold about 2023, approximately about 250 units. Second is 14 to 20,000 rupees a square feet, which is about 100 units. And the third category, which is 20,000 rupees plus, is about 35 units. So these are the numbers we have got, which is a great number, which is a growth over 2021. But definitely there was a dip of 2022 was much higher than this one also. But still, the rising trend is very high, and there's been upcoming about 1,200 stocks which are coming up in luxury housing, and we also have an equal number of unsold stocks. So my question to Mr. Parekh, sir, how do you feel this luxury housing segment in Kolkata growing, and what's the future?
Namaskar to all of you. Now, luxury, I feel, is a perception. What you have defined is luxury in terms of the value of real estate. 10,000 to 14 or 14 to 20, 20 to... I mean, that is a luxury from price perspective. But I feel luxury is upgrading. If I am in Maruti 800, if I excel to Swift or thereafter Honda and so forth, for me that is luxury. This is, I think, what is happening in real estate. recent real estate, I would say, in last 5 years, value has gone up. So obviously when the value goes up, specifications goes up, the location is prime, that is luxury. So luxury definition is different for different people, for different class of people, for people who have a different income group. For respective people, the definition of luxury varies. But nonetheless, I feel that luxury is increasing in a sense that if you see prime properties, obviously, the specifications are increasing, the outlook of the entire building is changing, the elevation is changing, the amenities are changing, the design also becomes a luxury at times. The amount of inputs that goes into the designing of the apartments and the designing of the entire building as such is also luxury. Luxury, I don't personally perceive in terms of value only. वैल्यू इन द सेंस कि 20,000 रुपया स्क्वायर फुट है या 25,000 रुपया स्क्वायर फुट है, वो ठीक बात है. 6,000 रुपये में भी लग्जरी होता है. आज आपको तमालदा बताएंगे या कि आप हावड़ा में लोग बोलते हैं क्या हावड़ा में क्या बिल्डिंग बनेगा, बट नाउ यू गो देयर एंड यू सी व्हाट फैबुलस काइंड ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट्स आर कमिंग. यू सी सदर्न बाईपास, यू गो टू जोका. व्हाई यू कन्फाइन योरसेल्फ टू द सेंट्रल एंड साउथ कोलकाता, टू बीटी रोड? The definition are changing. The kind of amenities which is being given, that is luxury for them. They enjoy the luxury. That is the perks that they are getting out of it at the same price, more or less, which is a changing trend, I think, in the minds and deliveries of the builders as such. They are trying to understand कि buyer को क्या चाहिए, उनकी need क्या है. वो अगर 2 bedroom से 3 bedroom में जाता है ना, वो भी उसके लिए luxury है. कूलर से एसी में जाता है ना, तो वो भी उसके लिए लग्जरी है. बट विद द चेंजिंग ट्रेंड, विद द चेंजिंग परसेप्शन, विद चेंजिंग द साइज ऑफ द पर्स, द अमाउंट ऑफ fundings you are getting from the housing finance companies, the flexibility there is also making it affordable for the buyer to excel, to improve their buying capacities. तो उस context में luxury बढ़ रही है. But in your terms, if I say Calcutta has seen unprecedented price rise after COVID. We haven't seen any breaching the price beyond 20,000. ये बैठे हैं, इन्होंने कलकत्ता का आई थिंक सेकेंड हाईएस्ट प्राइस दिया आफ्टर 42. देयर आफ्टर वो एक बार जब झिझक निकल जाती है एक प्राइसिंग की, देन एनी प्राइसिंग बिकम्स अफोर्डेबल टू पर से. पहले हम लोग बोलते थे कि 20,000 रुपये सर ये बहुत ज़्यादा दाम है, आज आप 25,000 रुपये बोलते हैं, बट सर चलता है, कुछ कम कर दीजिए. सो ये एक परसेप्शन है, एक साइकी है. शेयर बाजार जब 30,000 था तो बोलते थे 35,000 पे होगा, आज 65,000 हो गया तो बोलते नहीं ठीक है ना और बढ़ेगा. तो लग्जरी में भी यही है कि अपनी जब इच्छाएं बढ़ती हैं, जब अपने एक आसपास देखता है कि इससे हमको और अच्छा करना है और अच्छा करना है, तो कोई अपने पॉकेट से ज़्यादा करता है, कोई बोरोइंग पे भी करता है. आजकल क्रेडिट कार्ड का ज़माना है, तो वो भी चलता है. हमको वैसा चाहिए, देखा देखी भी चाहिए और अपने इंजॉयमेंट के लिए भी चाहिए. तो आई पर्सनली फील सर दैट लग्जरी ओवरऑल इन ऑल डायरेक्शंस ऑफ कैलकाटा वी हैव सीन लग्जरी ग्रोइंग. आज सुबह हमारी एक प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में बात हो रही थी एजेंसी से, तो मैंने कहा कि बीटी रोड के एक साइड में यहाँ पर लग्जरी बोल के हम डिफाइन करेंगे प्रोजेक्ट को. देन ही वाज सेइंग लग्जरी कैन बी अ लोकेशन, लग्जरी कुड बी अ प्रॉक्सिमिटी टू सर्टन key places of interest. Why luxury has to be only in terms of pricing or a specification of the project? मेरे को गंगा के पास रहना है, वो लग्जरी है. मेरे को कहीं एक बड़े मंदिर के पास रहना है, वो भी मेरे लिए लग्जरी है. तो लग्जरी की डेफिनेशन चेंज हो रही है और लग्जरी बढ़ रही है हर क्षेत्र में. ये मेरे को लगता है कि आने वाले समय के लिए बहुत अच्छा है.
True, sir. Thank you so much. My next, so I've got 2 questions for Siddharji. I've got 2 questions for you. My first question is, if we look into the commercial market scenario pan-India, it's on a different growth trajectory. Like, I'll share one small data. 2023, we had 58 million square feet of office space consumption pan-India-wise, which was 30 million square feet in 2010, which was even about 50 million square feet in 2022. So it's been a 14.5% year-on-year growth, which is phenomenal. So how do you see that commercial as well as retail, sir, for Calcutta market? That's my first question to you.
Firstly, Anurag ji spoke about kindness. Okay. Since most of the people in this room are marketeers and salespeople, you see the kindness here. Here, elders sit first. So if you see this panel here, it's from right to left, it's in terms of seniority. Pradeep uncle being the senior most, Basant uncle, then Tamalda, then me, then Rishi. So firstly there. So this market works on kindness. This market works on empathy. This market works on trust and respect to start with. Coming to your question, Anirban, and each of you. Friends, I'll just go 1 minute off tangent, Anirban. Friends, life now, there was BC and there was AD before Christ, and similarly now life is again BC and AC, which is before COVID and post-COVID. And the biggest difference that is coming here is we have to all agree and understand that India is growing, and each part of India is growing, and so Bengal is also growing. The growth and demand for things that we are seeing is basically because the economy is growing. And this growth in the economy, at least I have never seen in my 40 years of life. And all the reforms that were being done by the government over the past many years, whether it was GST, taxation, income tax, because of which there's a lot of money into the system and the economy is growing. On your question on commercial real estate or retail, now, Anirban, each market is different. Yes, Bengal is a consuming economy. It's more of people staying in their domicile. So yes, the commercial demand here might be slower than other regions, but it's growing. It's growing again because of COVID. There is a lot of people, especially in IT now, wanting to come back and stay in their domicile. So a Calcutta person, the amount of flexibility earlier he had to go and stay in Bangalore, vis-a-vis his intent to stay back at Calcutta with his family, work on virtual platforms like Zoom and everything is growing. So again, you see there is a new Infosys campus that is opening. There's a new ITC Infotech campus that is opening. So I see the demand is growing. Also post-COVID, there's suddenly been a lot of new asset classes, whether it's co-living, whether it's co-working, whether it's service apartments, whether it's timeshare. So I think a lot of those concepts are coming late to Calcutta, but it's here to stay. And I see that there will be an equal amount of growth in all of those categories as well. It's just a matter of time.
Sure, I also agree with you. And even the data are showing the same for Calcutta. So Rishi, my question is definitely, you are hands-on in hospitality sector in Calcutta. And my first question to you is, how do you see this market looking for Calcutta in future?
So everybody asks me that how's the hospitality scene, or how's the scene. So first of all, thank you so much for having me. I almost forgot. My deep gratitude to Anurag ji and the team at Realty Plus for having me. And I agree with Siddharth ji. I feel very nice when I see the whole curve that comes over here. That part I too acknowledge. And quite frankly, it was just about 7 or 8 years back, and I used to sit in the classroom in which Pradeep sir used to teach. And now sitting over here in itself is very overwhelming for me. So I would request everybody to give a round of applause to the legend that we have in our panel today. But now coming to your question, there is a lot of discussion about how the hospitality segment is doing in Calcutta, and that we have such high occupancy levels in the city, especially the airport, airport micro market where Holiday Inn operates. See, we have to see two very important data when we are talking about hospitality and Calcutta. Number one, hospitality contributes to 15% of the state's GDP. The national average is 8%. So obviously it is a priority sector for us, and our Honorable CM has, acknowledged that, and that's why in November of 23, hospitality was given industry status. Now the moment that happens, which was a long-standing demand, that's besides the case nationally, but the moment that happens, a lot of fresh demand, fresh enthusiasm, fresh investment starts pouring in. The second amazing stat is that all the hotels combined in Calcutta at least, not West Bengal, in Calcutta at least, are less than the number of hotels that are there in Aerocity. So that tells you about the potential that Calcutta has. I'm talking about branded rooms. I mean, chain run, globally branded rooms, that the entire city has less than just Aerocity. So the potential is huge. And as it was pointed out, we are a consuming economy, city, and we have population by our side. So whether it is a branded hotel, whether it is your co-living spaces, whether it is anything that is servicing someone who's immigrating into the city, I see nothing less than a 25-30% growth or maybe more, provided you have your project management in place. So we about 5-6 years back, we did Holiday Inn. Recently, we have just signed up and closed a deal with Sarovar. And we intend to keep our micro market within the Rajarhat Salt Lake sector, where there is a lot of economic activity. And as long as we are in that market, I mean, this is my view. It could be, in some ways myopic. But as long as we are in that market, I don't think we have anything to worry about. And it is an amazing asset class. I mean, it is an amazing asset class. For real estate, we have to put like 3 or 4 or 5 things have to work right for a project to be successful. Over there is someone else doing that for you. You don't have to bother. Just make sure that, wastage is in check and everything else takes care of the rest. And I don't need to tell too much about this. The audience is well aware of that. But I am very optimistic about how the hospitality scene goes. And looking forward to more such things.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Rajarhat is coming up as a complete independent township. It's having schools, hospitals, offices, housing, everything is there. So it's coming as an independent cut-off township. I still remember maybe about 20 years back when, we used to sell residential apartments in Rajarhat. There were not roads also. There were those red mitti wala roads, and you used to go there, walk there and show the sites to the prospective customers. A lot of development. We have come a long, long way. My second question to Siddharji, I missed that, was to you is, there has been, nationally, there's been SEZ denotification which is going on. We also have that in Calcutta also. And how do you see that as a growth momentum for Calcutta also?
Which part of the SEZ denotification?
DLF, they have got that.
I think let's not talk about any particular transactions or anything linked with that. It's not the right forum for that.
Sure. Okay, I agree with you. So I move on to Tamal. So Tamal, 2 questions, I have for you is, the growth momentum shift from CBD part of Calcutta to PBD. There's something, you have worked a lot. So my question to you is, how do you see that happening?
Hi, good afternoon. I know it's after lunch and it's not easy to bear, but I think today we have the privilege to speak and you have to bear. But thank you so much, and it's a pleasure being here. You see, I think, as it's a very typical, it happens everywhere, and Calcutta is not a stranger to this. As the cities become, busier and the cities are absolutely short of space for development, it has to move to the periphery. But what is important for the periphery to succeed is infrastructure. Critical infrastructure remains the most important thing for any periphery. If you see how Kolkata has developed, the first core periphery development happened around the bypass. As the bypass got built in the late 80s, you could see these new areas shaping up, and went all the way into, let's say, the southern bypass, where, like Siddharth is a project which is done exceedingly well. So then there needs to be one or two iconic projects which set the tone and character for that location. Similarly, we have seen Salt Lake and now Newtown, Rajarhat, and also on the Behala side. So everything was driven by infrastructure. Like the Behala Thakurpukur belt now has been driven primarily by the metro. Before that, the James Long, and that's roads. So connectivity is critical. But as you move on to the future, people require better quality connectivity. The aspiration of people have become higher. People want, it's not just connectivity, but quality connectivity. That is where things like MRT or a mass transit system is very critical. And as you know, Calcutta is evolving very fast. We had some metro lines being built for many years, much more than they should have been built for. But now they're actually finding the light of the, get to see the light of the day. And I'll give you a specific example, and I have spent a lot of time working in that micro market, which is the west bank of the Hooghly, which is the Howrah and Hooghly districts. I think on the 15th, and the metro to Howrah was inaugurated. And the entire, it seemed like a tectonic shift, to an extent that the euphoria around that, what typically happens is when you get to a mass transit, and there is, let's say, I divide it into two parts, a 5-kilometer belt and a 20-kilometer belt. Anything up to 5 kilometers become accessible to everybody through a feeder, any kind of feeder transport. And that entire market gets connected to the whole of the city. So if you are, let's say, 5 kilometers from Howrah Maidan station, and you can have various transport modes like, last mile transportation options. You are in Kolkata, and give you an example, and I told this to, one of the leading dailies who interviewed me when it opened, that earlier it would take about 45 minutes from Howrah Maidan to coming to the CBD, which is Dalhousie, Lansdowne area. Now it takes 8 minutes. In air-conditioned comfort, you are fresh for everything, and your quality of this travel has become more important than, the quantity. So I think this is very important. And then as you look into the other infrastructure, and then I could talk about a 20-kilometer radius, where you will still have a peripheral kind of a reaction, where people can take, let's say, a bus, or they can take their cars, or whatever. So that will create the secondary. So it creates a primary market and a secondary market, which is really phenomenal. And this quality of infrastructure is now very important, and that's the reason if you go across Indian cities, and I'll give you one more number, I think he will love numbers, he's a numbers guy, so he'll love numbers. We did one survey I had the Kadai National MSME and the Small Developers Committee, and for our New India Summit we had done this research, where we seen that the urbanization in India is going to touch almost 40%. In Bengal it is going to touch 42%, when we did that for State Con 2, 42-43%. So India is an urban country. It is no longer a myth. And to have an urban country, to live in an urban country, the urban centers will grow. And for that to grow well, we need to create infrastructure and quality infrastructure, including, if you see the government also, they moved away from just highways to expressways, from normal roads to elevated roads to MRTs. So it's all a function of infrastructure. As infrastructure gets built, we will move to the periphery, and periphery is the future, because the city cannot take that load anymore. So that's how, I perceive it over the next few years. Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So my next question to Pradeep ji is about, so this is again, we see developments coming, we see, condominium projects coming, we see, IT parks coming. Now, a burning issue, which is the maintenance part, we say, it's common area maintenance, CAM. It's something rising, and, it's becoming an additional cost also to the users as well as to the developers. So how do we address that, and how does the future look like for that?
You're talking about maintenance.
The maintenance part, sir.
Yeah. See, maintenance is a very important issue, and it's a very challenging issue also, because we see a lot of buildings and complexes where there are some defaulters, And because of these defaulters, there is a rift between the residents and the building and the complex suffer and the value comes down. I think one good solution which the developer should have the courage to take is to have a part of the building or complex rented out, and the rental should be used for maintenance. Like we have some buildings which are doing amazing jobs, where part of the building is given. We have that one building in Tollygunj, I'm forgetting the name, it has a Punjab National Bank on the ground floor. They have so much of rental income that they save every year. They have a lot of money saved, and they're taking their residents for trips to Bangkok and things like that. So that's one thing we must see that, and I had made a plan, I have presented it to many of my fellow builders. I had actually presented to my own company, but there are a lot of resistance because they say that will increase the cost of the flat. What we can do is we can think of making a portion of the building rented out, and the portion invested in that rented property can also, 70% can be recovered from the bank as extra cost of the flat. And what you pay as EMI to the bank, actually if you calculate, after the tax break you get on that EMI, what is left? You see, you don't get any tax break on when you're paying a maintenance cost. Because when you pay maintenance cost, it has to go from your income, and that is post-tax income. So if you earn 100 rupees, you get 70 rupees in your hand, and that 70 rupees goes to paying off the maintenance. Now, but if you built in your EMI, then what you are paying as EMI, you get tax break on that. And the rental income is taken care of the maintenance. If you do something like that, where the maintenance is automatic and you don't, and there is a collection cost. If you go to there has to be a person who's going to each flat owners and collecting and then chasing and then all that. But if you have a rental income coming in, then all these things is avoided. And we must give this idea to the flat buyers that if the maintenance is ensured, you will not have any problem. Your building's life will be very long. Your building's reputation will be very good. If the maintenance is good, your resale value of the flat will be very high. I have some flats where maintenance is excellent. There's another building, you see that a well-maintained building gets about 15-20% premium when you sell the flat. And its life is very long. So we must think of ensuring that maintenance is done through an income which a portion of the building is generating by having rental income. So I think that's, and then we must also have some award given by CREDAI. Siddharth is here. Best maintained building in the city. That will inspire the people or residents of the building that there's a competition in maintenance, and we'll go and see which building is the best maintained building, and we give them recognition. That will inspire the rest of the building owners to make sure that the building is well maintained. So we can institute an award every year for best maintained building in the city. And if all the buildings in the city is maintained well, the skyline of the building is also very good. It looks very shabby if the building is not painted. After 25 years of completing our journey in real estate, we had, just to celebrate our 25th anniversary, we had offered all the buildings which PS has built that we will take 50% of the cost of the painting if you so decide to paint the building. At least 50 people came forward and said, okay, we'll paint the building. And when they painted the building, it's a big advertisement for the builder, because if your building is very well painted and the next door building is not painted, I don't have to spend money to put an ad in the newspaper. My building is my ad. So we can actually do some such thing to make sure that the buildings looks nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. My next question is, it's an open question to all the panelists here, that the next thing we say is the best thing for real estate construction industry is robotics or artificial intelligence. How does it help to grow our industry, and how do we use it?
I would just like to go back on the maintenance issue. See, it's an issue that we all stakeholders need to address and, agree. I recently went to Vietnam, and what Pradeep uncle is saying. So there is this very large complex, I think more than 3-4 million. So there the developer does not sell parking, and the law does not let him sell parking. So the income that is generated from the parking and some of the rental units on the ground and the first floor, they had a spa to everything. The developer uses that money to maintain the complex better. And obviously, if somebody who will maintain, today whether an IPC maintains or a developer maintains, the customer also has to be educated to let go of that extra 20-30 paisa, because of which maintenance is not happening. Currently, it's also a bit of a regulatory issue, because now RERA mandates that you have to compulsorily hand over an association within 3 months. So I think there needs to be some flexibility there. And also customers, when we are selling also, they need to get educated. Like 1 rupee extra maintenance a month is 12 rupees a year, and perhaps 120 rupees in 10 years. But if a building is maintained well, it will get 1,000 rupees of appreciation. So that is something the entire body here, whether it's IPCs, brokers, salespeople, lawyers, advocates, the whole ecosystem has to evolve better, and it can evolve better only if everybody participates. But yes, that is an issue, and that is an issue that we together can address, not one builder, not one IPC, everybody together as a society. It also needs government changes, which we are trying to do. Like recently, there was an order of the Karnataka High Court or the Bombay High Court, where for the first time they said, if a person is not paying maintenance, you can cut his electricity and water line. Till now, it was under the Essential Services Act, which you could not. So there was no penalty on somebody who was not paying. There was no statutory penalty. So I think things need to evolve, laws need to evolve. Together we need to make that noise. From CREDAI we are trying to do, Tamalda is also assisting, we together, to change the Apartment Ownership Act in Bengal in terms of maintenance, the rights and everything. I think once that happens, it can happen. Till that time, the only way we can deal is to educate everybody around it. And we've taken Pradeep uncle's suggestion. This year we'll have an award on the best managed complex. That's done.
So the next question that I asked was about how robotics and artificial intelligence helps in our industry, and how do we see the future of that?
See, I think all these technologies are emerging, whether it's AI, whether it's deepfake, whether it's robotics. How much of it will be used, only time will tell. We all know that some of it is already being used in the digitization and the marketing side of it, whether it's chatbots, whether it's websites, whether it's telecalling and so on and so forth. Now when you go to a website, suddenly if a person, a Gujarati is seeing it, you'll see a Gujarati text to it. If somebody, a Bengali is reading it from Los Angeles, the whole website gets translated into Bengali. So a lot of those things are already happening at that level. Construction, from all the talks that I've even attended of Pascal, Finet and Singularity University, construction is one of the lesser impacted industry by robotics and technology to that extent. There is some work that has to be done by hand. It is an assembling work. So some will be done. Not so much on the robotics side, but there's a lot of work happening on the prefab side, where buildings are getting made in 45 days. There was a Tata project called Bisara or something where, the whole building of G+4 was handed over in it was constructed in 75 days. In 70 days, the entire thing came and got set. So I'm not sure how much robotics, but robotics could have a larger use in a allied industry like warehousing. Artificial intelligence might have so much, but on the construction side, I do not see so much of artificial intelligence or something, but more on the accounting side, the back-end side, definitely.
Maybe the margin of error will reduce.
There are a lot of works happening on drones now. Drones can go and tour the property, tell you where there is a defect, and a lot of those things are happening. Not so much on the construction side, but more on the review side, on the operation side, a lot of work will happen. And I'm sure it's just started. It will keep evolving every now and then.
Yeah, I'll just add to what Siddharth said. I think I'll tell you one major issue with the construction industries is labor now. You know, the productivity labor and availability of labor. So obviously it is important that technology needs to step in there. And I'll slightly differ with my friend Siddharth here, because I've seen recently I was in Hyderabad leading a CREDAI delegation of small developers, and we went to a project which is building a 30 million square feet completely on precast. They've built an assembly factory doing 30,000 cubic meters a day. They're building this 30 million square feet project in 1 year. It's astounding. And I don't think that is the only example in India. So technology will be there to compress time, and technology is necessary because labor availability and productivity has become a big challenge. But there are also other areas. I'll give you an example in West Bengal on technology. That is, recently across the system we have something called OBPS, which is the online building plan system. And all our projects and all the developers know that for any urban local body needs to go there. It's a completely AI generated software. Every time you put in that application, the AI reverts back to you within a specific point in time saying that, okay, this is the error. So there is no human interface till the last level of whether your plan gets approved. It's only when the plan gets to an OBPS approval system, then they'll generate a document and they'll say that, okay, we are okay. There is zero human intervention. And I've recently done that in one project in Haldia municipality. Over a period of 6 or 7 days, there were 300 interventions. All that was AI generated. 300. And then I got a final document saying that, okay, it is OBPS. Then I go back to the urban local body, do my documentation check, and then so first time I actually felt, Siddharth, but that we've been talking and involved in this process for such a long, from the CREDAI platform, that it worked. It took time, it took understanding, but it worked without human intervention. So I see technology there. Every facet of our lives is technology now, and I don't think construction industry is away. So there are bits and pieces happening here and there, but I think in terms of construction, technology is very much required to compress time, improve quality, as you said, margin of error in quality, and also I think pressing problem of labor and labor shortage can only be addressed by technology. So I think we are going there, and I think we're going there fast. Maybe, as Siddharth said, it's not evolved as much as another industry, let's say like retail or other industries, but I think in construction it's very much there to stay, and we going move. And there are a lot of realty startups working on various spaces, and I'm sure some of them will see the light of the day.
True.
Yes, please.
See, I had been experimenting with using rejected and waste material in construction. I built 3 of my campuses. 60 or 70% of the material is all used. You know, we have this system when we finish a project, a lot of material which is left is all discarded. It's taken by kabadiwalas or some such people is taken. And that adds to the bulk of the waste which we generate. In PS, we have started a central warehousing where all this material comes and we try to reuse it. But in my campus, I bought a lot of material. You know, when a shop is discarded, like Lenstart wanted to change his interior design, or you know, when Levi's wanted to close one of their shops, and so on. Normally, we buy a toughened glass for 360 rupees per square feet. And these glasses, once they are rejected, they are sold for 25 rupees. Otherwise, they are broken. I have used some 50,000 glass cover of a miniature fridge, which is rejected every year by, which is used for storing Cadbury's. I've used it for facade, I've used it for floor, I've used it for ceiling. And the look of the whole thing is very royal. You can actually, many of you, if you are interested, please come and see my apartment. It has a very royal look, and 70% of the material used is all recycled. I'm now doing 2 resorts, one in Murshidabad, one in Sundarban. Again, same philosophy. And I just want to prove a point that unlike what most of the architects and builders think, that it will delay the project or it will cost more to make a 100% green building, it's not so. It actually reduces time and it costs less. With AI, we are now experimenting. To do this, we have to do reverse engineering. Normally you design a project and then look for the material you require to finish that project. We first procure the material and then we design the building according to the material available. Yeah, so it's a reverse engineering. With AI, now we are trying to experiment that this is the material I have got, please design using this material. And the design is produced by the AI saying that, okay, all this material is used. So I give the glass size, I give the, all the material which I have got, furnitures and things like that. AI will give me 5 options how I can use this, and instant. So the AI is going to enable us to use material which is otherwise rejected. This is available at a lower cost, and you are moving towards a zero-waste society where you don't throw things which can be reused. Mr. Batra said that, we must think green, and this global warming is a real threat to our planet. So if all of us start at least using to some extent, using these upcycling and recycling of the waste which is otherwise is generated, I think we'll make this planet a better and safer place to live. And this is going to be possible very soon with AI-based designing, which will make sure that all this waste can be effectively used, at a lower cost and faster. This is what we are doing right now.
There has been a huge rise of demand for plotted housing, bungalows, row housing in Calcutta. So, Basanji, my question to you is, how do you see the future of this segment for Calcutta?
We have already seen huge growth in this area, whether in all the directions around Calcutta, even in some pockets of main city also. This sector has grown many folds in and around Delhi, the second tier cities, and so on and so forth. Calcutta, it was lacking. At one point of time, there were plotted developments. If we see the colonization of New Alipo or KIT plottings in Calcutta, they were plotted developments at that point of time. We are talking about in early 60s, 70s. They were plotted development. Entire New Alipur was a plotted development by Hindustan Cooperative, now known as LIC, the KIT in and around lake area and so on and so forth. But as we see that when the city land costs goes higher and higher and higher, the plotted development becomes expensive. That's what we see in Delhi or now, current phase of Delhi development, or in Mumbai and so on and so forth. But when you migrate from the to the suburbs, when the land prices are not very high, the affordability of creating bungalow housing or a plotted development becomes affordable. Now that is very important. As Tamalda was saying, the infrastructure. If the infrastructure in and around the city is good, the travel distance is reduced either by a motorized vehicle or through a public transport of MRT and so on and so forth. To reach to your destination becomes easier. The plotted development is going to, is the future. When we see Rajarhat, at that point of time when Vedic was made, I am naming, to start with, give an example. लोगों ने वहाँ खरीदा, but going there was a pain. Now, Vedic is just around the corner. Now, he created in Havra, the country roads. That was the plotted development. That has created, shown some of the project which has shown the path, what we are following today. Now you go to Southern Bypass. You have N numbers of projects of bungalow housing. You go to Joka, where the land costs were low. And let me tell you, इसका future बहुत भयंकर है in around Calcutta. क्योंकि जमीन जिस दाम पे हम लोगों को सिटी के आसपास मिल रही है, within 20 kilometers radius या within 15 kilometers radius of the CBD, जिस प्राइस पे हम लोगों को ज़मीन मिल रही है, उससे अच्छा इन्वेस्टमेंट कुछ नहीं हो सकता है. फ्लैट के दाम उतने नहीं बढ़ते हैं जितने ज़मीन के दाम बढ़ते हैं. और आपकी ज़मीन पे अगर आपका मकान बना हुआ है तो उसकी जो एसेट वैल्यू इंक्रीज होगी, वो फ्लैट आपको कभी नहीं दे सकता है. तो यहाँ दो तरीका है, एक खुद रहने का एज अ फर्स्ट होम, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ अफोर्डेबिलिटी और अ लग्जरी ऑफ बीइंग ऑफ सेकेंड होम. दोनों का मार्केट बहुत बड़ा है. एंड वी हैव सीन इन लास्ट 5 years वी वुड हैव सीन एन नंबर ऑफ बंगलो हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स कमिंग. आई मीन फ्रॉम रो हाउसेस to 2 kathar plot, even for 20 kathas. I mean, in luxury, in bungalow housing, in the row housing, the future is going to stay, and we will see a next real boom in that sector.
Thank you, Basanji. So I think it's showing times up for us. So my request to all the esteemed panelists is to give a closing line remark, to the audience. All of you, sir.
See, I personally feel that, to the young builders and the young realtors, I would see that one thing we should incorporate in our development, which normally we are not doing, is some intellectual input. By adding value, normally we mean that, okay, use some expensive material or, all that. The intellectual input is, most of the time, is missing. What we should do is, for instance, there is a lot of development now is happening on the suburbs like Chandanagar or Chinsura or, Srirampur or Bandil. Now, these are towns which were inhabited by, let's say in Chandanagar was French, the Chinsura was Dutch, Srirampur was Danish, and Bandel was a Portuguese town. This heritage we must preserve. So when we are building houses in these areas, if we can really design those houses on the style of the Portuguese or the style of Dutch or French or Danish, it is actually an intellectual input. Similarly, when we are developing here houses in Calcutta, there are iconic figures, there are some celebrity from that area or that building, some celebrity lived. If we can really keep that memory of those people who sometime lived. You see, I'll tell you, I had been in many places. I lived in Germany for 10 years. When I went to these small hotels, and there are 2 rooms, identical rooms, but one room you pay almost 100% premium because there's some great writer or some great scholar had stayed for some time, and therefore if you want to live in that room, you have to pay a premium price. That realization will come here. If you do these kind of intellectual inputs and try to keep the memory of the people who were iconic figure in those buildings or those areas, I think that will be, it doesn't really cost any money, but that will add value. I am building one building which is absolutely missing. There is a 30 million school children who needs to go for field trips every year because new education policy says experiential learning. But there's not a single property in hospitality which is designed for this market. And therefore I thought, as an experiment, I'll do it. And that whole building, I'm saying that it is a museum where you can stay. The whole folklore, the heritage, the stories of that whole area is depicted in those rooms where we have named the rooms after the iconic figure of that place. So when you live, you see the pictures of that person or the life of that family or the story of that place. For instance, Murshidabad was very famous for Jagat Seth. He was the banker of the world. So we have made a room which is called Jagat Seth Room. And the entire story of Jagat Seth is there. It doesn't really cost nothing because we made all the pictures out of AI. You know, AI generated these pictures, and fantastic pictures. In seconds, you can make paintings which otherwise would have costed or taken so much of time. So these kind of intellectual input is required. It doesn't really cost any money, but we keep alive those folklores, those stories, those heritage through our buildings. And people can enjoy who are living there. The visitors will also get impressed when we see all these things, and they'll find that the builder has done a great job. I think that is the message I would like to give.
This is such a nice thought, sir. Very, very nice. So this is what, somewhere near what Chinese government is doing, So they have started this thing called Grand Chinese Narrative, which is something for the students. It's mandatory to understand the culture, the richness of the country, and love the people, who have contributed in the country. Thank you so much, sir. Masanji, your thoughts?
My thought is very simple in terms of real estate. It's बाकी तो प्रदीप भाई साहब ने सब कुछ कहा है. He has knowledge, he has wisdom, he has experimented, he has done, he has delivered. In real estate, what I feel is the most important factor is the trust factor, the transparency factor. This is the most important things. And I am very proud to say this. Calcutta excels on this in India. You all will agree. Calcutta excels. यहाँ पर अभी भी रिश्तों को तवज्जो दी जाती है, रिलेशनशिप को तवज्जो दी जाती है. यहाँ डिफॉल्ट्स कम है. यहाँ पर जो बोलते हैं वो हम मोरलेस करते हैं. दाल में अगर नमक नहीं हो तो स्वाद नहीं आता है, वहाँ तक चलता है. वहाँ तक हम सब करते हैं, थोड़ा बहुत करते हैं, वहाँ तक ठीक है, बट नॉट बियॉन्ड दैट, विच इज़ वेरी 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 इम्पोर्टेंट. मैं हरदम कहता हूँ, हम तन मन धन सब लगाते हैं जब प्रॉपर्टी बनाते हैं, फिर हमको लोग बेईमान क्यों कहते हैं? कहते हैं ना, बिल्डर बेईमान होता है. वाई? वी ऑल स्टैंड टुगेदर एंड से नो, दिस नोशन इज नॉट राइट. मेरे को एक पैनल के डिस्कशन में कहा से 2 मिनट, एक पैनल डिस्कशन में कहा था रेरा आ गया है, रेरा बहुत आ गया, बहुत अच्छा होगा. उसके पहले कि हम सब चोर थे? एक आदमी हाथ उठा के बताइए कि रेरा आने के बाद बहुत अच्छा हुआ कि रेरा के पहले भी हम बहुत खराब नहीं थे. खाली कंट्रोल से हमको ऑनेस्ट रखेगा. परसेप्शन बायर के माइंड में हो सकता है कि अब बिल्डर बेईमानी कम करेगा, लेकिन उसको बोला किसने कि बिल्डर बेईमानी करता है? वो तन मन धन अपनी इज्जत भी लगाता है, वो अपने बाप दादा की इज्जत भी लगाता है वो. देन द थिंग इज, ये जो एक परसेप्शन है ना, ये बदलना चाहिए. बदल रहा है, मैं मानता हूँ. नए नए रूल्स आएंगे, कानून आएंगे, तो डिसिप्लिन भी आएगा. नो इश्यूज ऑन दैट. बट जनरली वी आर नॉट डिसऑनेस्ट. द बिल्डर्स आर नॉट डिसऑनेस्ट. एक्सेप्शन तो सब जगह है ना. एंड सेकेंड थिंग इज, वी शुड इंटरेक्ट मोर. अगर हमारी कहीं गलतियां हैं तो आप भी आके हमें बताएं. वी आर ऑन दिस साइड ऑफ द टेबल डजंट मीन दैट वी आर द किंग एंड वी आर द बॉसेस. You people make us the bosses. The customer you bring make us the bosses. You people make us the king if we are. But we are as of you. We are like you. We are on this side of the chair. कभी हम उस साइड पे भी थे. लेकिन जब हम डील करें तो उस साइड होके करें, और आप जब करें तो इस साइड होके करिए. Then the result would be absolutely stunning and outstanding.
Thank you, sir. Tamal.
I think after this great insights by Pradeep Bhai and Vasan Bhai, both very senior. I am probably the crossroad of the age group in terms of the development and developer matrix. So I will go to a more mundane topics, which is, future trends. And I just said in my earlier disposition that I think quality real estate will follow quality infrastructure. I think infrastructure is the most key word for the future. And wherever you want, as urbanization would go up and more people would need housing or services, I think it is critical to see that the infrastructure is there. Because people, as I said, it's not about infrastructure anymore, it's about the quality of that infrastructure. People have a choice. And if you see, we are in a great time in our country where infrastructure is being driven with ferocious pace, be it railway, be it road, be it sports and housing. I think somebody who stays in Mumbai was just telling me that I've seen more infrastructure in 2 years than the last 20 years with the coastal road, with the highway.
That's everyone says.
Yeah, so I think it's not just about infrastructure, it's about quality. And I think the future will belong to those areas, those cities, those locations which will have infrastructure built into them.
Sure, agree. Thank you so much.
The session would not end without one thing, and which is the role which is played by CREDAI. CREDAI is an association of builders, right? Two of the big people sitting here. Tamalda always, and now Siddharth. The initiative taken by, just 30 seconds,
Sure.
The initiative taken by them and the hard work and their own personal time given by them over recent years will yield absolutely stunning results you will see in future. The amount of efforts they have given to the bureaucracy and the political bosses is phenomenal. आप लोगों को सबको पता नहीं है, लेकिन आने वाले कुछ समय बाद आपको पता लगेगा कि जो रूल्स चेंज हो रहे हैं, जो नई बातें रिलैक्सेशन के लिए रियल स्टेट में आएंगी, जो हमारी 10 साल 15 साल के डिमांड थे, और नए एरिया उसके कारण डेवलपमेंट होगी, और रियल स्टेट में सब जगह बहुत मेजर चेंजेज आएंगे, चाहे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में हो या लैंड लॉज में हो या किसी में हो. इसलिए अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू क्रेडाई हावड़ा एंड टू क्रेडाई कोलकाता.
Thank you, sir. Siddharth ji.
I think in the interest of time, but doing my CREDAI sales pitch also, that is what I'm here for. So 2-3 very quick points, Basant Bhaiya spoke about RERA. See what SEBI did to stock markets, RERA will do for real estate, it is already doing. It is not कि हम लोग पहले बेईमान थे या वो थे. But everybody comes at a same level playing field. Carpet area is something easier for the government, for the customer to measure, for the banks to understand. So that has restored customer confidence to a level because of what you're seeing is today. Earlier, you didn't know what was right and wrong. At least everybody knows the lens. And I think going forward, because of SEBI, the confidence that people have in the stock markets with regulation, that is what is going to happen here. It is not about we being right or wrong, but when a customer feels wrong, at least there is a adjudication mechanism which is quick. It doesn't go for a 5-year, 10-year. So I think that's going to really help. This industry is going through one of their best times. Pradeep Uncle and Basant Bhai have been here for many years. And पहले अगर एक South Calcutta में एक building launch होता था, चाहे वो Elgin Road हो और Kamak Street हो और Baliganj. If one sold at 2,500, the other person faced a lot of difficulty in selling for 2,700. Customer made their mind 2,500 to 2,500. But today you have a project, say like an Atmosphere, which is sharing a boundary wall with Trump. The price difference is more than 40-50%. So the scope of a person to provide creativity, to do something different, to sell, to market, to invest more in the building and realize more, so it throws a gambit of opportunity and entrepreneurship for people to encash on. Lastly, Pradeep Uncle spoke about intellectual property. Basant Bhaiya spoke about, CREDAI. I think it's very important that all of us contribute back to the industry in whatever way we can. Whether it's addressing issues of maintenance, whether it's pitching to the government, society, for whatever issues, the more we give back to the industry, that much more the industry will give back to us. Thank you, friends.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Rishi.
Yeah, so I realize my words will be the only thing stopping the audience from breaking out from a rather 90-minute session. So I'll be kind.
No, I'll also speak after you.
So I will be brief. I would expect you to be briefer. But, my closing remarks are very simple. From one of the key principles that my dad incorporated in me when we were in this business is that we are going to face a lot of perception issues. And there will be people who will have no idea about the industry, but would like to have a lot of gossip over their morning or evening teas and chai adda sessions. don't take that too seriously about the perception part, but just make sure that none of that perception becomes true. So for a real estate developer today, the greatest product that he has is the service that he's providing to his customers. And this is not some novel idea. I have been, we all have been learning it from our seniors in the industry. And anybody who experiences a real estate developer who wants to be in the long run, who wants to stay there for the next, say, 30, 40, 50 years, or the next 40, or has plans to make the next 30, 40 projects, will not have the same perception that any consumer will have. Anyone who just looks at the square feet and the price and simply just wants to say that my 3 ways of selection is A, location, B, price, C, whether that budget or that ticket size fits me or not, you are in for a shock. So like anything else, like any other brand, you have to look at the brand story. You have to look at the narrative that the brand has built, the lineage and the heritage that the brand has built. We have been sitting in this August company, organized by Realty, and Realty itself, as Anurag sir had said, that it is 20 years now. So a media house obviously pays that much value to its brand. When real estate developers, today the real estate developers are paying that much attention to their service, to their online presence, to their brand, to the reputation, then the baggage of having, someone regulating us, or the baggage of not having the greatest of, perception value, all that becomes a problem of the past. It doesn't really remain a relevant problem.
Yes, agreed with you. I think the customers, the young generations, they have also matured a lot. They have got the exposure. They understand the product well. So we are, in due for some great market upswing. So I think, before I end the session, I'll take 2 minutes. I'll tell again, a small story on kindness, because we have been talking on kindness a lot. So this story is about Indian Army. It's about the military story, which I love reading. And this is about a particular leader. It's about leadership kindness, basically. His name is Ustad Nair. I heard this story in a podcast. I don't remember who has exactly said. But the story goes like this, that he is a trainer in tank weapon. So he has been training young officers on that, and they select the best officers to go in for the training. So he formed batches of 10, 12 officers, and he trains them, and there is an event where there's an examination, and they get a certificate, and they get their tank. So that's how the process is. Now, this particular trainer had got a batch of student where he had the best student, so there was a best student, a best officer who was practicing hard the most, hitting the targets most, and he was very, very passionate about that student. Now, when the day of the examination came, out of those 10, 12 people, 2 of them failed, and this student was one of them. So he was shocked, this Ustad, as they call the trainer, the leader, he was shocked to see that his favorite student, who trained him so well, who can actually hit the target so many times, has failed. Now, every trainer has got one, I'll not say bullet, one of those, one shot they have basically in their hand as a leader. So he gave his own shot free to this guy and said that, go, make a second try, and I think you'll be able to hit it and you'll win the certificate. So the guy was tensed. He was a little bit shocked on his own act. He went on, he made a second attempt and he failed. He came back and he was called on stage. And this leader, one of the biggest leader, of the army, they say, he called this guy and said that, don't worry, son, in life, we all miss targets once or twice. We all do mistakes once or twice. You are so lucky that you have done that mistake on the training ground. So when you are going on the warfield, I'm sure you're not going to miss the target. So that's what a leadership and kindness is all about. And here I'm ending the session. Thank you so much, and thanks to all the eminent panelists. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was told that this is the most energetic audience over here. I don't really resonate with that fact with the kind of cheers that you are. Can we please be it louder? और ज़्यादा जोर से हो सकता है कि नहीं? ऐसे? Yes, thank you so much for that wonderful insights. Thank you to all of you. I'll request Rahul Bansal, co-founder of Propacity, to kindly come up on stage and give away the mementos to all our respected dignitaries and panelists. Give it up for Rahul Bansal once again, please, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll have a group photo as well with all of you over here on stage. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us and sharing your insights. It's been an absolute pleasure to listen to all of you. And we have a group photo as well. No, sir, with Rahul as well. Thank you, bhai. बहुत chair ना? One more chair. All right, that was indeed a very fascinating panel discussion, and I think the audience is quite interesting, quite patient in terms of all the insights that you have been hearing and learning. We now move forward to the next panel discussion of the day. The topic for the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is sales and marketing, proven strategies for business growth. I'll repeat the topic for all of you once again. It's sales and marketing, proven strategies for business growth. The session will be led by Abhijit Das, Senior Director, East, Knight Frank, India. To tell you all a bit about Mr. Das, he is a veteran of close to 30 years of experience in an industry stalwart, providing strategic leadership to a team of well-experienced real estate experts in the region. Abhijit has previously led companies like JAL and Cushman and Wakefield. In terms of real estate transactions, Abhijit specializes in land deals, joint ventures and fundraising, and large format sell and lease transactions in commercial and retail assets. He also has hands-on experience in residential and hospitality businesses. Before I introduce the speakers, I'll request all of you to kindly settle down so that we can move forward to the next session. I'll request all of you to kindly settle down, please, so that I can introduce the speakers once again in alphabetical order. And I'll request everybody to kindly keep your phones in silent mode so that there's no distraction for any of the speakers on the panel. So I'll be introducing our speakers for this session in alphabetical order. Mr. Aninda Das, a Vice President, Marketing Infinity Group. He's an ecosystem enabler and has been helping the Infinity Group to draw investments in Kolkata. In Kolkata, Infinity has catalyzed the growth of Salt Lake Sector 5, which is one of the largest tech commercial hubs of Eastern, with more than 450 plus corporates housed in Infinity Spaces. Anindo is currently in the various committees of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, CII, and NASCOM. He's also the Secretary of Salt Lake Sector 5 Stakeholders Association. He's associated with not-for-profit organizations such as Vidya Bharati, Akhil Bharatiya Siksha Sansthan, and Sri Aurobindo Society. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, it's Manish Gaur, Vice President Sales and Marketing, Imami Realty, an astute professional with over 25 years plus experience in sales, marketing, customer service, business development and training. In his entire career journey, he has worked for organizations like Wipro Limited, Cummins Limited, Wave, Hero Realty, and presently with Imami Realty Limited. He has experience of handling various real estate developments, the biggest one being more than 4,200 acres. He has handled projects like in Delhi, NCR, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Punjab, Uttarakhand, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and Haryana. Our next speaker is Mayank Singh, co-founder Karyam Realty. Mayank Singh took his first plunge in the real estate industry way back in 2006, and after 15 years of rich experience, co-founded Karyam Realty in 2020. In his stint with the global real estate superbrand Trump, he was spearheading sales, marketing, and customer experience for Trump Tower, Kolkata. Beyond this, he has successfully managed sales and marketing of projects spread more than 6 million square feet luxury real estate. His forte are data analytics and sales and marketing strategies. Our next speaker is Rahul Bansal, co-founder Propacity. Rahul Bansal is passionate about building tech-enabled businesses in emerging markets. A real estate and technology enthusiast with a love for solving complex problems, like he always likes to say, Rahul is helping real estate professionals to scale faster than ever before. Under his able guidance, Propacity is creating a suite of products that enables real estate businesses of all sizes to improve, evolve, and scale, of course. Our next speaker is Rohan Shah, co-founder Realty. Rohan Shah is the co-founder of Realty, a pioneer in real estate digital marketing, which has 100 plus pan-India clients, including some of the top listed developers. Having early roots in India's digital journey and 10 plus years of multiple entrepreneur roles in the domestic and international market, in the year 2017, he co-founded his venture Realty, where he continues to lead using his in-depth digital knowledge and business acumen, of course. Our next speaker is Sanjay Goel, founder GFS Realtors. He's a chartered accountant by profession and has more than 2 decades of experience. His company specializes in corporate leasing for retail, office, and warehouse space at Siliguri, Kolkata, Assam, and the entire Northeast India. He also has business interest in co-working spaces by the name of Work Nests and logistic facility at Mangal Shiv Logistics. He's also the co-founder of Loan Bags, a financial advisory committee. He's also the chairman of ICC North Bengal, past vice president of Credai North Bengal, and the past chairman of ICAI Siliguri. Ladies and gentlemen, all of these are wonderful individuals. Can you please clap for all of them? Zor se taali. Thank you. Over to you all. Thank you. Acha, mic band tha kya abhi tak? Wow. That just means I'm loud anyway.
बंद है क्या?
अभी चालू हो गया.
चालू है. Okay, hi, good afternoon. To start with, I'll just try and crack a joke. Now, there's as many people in the panel, which is equal to as many people listening to us. So that's like marketing gone wrong. So you should take care of it next time. Yeah. Okay. So when the list was given, the initial list, Anurag was supposed to be one of the speakers, and then I realized that Anurag, with his kind of vintage in real estate and marketing, we can safely call him the Peter Drucker, or maybe the Peter Drucker or Philip Kotler of real estate. And then I realized if I have the Philip Kotler of real estate sitting over here, then what will we talk? We will have to just listen and he will talk. But good that he is not here. I have no idea where Anurag is. Okay, so the topic is sales and marketing. Sales you have just added in the collateral, it's marketing, proven strategies for business growth. Now, in my opinion, and I could have personal opinions, right? In my opinion, I think the topic by itself is not correct, because in marketing, there cannot be a proven strategy. Because something which worked 5 years from now or something which worked 10 years from now might not be working now, because the kind of speed at which the entire ecosystem is changing
You cannot say that, अपने, product launch कर रहे हैं, तो Times of India में front page सोलस मार दो, 500 calls आ जाएंगे, 100 flats है, वो बिक जाएंगे. If that was the strategy which worked 10 years from now, that will not work now, right? So hence the topic that proven strategies of marketing for business growth by itself is incorrect. We would like to hence start with the premise, then what are the strategies in marketing that will work now in a changed scenario, that will work in the midterm scenario, which is 5 years from now, and what will work in 10 years from now or beyond. Now, generally, once we talk of marketing, usually दिमाग में ये आता है, even from the developer point of view, I'm not saying that continues to be so, but 10 साल पहले तो यही था कि जॉइंट वेंचर हो गया है, आर्किटेक्ट ने डिज़ाइन बना लिया है, अब पैसे चाहिए, अब मार्केटिंग को इन्वॉल्व करो, जाओ जाके माल बेचो. Now that is not marketing. Okay, 90% of sales people will say that आप करते क्या है, they will say अपने marketing करते हैं. Okay, that is not marketing. Now, if you go to Kotler's marketing, when we were students and we used to study marketing in our postgrad, Philip Kotler had 4 P's: product, pricing, promotion, and place. And then someone added the 5th P, which nowadays is the most important P, which is the positioning. So, when I was a student, I continued till 5 P's of marketing. उसके बाद then I started to work, and then when I used to read business magazines and stuff, then कभी तो 7 P's हो गए, कभी 9 P's हो गए, but that is okay. 7 and 9 P's are subsets of the first 5 P's, all right? So the 5 P's of marketing is product, price, promotion, place, and positioning. So hence, the role of marketing or marketing strategists or marketing executives like us does not start from after the product is built. Technically, if you are a smart strategist, you will involve marketing even before you have designed the product. Because the role of a marketer is to find out क्या बिकेगा, तो फिर आपको बेचना ही नहीं पड़ेगा, right? So from that premise, we have a set of experts in the panel, and I'd like to ask each one of them, or whoever specializes in the topic that I'm going to raise, that I'll throw the question, and whoever wants to take it first can take it, and whoever wants to take it second can take it later on. See, how do you think? What would you do to make your product or service different and not a me too? Okay, Anindo, as you know, he is from Infinity. He I might say is the largest occupier, a builder of office real estate in Calcutta. So he deals in commercial real estate. Manish Gaur is from Emami Realty. They also do commercial, but mostly do residential. Then Karyam Realty, he is a real estate consultant. He used to be working for Trump. He sold Trump Towers in Calcutta. Now he has a consulting firm on his own. Rahul runs a IT tech company, which Propacity. Then Rohan does digital marketing. And we have a friend from Siliguri. He runs a firm selling real estate and marketing real estate in out of Bengal in Siliguri. So with this background, what is it, Anindo, if you want to take this question, what is it that you'll do that will not make your product a me too?
So, what has worked for Infinity, and as you correctly said, those, the old ways and now the new ways, how we are marketing, understanding the customer is the key. That's what we have felt over the days, and that's something which we differentiate. Now, the typical ways is like we wait and the queries will come and the team will then handle it. Now, how we are differently doing it, like from others, I feel that, instead of depending on somebody else, I need to predict the market through my different, tools and technologies, that what are the expansions which will come in the next 3 years. That level of research we need to focus upon and start, building relationship with those kind of companies. If not now, they will come after 1 year. And we have to put in that effort, on those kind of strategies, and that's how it will differentiate. And the product has to be good, by no doubt. But understanding the customer, like for example, what KPMG was looking for 5 years back, now they're looking for something else. What I need to pitch when I do a informal meeting with them or doing over drinks, that is something, has started differentiating instead of typical traditional way of marketing which has worked for us.
Right. So what he wanted to, and maybe align, that you have to figure out what the customer wants now and what the customer would want 3 years or 5 years down the line, and then accordingly make your product such that 3 years down the line when the building is delivered, it is in tune to what the customer is wanting then, right? Okay, Manish, so, in residential, what is Emami doing differently, which is making Emami, if at all, different from the other developers operating in the city?
First of all, I would like to thank Realty Plus, and special thanks to you. Before I answer this question, I was inducted yesterday evening for this program. Today morning I was actually flying out for some business reasons out of the town. But due to some reasons I was chosen and I have to be here, for which I'm really very glad and thankful to ma'am for accommodating me at the last moment. Why I'm especially thanking you, sir, as you rightly said, when this topic was shared with me today morning, sales and marketing proven strategies for business growth. So I started thinking, which one should I go and speak about? My major experience has been into real estate. I've been in the north. So talking about somewhere 2003 and 4, real estate sales and marketing was, I know these 20 investors. Each one of them would give me 20 checks, hence the calculation of these 100 apartments it's sold. And it's done there. After that, as you rightly said, more players came in, and the Times of India came in, Property Times came in, front page advertisements, getting 400 calls, selling 200 apartments. That has also worked, and that is again a proven strategy. But yes, with time now, if you ask me even just a decade before, in 2014, he may not like, Realty may not like what I'm saying, I was absolutely against digital marketing because I thought it's not giving me any results. Somebody making friends over Facebook is going to buy a property worth 1 crore from me on Facebook? So you please stay away. I was into traditional newspapers. I wanted to be physically present at airport, metros, where I can, relate with the targeted audience. But yes, it has changed. So thank you once again for saying, and to all the listeners, my colleagues, maybe those who have started their careers, believe me, the thing that is correct today may not remain the same tomorrow. Yeah. Now coming back to the question, is what I plan to do is not the right question. I would tweak and twist a bit. It is a mandate for me to do. So,
if it's a secret, then you might not share it here. But if it's generic, then you can go ahead.
No. I'm very proud to share this. Okay. So I represent a group which has diversified business interests. The revenues are more than 30,000 crores per annum, and by the God's grace, the name Emami, I as a salesman or as a marketer need not to introduce myself anywhere to any customer. Even at pan-India level, somebody or other may have used mera wo Navratan Thanda Thanda Cool, my Boro Plus cream. So that is a job, a ground that has already been created and served to me on platter when I joined this organization. Although I hard work for past 50 years, and especially in Eastern India, where most of our projects are, and we are planning to come up big time in Calcutta. We have Frank Ross. Every now and then you may buy medicines from there. You have hospitals like Ambry and so on. So what is the mandate and what is the strategy? What we are doing different is, when the board called me and they said, Manish, we hire you, there is only one strategy I want. Most of the iconic celebrities of India have advertised for Imami, starting from Shri Amitabh Bachchan ji and going on Salman Khan, Kareena Kapoor. So my board gave me a mandate that I want a real estate organization which is absolutely customer focused, customer centric. Now, this mandate is not only for a salesman or a marketer as Manish Gaur. This mandate is for the entire organization. Starts from the youngest of the executive who's working with me, going up to the board, maybe an accountant, maybe a lawyer, maybe somebody from the projects team, maybe somebody, anyone who's carrying a visiting card of Imami Realty has to live up to it. Because my board says they can pump in a huge amount of money in Realty and tomorrow I can have 25 projects. That's what it takes, right? Definitely it takes an experienced team. And by the God's grace, we have a cosmopolitan team. People from all over India are part of Imami Realty. My HR guy has come from Dubai. So, as I said, we have a cosmopolitan team, so we have expertise. But now, it is something which is not strategy. It is something which is not marketing. It is the culture that we are building in. For everything, any point of interaction with the customer, we have a setup of TAT. If somebody sends an email, the person who's receiving it, with the use of technology, software, ERPs, we are able to capture it. And there has to be a response. It could be a high possibility that the response may not be up to the utmost satisfaction of the customer. But yes, if you ping Imami, within 5 hours, I'm back on your mailbox.
So to sum it up, he's saying that his strategy is to delight the customer so much, and that is the differentiation that is part of the overall marketing strategy, that I'll delight the customer so much, and that is how I'll become different, right? So, yeah. So in Karyam Realty, if there are 100 projects in Calcutta, I'm sure there are more, and there are. There are 500 firms trying to sell these 100 projects, right? You are one of them. What do you think, what is your strategy to differentiate yourself from the rest of the gang?
Good afternoon, everyone. Abhijit, what I would like to say over here is, I would first like to add to what Manish just said. So if you analyze Kolkata's market and divide them into 4 or 5 fragments, each fragment will definitely have some projects which have done very well and some which have not done that well. Irrespective of the fact that all these projects were launched at the same time and had similar DNA, right? What I think went wrong with the projects which could not do that great were not designed or made as per what the market demanded. With the help of Shark Tank, we are listening to this word called product market fit very commonly these days. I think those products lacked product market fit. Those were designed and made maybe for the ego of someone who was designing it, maybe some bad market research, some bad market studies, and then they kind of struggled for a long, long time. And you have these kind of examples in all corners of Calcutta. Be it West Calcutta, be it North Calcutta, be it South, be it Central.
That's a national thing happening.
Yeah. And at the same time, when a project is being developed, which is of a similar scale in a similar area by 2 or 3 developers, definitely the brand differentiates the project. Second thing which I think differentiates the project more than anything else is what the customer takes away from his or her site visit. The experience, the delight that you give to the customer definitely differentiates. And I think that is something which is here to stay. We have Mr. Shroff over here, who I think has created the best example of customer service, customer delight, customer experience. Otherwise, 7 years back, if someone told us that we'll sell 1,000 apartments in a place called Srirampur, you would have kind of laughed. But the kind of experience he created, he kind of answered all the questions. So, right product market fit, along with a great experience, I think will always be here to stay. Coming back to your question, so before opening Karyam with my friend Amit, I was working with Trump and then before that with Space Group. So I used to be on the chair where I used to be dealing with various other channel partners coming in for sales closure. Two things I felt that were not going in the best of the manner. One is that the brokers, channel partners, with all due respect to each one of them, were only trying to bring in the client to our desks, not even kind of giving them proper orientation.
Very nice.
Right? I'm not talking about them telling them or briefing them about the minutest of details. I'm talking about basic orientation. That if you are going into this project, you are expecting A, B, C, D.
They will just set up the meeting and leave it on to you.
Yeah.
All right.
Rest my team would definitely take care of, but a customer coming in expecting something absolutely which is not there on my plate. So we felt that this was a big gap that we were facing as developers. At the same time, the customers were also feeling shocked, at times embarrassed, giving them commitments of wrong availability, giving them commitments of wrong delivery timelines, rates, prices. So we thought that this is the biggest gap. Now, there could be various reasons of this scenario, but what I think the most important reason was that their homework was not done. And they were just trying to act as someone who kind of brings someone to your chair. So when we opened Karyam, we spoke to various developers and the clients, and we wanted to ask that what is your biggest pain point when you speak to a channel partner or something. So various kind of options came to us, that people don't tell us properly, they don't know the details, they have no information, they come and speak about every property, हाँ इसमें हो जाएगा, उसमें हो जाएगा, करवा देंगे, ये flat भी available है, वो भी available है, rate भी ऐसा है. So we kind of made a promise to ourselves that we will first not give any wrong information to any of our clients or the developers, that if say I'm trying to negotiate on a larger deal, I will not give false hopes of price or payment schedule to my developers. At the same time, to the customers, we would stick to whatever we have been told and accept the fact that if you don't know something off the table, tell them that, sir, I am not able to answer this question. We'll find out and get back to you. So I think that was one thing that we kind of, yeah, please.
So in my opinion, that's an awesome identification of gap. That's and if you can actually fill it up and do it consistently, you will really make a difference in the market. Let me tell you that there is a huge gap in this, right? So that's what will make you a consultant from a broker, if you can actually do that.
And one more thing, and I'm very painfully saying this practice over the years and maybe decades has kind of taken away all the respect that consultants should have been commanding.
That's like a 2-hour kind of a session that we need to have one more time. So going back to Rahul, you are a tech company trying to help real estate developers and other participants of the... If I am a developer, why will I hire you? So what are you doing in your strategy to make yourself different?
That's a very interesting question. I think first I would want to tell a little bit about why we exist. That is very important, and then I link it up with the question that you have just asked. My dad is a developer. I come from a typical Marwadi Baniya family, which has been into steel over the last 40 years. I have seen a lot of problems when it comes to mid-sized developers, and that can be extrapolated to small-size and large-size developers as well. And these are the primary problems that we are trying to solve with Propacity. I thought that if I am able to solve it for my dad, and there are so many people like him, And so then we can change the entire industry. Like a lot of people, and it is very, very important to look from a customer standpoint. What we sometimes do not understand, the customer experience is completely derived by the experience that the developer has during selling the project, as well as the experience of the broker while they are selling it. So unless and until the experience of the developer and the broker in the entire value chain is not strong, the customer experience is going to be really, really bad. An unhappy developer or an unhappy, unethical broker is definitely going to lead to a bad customer experience, right? So when we were building Propacity, we said that, hey, we will solve for the customers in a very different way. We will try to create an ecosystem that empowers developers as well as the brokers. How are we helping developers is primarily across three things. And this is where the differentiation lies between a great developer and a bad developer. One is positioning. I was having a conversation with one of my colleagues this morning, and he said something very interesting, that earlier people used to buy property with logic and used to justify it with emotion, right? तो लोग पहले लॉजिक लगाकर प्रॉपर्टी बाय करते थे और फिर उसके अंदर प्रॉपर्टी के साथ एक इमोशन अटैच होता था. Now people buy property with emotion and then justify it with logic. Unless and until it is not a story that is emotional, it is not a story that resonates with you, there is no chance that you would be able to sell the inventory that you are selling. So when it comes to a developer, we try to first understand what is the story behind the creator of this inventory. So we do not call our developers as developers, we call them as creators. Rather, I'm launching a podcast called Bharat Ke Builders, because you are the ones which are building Bharat. You are the ones who are the creators of this entire economy, right? So what are you creating and what is the thought behind it? So we work with one of the veterans in this industry, Mr. Sushil sir, who has built this beautiful project, Merlin Aquaville, right? And now it is one of the most beautiful projects that I have seen in my entire life. But there was a story that Mr. Sushil had, but that story was not resonating with the market, and we invested all our heart and energy in creating a lot of content with respect to what does the residents in that society feel like? How can we bring that story out? How can we make sure that every nuance of that particular property is distilled into the right form of creatives, the right kind of videos, the right kind of voiceovers, the right actors, everything packaged into one place so that it is positioned strongly, and the idea of emotion then logic can be made. Second, when you create that kind of emotion, that's when you unlock distribution. Unless and until as a developer, you are not passionate, and brokers जैसे भी हों आप उनको eliminate नहीं कर सकते. So if you have to become a really large developer, you have to elevate brokers and you cannot eliminate brokers. And unless and until you are a developer who is not passionate and who is not able to take your emotion to the market, you cannot unlock distribution. So that comes the second part where Propacity comes in, where we identified a massive gap. I completely agree with what he said, that brokers को पता ही नहीं है और वो एक्सपीरियंस क्रिएट ही नहीं कर पाते, वो डेवलपर्स के पास ले आते हैं एंड देन दे प्रॉमिस रॉन्ग. बट इज देयर एनी प्लेटफॉर्म दैट एस्टैब्लिशेस बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस फॉर द ब्रोकर्स? अब डेवलपर्स के लिए रेरा आ गया, डेवलपर्स के लिए क्रेडाई है, नेरेटको है. गिव मी दैट वन प्लेटफॉर्म दैट स्ट्रांगली हेल्प्स ब्रोकर्स अपस्किल. देयर इज नन, राइट? सो वी लॉन्च्ड समथिंग कॉल्ड एज द Propacity Plus, where we created content very vernacular in their language, different cohorts, in which we realize that these brokers need help. They should know that if they are helping somebody invest their entire life savings, then how should the entire experience be? And we ended up realizing that why these 10,000 brokers which are on our platform coming onto our platform every single day, because their intent is to also grow and improve and evolve and scale, right? So that's where we help them match with the developers and trained brokers. The idea is that somebody who's a broker which is powered by Propacity has to be very different from a broker which is not powered by Propacity, because at the end of the day, this is a person which is bridging the gap and taking a developer story to the customer. So this person needs to be trained. And third part, which is technology. As a developer, your constant job is to fire yourself, right? If you're a developer and you started as someone who was doing all the 20 things that you were doing in your organization, and after 10 years, you're still doing all those 20 things, that you're not a developer who is going to scale. So how can we make sure that we create technology that is bite-sized, easily deployable, is not fancy and is workable, is something that we deeply emphasize upon. That when we help you scale, how can we make sure that the chaos that we bring to you with that scale can also be managed with the technology that we are creating. So propacity, the word comes from property plus velocity. How we add velocity is with this beautiful combination of deep story positioning, trained distribution, and technology that works, is fast and easily deployable.
I think that's a good story if you can execute it well. I think there's a lot of depth that you're talking of.
We have done that for 450 projects, 18 cities and 70 developers.
Right. So, that reminds me, I'll just take a detour with your permission. We have one startup, two startup, actually technically, we have 4 entrepreneurs in this dais. I have been an two times entrepreneur. I might not say a failed entrepreneur, but then I've tried doing larger things in the wrong market much ahead of time, but I've been an entrepreneur. And there are entrepreneurs in the audience. So I think if there were no entrepreneurs, then people like us wouldn't have had jobs, right? So I think one applause goes to all the entrepreneurs in the dais and also in the audience. Okay, Rohan is one more startup. Now, Rohan, same question. You are a content startup trying to, correct me if I'm wrong, content startup trying to help real estate fraternity with your content. How are you different? What is the strategy for you?
So, we are basically into digital marketing. What we do is technology plus creative, plus obviously, content, these 3 combined. We would not call ourselves a startup now. I would say that we are quite established. Firstly, I think the question is what is the different that we do, right? So, I would like to compare this to like projects in real estate, right? That you want a project which has space, which has probably, it has views, it has space, it has amenities, and probably it has a very good location, right? So this is what we are. We are a digital marketing company, which is having all access and, lot of experience by handling Google, Facebook, Taboola. So all these big media houses, we are premier partners of these media houses. So we get access to the best, to all the research studies, we get access to all their tools, we get all the support, and we have professionals, probably 200 plus professionals working on these platforms since about 7 to 8 years, right? That is one. Then we are also customized into real estate. So, hardly any agencies who are customized into real estate, plus they are actually a proper agency doing the general Google, Facebook, like how these multinational agencies would do. So that is one thing where we are different. And the other thing also is that we are very integrated. So what we do is we do branding and performance marketing, plus we do technology, and we also do content. So we make video reels, we make ad films, we make mainline creatives. So this is how we are as integrated. So integrated plus quite professional into digital marketing and also customized for real estate.
So I'm sorry to do this to you, but then one line, how are you different? I mean, there are 1,000 people doing the same thing. One line, how are you different?
So we are customized.
Now that we are discussing marketing which will work, one line, what is your marketing strategy?
So if you want to put it in this forum, we would be quite customized for real estate, but bringing all the best practices of digital marketing into the real estate space.
Okay, Sanjay, 10 years from now, Calcutta was termed as a tier 2 market. Now I think we have become tier 3. So I do not know what that makes Sanjay. He's from Siliguri. But that was just a joke. So Sanjay runs a real estate consulting firm in Siliguri. Same question. What is your marketing strategy to make you different from rest of the gang there?
Okay, I'll cut this into 2 parts. First, before that, I'd like to thank Realty Plus for inviting somebody from Siliguri also. All through these years now, I've been sitting and seeing Realty Plus Awards East, and every time it is about Kolkata. तो सोचता था यार ईस्ट में कोलकाता के अलावा कुछ भी है क्या, तो लगता रहा सिलीगुड़ी भी है. So when this time when they said कि Sanjay you also come, it was like a eureka moment for me. अच्छा जाना है. The first point, how I am different is because I am from Siliguri now.
Very nice.
How are we different? How our journey started way back, I'll tell you, with real good respect to everyone. Way back in the year 2004, when we were basically into loan syndication, where we were doing home loans for developers. So we were the leading, in fact, for LIC Housing Finance, not only in Siliguri, North Bengal, but pan-India. We ranked among the number one DSS for LIC Housing Finance that time. That was the market share that LIC had in Siliguri. Shudipto Paul, I don't know where people have heard about him, he was there. So एक बार क्या हुआ, one of our clients came to us and he said he had seen an advertisement, newspaper advertisement, which is now something which is not very relevant. And he paid a developer around 3 lakh rupees that time, 2004. Some way or the other, after that he kept on chasing that developer. He was from Sikkim. Sikkim is a big market for our Siliguri developers. And somehow or the other he could not get through that particular developer. He was known to us. So he used to keep coming to me and telling me कि भैया देखिए ना इसका कुछ हो सकता है क्या, भैया देखिए ना इसका कुछ हो सकता है क्या. Unfortunately, we did not even know who the developer was. So we somewhere realized there was a big gap between a consumer and understanding which developer, which property, where they should be investing in. So way back in the year 2004, we sat down and thought, and we built a website called siliguriproperties.com. The basic purpose of bringing that particular website, siliguriproperties.com, was to make reliable products, reliable projects, reliable developers be accessible to people at one place. So our thought that time was, if we could popularize siliguriproperties.com in a manner that people could come and see and choose properties there, then they would at least reach out to people who are reliable. Because we being in Siliguri, born and brought up in Siliguri, had some knowledge about the developers and the product, which might be for some reason or other, end user, a person working in the remote corners of Sikkim might not be knowing. But unfortunately, for a long period of time, nobody came to the website. That was in 2004, Siliguri Properties, we tried to popularize it. But then we always thought about bringing some kind of an innovation with a customer centricity, how we are different from the other. So then we started our first real estate brokering firm by the name of GFS Realtors. वो एक टाइम था जब डेवलपर्स ब्रोशर भी नहीं बनाते थे. तो once we reached out to one of the very prominent developer and told him कि भैया brochures बनाते हैं ना. He said brochures क्या होता है, हमारे तो ऐसे ही बिकते हैं. So just the way we were not in the organized sector, just the way the brokering business was not in the organized sector, even the developers were not in the organized sector. They did not have a team, they did not have a right customer-centric approach and all. And so we thought there was a big gap. So how do we bridge this gap? How do we reach out to the... So we went up to the developer and said, कि we will try and take everything that you do other than developing the project for you. Means from a customer's point of view. The customer needs help in the legal, the customer needs help in the finance, customer needs help in buying the properties. So we will handle all this for you. If a customer comes in and tries to understand the taxation purpose with the given background of chartered accountancy firm that we have been running for the last 21 years, so we told them, you give all these things to us. आपके agreements हम बनाएंगे, आपके customers के loan हम कराएंगे, और properties के लिए दरकार पड़ी तो buyers भी हम लाके आपको देंगे. ये सारे services हम आपको देंगे, and for different services we'll charge you. The basic purpose was that the thought was that to let us make an effort to bring everything into organized sectors. We could push a developer to get a brochure done. He made the brochures, but he never handed over the brochure to the customer. Because he printed 200 brochures, and then for every customer, he kept the packet away, and every customer आता brochure दिखाता, वो बोलता ठीक है, brochure को packet करता, वापस रख देता. तो उसके mind पे ये था कि brochure दे दूंगा, तो फिर वापस reprint करना पड़ेगा. So we have seen that kind of an approach. Why we wanted to force in this brochure concept was to bring in more accountability. Aata the customer used to be told 1500 square feet of apartment. No definition, kya hai 1500, kaise hai, how 1500 square feet has come up, and nothing. No transparency. Not that they were cheating, not that they were wrong, but the entire market was that there was no concept of bringing transparency onto the customer's table. This is what we are offering, this is what it is going to be till the end. Slowly and slowly things started to evolve. We matured, we became more organized, the developers became more organized. How we remained different always was that we kept on innovating, trying to learn the best practices which were happening in the industry across the country and bringing it. Today, our main differentiator, I would say, is our customer centricity and our efforts that we have put towards increasing the customer engagement and understanding the customer's viewpoint. Like Rahul also said, and Karyam also said was that customer ko kya chahiye? We invest a lot of time with our team telling them, you try to understand from the customer's point of view. You try to give a product which is as per the requirement of the customer, and you understand the developer, you understand the properties well, match them, become a matchmaker for this, and then you move towards the selling. We feel sales is a byproduct of the entire marketing activity that goes around. But marketing has to be true. It has to be customer centric. It has to be with a viewpoint that the customer should not come back and tell us one day that this is something wrong, or this is something wrong information or wrong pitch that you have given us. So that's where I think we differentiate from the other people. Over a period of time, we have tried to bring some innovation, learn the best practices from across country and other places, and tried to bring it to Siliguri also. And we are slowly expanding out of Siliguri also.
Which is a fair thought, because we all travel the same cycle in all our markets, and some of us have tried to do the same thing. Some of us gave it up, failed midway. Some of us are continuing to do it. So that's a good thought. Okay, so we have another 20 minutes to go. There's a timer here. So I think we can do one more round. And instead of doing theoretical stuff, let's do something which is practical, in the sense which we have done actually. Marketing is a lot of theory, a lot of stuff we don't even, we talk, but we don't do. So the second question is, each one of you, in your real life, 10 years, 20 years, 15 years, whatever number of years, what is it that you have done, one act, from a marketing strategy point of view, which altered the result that you were expecting? One real life act from the marketing strategy point of view, which altered the result, which would mean that maybe you got the project which you were not supposed to get, or something you gained because of applying that strategy. And it also could be that you did apply this strategy, but then the end result was not commensurate with what you were expecting. It did not work out. But you, executed that strategy, real life, no story, no theory. If you don't have an example, then we can pass. If you have an example, then we can do. Okay? So Anindo wants to take it first. So Anindo, your experience.
Yeah, I think this is a wonderful question. And what is, one real life thing what we have done in Infinity, transforming, the team plays a very important role. I feel at the end of the day, the team is the one who drives the entire thing. Earlier, the hurdles what we were facing, if I go some 10 years back or 5 years before, the marketing team has to, be after there are different departments in an organization. Like it takes a lot of time. I'm talking about the commercial real estate. A lot of time goes with the legal department, with the O&M department and all. So the transformation which has worked, real time. So instead of those departments will be there, but within the marketing team, even if it's a 5-member team, and if I have specialists from all these 5 domains, then my dependency on the other department's lesson goes down, and I can have a more quicker turnaround time to close the deal, and I think that has worked fabulously. So the team transformation, so instead of going every time to my legal department, if I have somebody who understands legal within the marketing team, then my closures are faster. For a fit out to happen, because everyone demands only furnished office, if every time I have to go to my projects department because they are tied up with other priority work, and for me it's a very initial stage and I have to talk to a customer, if I have a specialist within my team, within the marketing team, who understands fit out, then it becomes easy. So like that, the transformation of the team in the recently what we have done, and another thing, what I have done, I've stopped taking MBAs and all. Fresh people, non-real estate background has worked wonders, no baggages. I think those are some of the strategies what has worked in Infinity real time and has shown results. That's what I wanted to share honestly.
Very nice. Manish.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just take 2 minutes because I know we have spoken a lot. I want to say pass to this question. The reason behind it, as we have discussed in the beginning, every market, every place, every time has different strategies, different techniques which work, which may not work. I, as the marketeer or the salesperson, would believe in going to the basics. The piece that you have mentioned, everybody knows, I need not to talk about further. Always, whatever you are doing, keep on improving on that every day, every week, keep on analyzing. There is no super strategies, and Einstein's are very less, hard to find. At least I'm not the one, so I'll pass. Thank you.
So I would like to share one incident that we faced in one of my companies I was working before. This was year 2015-16, and we were working on a project, without taking names, we were working on a project which was approximately 6 odd lakh square feet. And when the project was conceived, the demand for larger apartments were there. So a 2-bedroom would be in the range of, say, around 1,200 odd square feet. A 3-bedroom would be 1,600 square feet, and somewhere around this. But since it was a larger project, it took some time to get launched. When the project kind of was getting matured, the demand for these flat sizes were not there, and people were looking for slightly smaller apartments. So there was a time when all my smaller variants were sold out, and we were left with larger variants of 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom. So we were facing issues that people were coming to the site, liking the project, liking everything about it, except the sizes. So we just came up with I would call it a strategy, but it was more of a smart move, I would like to say. So we went to all of our customers, those who had taken smaller 2-bedrooms and smaller 3-bedrooms, almost 3 years back. We sent a very emotional note written to them that thanks to you for being part of the project. You booked the project 2-3 years back. You must have definitely excelled in your life, which normally everybody does, with increments and appreciation happening. We would like to be partner in your growth. So if you want to expand your living area, we are giving you a great discount. Please come to us, talk to us, take the extra area at the current rate. The previous area goes to you at the same rate. Now this is a very common practice, by the way. If someone comes to you and wants to expand their apartment from a 2 to a 3-bedroom, this is a standard practice. This is not my invention, but we just kind of made it accessible to all of our customers. One, many customers don't know that they can upgrade their apartment. So it was something like a very good news to them. And what it helped us, or would have helped us, that we had ready clients for smaller apartments, and bigger apartments would have got consumed. So this letter went out, and it took some time for them to understand and come back to us. But our 80% inventory, which was the balance 80% inventory, got sold off, and we were able to sell that, the new inventory which we now had of smaller apartments in much faster pace. And the problem that we had of not being able to sell larger apartments was kind of met very easily.
Very nice.
right? So there are two things that I would want to talk about. One, while working with a lot of developers, one thing that I have realized that a lot of times developers don't know what could be the markets beyond the micro market that they are operating in, right? And sometimes the markets that they are not tapping upon have the potential of giving them a crazy premium, okay? I'll give you a small example. So we were working with a developer in BT Road, right? And this developer had been struggling for a very long time. New developer entering into the market. There is a ready to move in project. They are selling under construction. And they have tapped upon the entire micro market at a CPL cost per lead of close to about 2,200 rupees, right? And when we went in and the clear instruction that was given to us was, we are happy to spend 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs a month, बस किसी तरीके से माल बिकवा दो. And we went to them and said, ki, can you take the decision of not spending even a rupee for the next 2 months? Because there is a latent strategy that you have built. For sure, it is not a spend problem, it is a strategy problem that is not working for you. For the next 1.5 months, we would want to understand what is going wrong, right? We did that and we ended up understanding that it is not the project layouts which is a problem, it is not the project location that is a problem, it is that the story that they are selling is not something that is resonating with the customer because it's too boring. And this developer is new, emerging developer, fresh in the market, but this developer is not able to bring that out and tell to the people that, hey, this is my vision and this is what we want to talk about. We went to the promoter and said that, hey, can we run an ad making you the actor of it? And you just come into the ad and tell people that why are you building this project? And we do not want to run this particular product in the micro market that you are targeting, but 5-10 kilometers beyond it. The CPL went down from 2,200 rupees to just 90 rupees. And from what they were generating close to about 10-15 leads a day, they started generating about 90 to 100 leads. The bookings went up by 30%, and it was an amazing success. So what I am trying to say, and which is a learning that comes to everybody, that see, आप market से बड़े नहीं हो, ठीक है? Nobody is bigger than the market. चाहे आप broker हो, चाहे आप builder हो, you are not bigger than the market. And the market is ever changing. And now, when the market is changing, you need to also understand how your lead generation mediums are changing. Now, when you're thinking that where your lead generation mediums are changing, and when you're looking at Facebook and Google, they run on a code, they run on an algorithm. So you need to understand what is working for that algorithm now. Now, when you understand what is working for the algorithm now, create assets according to that. So that understanding and that live example of that one thing helped us improve so much across all the campaigns that we do for developers all across the country. Second thing is the Plus platform that we are creating for brokers. That is something that is very, very dear to my heart. I want to create 10,000 real estate crorpatis by 2030. Real estate consultants who can become real estate crorepati. बहुत बड़ी opportunity है real estate. मुझे लगता है इससे बढ़िया industry नहीं है, इससे बढ़िया timing नहीं है, इससे बढ़िया opportunity नहीं है. और हर real estate consultant के पास एक golden age है, बहुत सारी value खुद के लिए create करने की, developers के लिए create करने की, customers के लिए create करने की. And there are 100 more micro markets that are going to come up. What we ended up realizing that what started as just a mere platform to help brokers also became a platform that started generating a lot of data that started helping developers. So more than 10,000 conversations happen on Propacity Plus every single day, out of which 7,000 conversations are not catered. Like there are 7,000 people who are looking for supply that does not exist, or there is some supply miscap. And then we started reaching out to our developers and said that, hey, there is somebody in Bihar who wants to sell your property, but would you be able to launch it at a little lower carpet and this ticket size? Some of the developers started accepting those use cases, started launching inventory and saw a massive use case. So that is one. So if you're a developer or you're a broker, if you're a broker, then you should definitely become a part of the Propacity Plus platform. It's a beautiful platform. If you're a developer, just reach out to us and help us understand your market from a different latent perspective. Sometimes the live examples that we have been through will give you a new perspective, a new micro market that you can target, that can give you a lower CPL and much higher returns. So that's it.
Very nice. Putting that developer into the creative was a damn good idea, which Vijay Mallya did during the initial days of Kingfisher. That gets a lot of personal touch for the consumer and responsibility from the...
You are the brand ambassador.
Right, right. Yeah, but that's a good idea. I think you should do this more often with more developers. Yeah, Rohan.
Yeah. So in terms of digital marketing and from a marketing standpoint, so there's not complete awareness of the power of digital, right? So there's so much data available in digital marketing, like in terms of Google and Facebook, you know exactly where you spent, you know exactly which ad, which keyword you spent. You also can know that which location is it that you're getting your leads from, your clicks from. So in that perspective, we have done 3 digital summits in this year. And that was completely organized by us, and we had 150 plus developers come in. This was done in Delhi, Bangalore, as well as in Pune. We'll be doing something in Kolkata maybe in the next financial year. So this is something that we did different. It was a lot of knowledge sharing, and we had Google come in, we had Facebook come in, we had Taboola come in, we had Spotify come in. So we worked with all these partners. So that is something that added a lot of value in terms of for the clients, as well as kind of for us as the leaders in digital marketing for real estate. So this is something we have done different, and this is kind of a live example. Yeah.
Very nice. Sanjay.
Well, as I told you, we always have felt the need for innovation, and there are a number of moments, small innovations that we have made an attempt to do, and whenever it has worked, it has always given us a lot of happiness. So the first, I still recall, the developer was discussing with us, and that was the biggest project on that particular date, more than 400 flats he was about to launch, and he had no idea कि बिकेगा या नहीं बिकेगा. The day when we went to his chamber to discuss about this, he was asking his employee a 16 lakh का apartment कि भाई तुम ले लेगा क्या? He was trying to take feedback कि उसका apartment ऐसे बिक जाएगा क्या? So when he told us कि he wanted to understand बिकेगा या नहीं बिकेगा, whether I get into this project or not, we thought it to be an opportunity, and we floated the idea, give us the soul selling for this. तब तक builder brokerage ही नहीं देता था, and we put in a proposal कि give us a soul selling for this. And we will decide the market where you want to market. We will decide the customers whom you need to target. We will do road shows. We will reach out to people. That was the time when we had to do road shows, reach out to people, telecall, those things. So somehow or other he thought, and then he agreed. He agreed with the thought कि होगा तो नहीं. That was the level of his confidence. So he gave us that. That was the biggest project of that particular time as a soul selling for the first time. And nobody understood soul selling क्या होता है. And then when people started, अरे ये तो खाली यही बेचेगा. Then people reached out. आप ये इनको दे दिए तो अब हम लोग नहीं बेचेंगे. So the developer reached out to us. He told us हम आपको दे दिया. Now everybody is saying आप इनको दे दिया तो हम नहीं बेचेगा. हम बोला आप उनको भी बोलिए बेचने. Let us see how much they sell and let us see how much we sell. Because we know what they were doing, and we were getting into market with a strategy, reaching out to people, reaching out to the target customers in different way. And the project went out to become a super duper success. By the time we reached out to, it is a learning experience. I'll just go a bit straight and tell you. By the time the project reached out to a sales of 70%, developer को लगने लग गया ये माल तो हम ऐसे ही बेच देता. Once the product is sold out,
वो ठीक है, वो natural है वैसे.
तो natural है, उसको लगता है ये तो ये मेरे brand से ही बिक जाता है, ये लगता है ऐसे ही बिक गया. So then he took up one of his relatives, and then he bought him, and like we were GFS Realtors, he launched a company called RFS Realtors. And then he said कि अब तो ये करेंगे काम. So I said okay, there's no issue, let them do. हमें क्या जाता है, we have already made an impact. Everybody has seen what we are doing. By the time we got 3 more projects for soul selling. So that was an experience. What happened to the project later on is a different story, but I want to tell is that was a eureka moment. And that was a moment that we felt very good about it and something. And the latest one I'll tell you recently, somebody told us about this WhatsApp API. So this was a new thing for us. So we wanted to understand what's WhatsApp API, and we subscribed to that. And we took the WhatsApp API. So there we created an automation with a list. And we sent it to a database of customers, which was an Uttarayan customers, which is a high premium segment. So one of the person started to interact in that WhatsApp API. तो उसको सारे आंसर्स ऑटोमेटिक मिल रहे थे रात को 10 बजे. उसको लगा ये कौन रिप्लाई कर रहा है, इतने फास्ट हमें रिप्लाई कैसे मिल रहा है. And his trust on our company built up and he closed the deal the next day. So this was another of those very happy moments which we felt ki we did something new which was not happening in our domain and we got the results immediately. So we felt happy about it. This is what I am.
So talking of WhatsApp API, I am having an awful experience with HDFC Ergo WhatsApp API, so that reminded me. So, when you get into technology and if it doesn't work, then the consumer gets even more irate. So, okay, we are off time. We just have around 4 minutes. And being the moderator, the problem is लोग बोलते हैं और हमें बुलवाना पड़ता है, लेकिन मुझे भी कुछ बोलने का मन किया तो मौका नहीं मिलता है, लेकिन ठीक है, we will end with one of, I'll tell you 2 stories wherein I used marketing and created a huge impact at very low cost. And there are several, examples in my life. There are only 3 minutes, so I'll tell you just 2. So when I left the job in JLL, JLL अपने ही बनाए थे, 3 आदमी से चालू किया, 150 आदमी हो गया and all that. Then I got bored and then I saw that there's a huge gap wherein you can create a domestic consulting firm, deliver the same service delivery of an IPC and cater to the 90% of the market wherein the IPCs were not catering to during that point of time. 2009, 2008 की बात हो रही है. So I left that, I raised some money, and then I opened a real estate consulting firm and I named it Lemongrass. Okay. So story number 1. अब उस वक्त पे स्टार्टअप किसी को समझ में नहीं आता था. 2009 पे कलकत्ता में तो स्टार्टअप समझ में आता ही नहीं था. बैंगलोर में चालू हुआ था. NCR में there was only one startup who raised around $50 crores India Homes in 2011. So 8 में तो किसी को मालूम ही नहीं था. और राहुल यादव एंड ऑल दैट वो जन्मे भी नहीं थे, वो IIT में ही थे उस वक्त पे शायद, हाउसिंग वाले राहुल यादव. सो आई रियलाइज दैट ये जो मैं JLL का ठप्पा लेके काम करता हूँ, ये नया कंपनी लेमनग्रास, इस अपनी को इज्जत मिलेगा क्या? विल द कंज्यूमर्स टेक अस सीरियसली? सो व्हाट इज इट दैट आई नीड टू डू? तो लेमनग्रास का जो नाम था उसके ऊपर अपने लिख दिए 100 man years ऑफ रियल एस्टेट एक्सपीरियंस. कैसे? क्योंकि मेरी उस वक्त पे करीब 18-20 साल का होगी टोटल एक्सपीरियंस, और हमारे जितने लोग थे ऐड करके मैं देखा यार कोई चैलेंज भी करता है तो 100 तो हो ही जाएगा. ठीक है, 100 man years ऑफ रियल एस्टेट एक्सपीरियंस. नाउ व्हेन एंड वो लोगों में सब जगह छापने लगा, विजिटिंग कार्ड्स एंड ऑल दैट. अब उस वक्त पे एज ए कंज्यूमर यू सी द लोगो and you just see 100 man years, वो man आपके दिमाग में नहीं आता है. आप देखते 100 years of real estate experience and suddenly the perception of the brand changes in your mind. आपको लगता है ये 100 साल पुराना कंपनी है. कम से कम 10, 15, 20 लोग हमको पूछा ये कहाँ का कंपनी है, सिंगापुर का कंपनी है, फ्रेंचाइजी लियो हो क्या? Right? So that is how you create a perception just by tweaking the logo a little bit. And man years, अगर कोई समझ भी गया man, even then the perception that will be created would be very nice. Okay? So that's story number 1. Story number 2 is to do with the name. ये मेरी 5 या 6 साल में when I tried raising funds and then it got acquired, Cushman Wakefield and all that. Total कम से कम 50 या 60 लोग मेरे से ये question पूछे and very big, powerful, educated people including venture funds कि यार ये lemongrass नाम क्यों है? My answer always was इसीलिए. लोग कंफ्यूज हो जाते थे, इसीलिए मतलब ये क्या आंसर हुआ? मैं बोला कि इसीलिए देखिए कार्ड में 8 रुपये का उस वक्त में मैं कार्ड छापता था, एक 4 पन्ने का. एक कार्ड मैं आपको दिया, उसके बाद मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, आपने कार्ड में देखा लेमनग्रास का नाम, बात मेरे से आप अपने धंधे की कर रहे हैं, लेकिन दिमाग में लोगो घुसा हुआ है कि लेमनग्रास क्यों, और इस कदर से घुसा हुआ है कि आप बात करते करते मुझे पूछ रहे हैं कि वाई लेमनग्रास. तो यानी मैं 8 रुपया खर्चा करके मेरी ब्रांड को आपके दिमाग में इस कदर घुसा दिया हूँ कि आप भूलेंगे ही नहीं. दैट इज वाई लेमनग्रास. सो हेंस 2 examples of using marketing strategies to create impact which works for you. So now time's up. So thank you so much for listening to us. And I don't think anyone. Okay, you're here. Okay. All right. So we are over. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you so much. तालियां और जोर से बजनी चाहिए कि नहीं? You all will only prove it. Yes. Thank you so much. I'll request Basant Kumar Parekh, Managing Director, Orbit Group, to kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for Basant sir, please. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us over here. We'll do the individual photos and then a group photo of all of you together. Now a group photo of all of you together, please. Oh, one more left. Let's have a group photo of all of you together, please. Ladies and gentlemen, आप लोग तालियां बजाते रहिए, please. All of them are busy personalities in their respective fields. They've all made time from their busy schedules to be with us over here and enlighten us in the best way possible. Yes, that's how we do it. Thank you so much. Give it up once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. आप लोग बहुत ही energized and excited लग रहे हो अभी तक, which is great. कोलकाता में I believe कोलकाता में क्या I believe everywhere in India the tradition of evening tea is there. तो शाम का जो चाय है, চা হয়েছে সবার এখনো নাকি কারোর বাকি আছে? কারোর বাকি আছে চা কি সবার হয়েছে ইভিনিং এর চা? হয়েছে? Okay. Great. The more discussions we have, everything is going to be there. But in the name of Ma Durga, let's move on with the next one. The next discussion is on the topic of rise of PropTech, transforming India's real estate. I repeat once again the topic for all of you. It's rise of PropTech, transforming India's real estate. Let me first welcome the moderator, Mr. Parvez Khalid, Associate Executive Director, Advisory and Transaction, CBRE South Asia Private Limited, to tell you all a bit about him. Parvez has close to 25 years of experience in real estate consultancy and transactions advisory, and his role encompasses corporate and office leasing, land acquisitions and dispositions, tenant representation, project marketing, lease negotiation, residential sales and AMP, leasing and investments. He also facilitates CBRE's other business lines, including investment services, consulting, project management, and facility management in Kolkata and the rest of East India and Bangladesh. Now, before I introduce our respective speakers, I'll request all of you to kindly take your seats and settle down so that we can move forward. I'll request all of you at the back to please kindly settle down so that we can move forward, and also I'll request everybody to kindly keep your phones in silent mode so that none of our speakers get distracted. May I please request everybody at the back to settle down? I request everybody at the back to please settle down and sit down kindly. Thank you. Our respected speakers in alphabetical order, I'm all set to welcome. It's Alok Agarwal, founder, Far Vision ERP. To tell you all a bit about him, Alok Agarwal is a professional with rich and diverse experience in the enterprise resource planning of technology, services and solutions with expertise in ERP for construction companies, builders, contractors, property managers. Gamut is the creator of Far Vision, the web-based product for the construction industry for both real estate and infrastructure companies. Give it up for Alok Agarwal, please, ladies and gentlemen. तालियों की गूंज, मुझे तालियां सुनाई नहीं दे रहा, please. Give it up for him, please. Thank you. Our next speaker is Apurva Salarpuria, Managing Director of Salarpuria Group. To tell you all a bit about him as well, Apurva Salarpuria has been a part of the Salarpuria Group since 2005. A qualified chartered accountant, he has worked with KPMG Bangalore for 3 years before joining the group. Apurva Salarpuria is the Vice President of CredI Bengal and past President of the Entrepreneurs Organization EO Kolkata chapter. Give it up for Mr. Apurva, please, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we clap. Come on. Thank you. Our next speaker is Pawan Kumar Agarwal, Director, NK Realtors, with a single-minded focus on providing complete property solutions and nurturing long-lasting relationships of trust with clients. Pawan Kumar Agarwal leads NK Realtors that offers a variety of services that span the spectrum of property needs. Give it up for Pawan Kumar Agarwal, please. Thank you. Yes. Next speaker is Yashaswi Shroff, home buying scientist, Alcove Realty. Yashaswi Shroff is distinguished by his instrumental role in conceptualizing and executing the 42, Kolkata's tallest and most luxurious residential tower. His journey in real estate was bolstered by invaluable experiences at Ernst & Young, shaping his unique perspective on the industry. As an author, Yashaswi embarks on a new journey with his debut book, 18 Unknown Sutras Before Buying a Home. Give it up for Yashasvi, please, and congratulations to him on his book. Well done. May I please request our speakers to kindly join us on stage. We have all of them over here. Ek aur baar taaliya, please, for all of them together on the stage. Zor se, please, mujhe sunai nahi de raha. Yes, thank you. Over to our respected moderator now to take over the proceedings. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, and first of all, a warm welcome to all of you to the 16th edition of the Realty Plus Awards and Conclave. It's my pleasure to moderate this session with a very esteemed panelist on stage with us. So, PropTech is a very new word, I mean, hardly maybe 5-6 years old, where we are hearing this PropTech everywhere. But if you look at the use of technology in real estate, has been going on since ages. I mean, since the Egyptian times, it has evolved. Today, from a hand mixing cement mortar to 3D printed buildings, we evolved that much. And as we go along this discussion, I would like to understand from panelists, how each of them have been using PropTech in their projects. With Mr. Agarwal, because he's in the marketing genius here, how he is using it for getting the customers and enhancing the customer experience. Mr. Alok Agarwal, he is into designing, software for developers. So we'll have to understand how his softwares help us and what are the challenges we'll be facing. So my first question would be to Mr. Agarwal, and so Mr. Agarwal, can you discuss integration of Internet of Things and sensors in buildings to optimize energy usages, security, maintenance activities in the real estate industry?
So I think the future for real estate builders is to utilize technology for this, right? So whether it was being done for a long time in terms of using it for biometric solutions, way bridges, also for their batching plants for the point of view of construction. Moving forward, it's also being used, the IoTs or the devices are being used for enabling smart households and by able to improve the way the households react, because the younger generation wants the technology to be enabled on a phone app, on devices which they can check, right? Whether it's the door which opens or whether it's the payment that gets done. All of these things need to be completely enabled using technology. So an IoT plays an important role because now hardware and software are becoming tightly integrated. They're trying to work as one. And the way technologies are done, they've made that very easily possible now.
Yashashvi, So you have made this, the 42, which is a very, very tech-enabled building. So how are you?
I haven't made, I have made along with Apoorv Bhaiya.
Okay. So how are you using this in IoT and in this new
So,
building?
giving an example of the 42, our vision, the entire board's vision was not just to make a smart building, but to make the smartest building that Calcutta had ever seen. So a lot of IoT sensors we put in place at different places, different equipments to monitor all the plants and equipments that is there running in the building. For example, traditionally we had water tanks like we have in the project for domestic water supply and for fire water supply. But उसमें पहले क्या होता था कि आदमी जाके खुद डिपिंग स्केल से मेजर करता था कि पानी की लेवल क्या है. अगर वो थ्रेशोल्ड से कम रहता था, then he used to go to the pump starter panel, activate the pump, and then that pump used to fill up the tanks. We used IoT sensors in these tanks, and through that we are able to real time monitor that data. And एक वो threshold limit से जब कम जाता है, then there is no manual intervention required. The pumps start on their own and keep running till we reach the maximum level of the tanks. That was one aspect. Second, it was a high-rise building, so there are so many pressurization fans, dampeners which are used whenever a fire emergency takes place. That has also been regulated by using IoT sensors, and on a single dashboard you can see, in case of a fire alarm going on, whether your pressurization fans have been started, the dampeners have come into place or not. Earlier, all of that was not possible to see unless someone would go physically, and we all know in a fire emergency that may not always be possible. We have installed the highest solar power plant in Eastern India, maybe possibly whole of India, at the 42. And we have also integrated that using IoT sensors so that we can actually see what is the energy output that we are getting on a real-time basis, monitor all of that. And because we have used IoT sensors like that and getting all of this data in one place in all the dashboards, it also helps in analyzing that data and seeing what is going bad so that preventively we can take action on that and the maintenance team can come in and do whatever is necessary. We installed smart water meters as well. एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम हम सबके घर में होता है सीलन का, बट सीलन आती क्यों है? कभी पाइप फट जाती है या पाइप से कोई लीकेज होता है. But having installed smart water meters, we get data कि कितना पानी जा रहा है हर एक पाइप से हर एक बाथरूम में. And if we see that data on an average basis and see sometimes, even though the flats or the bathrooms are running, but utna pani nahi pass kar, maybe before that dripping causes a sealant attack on your ceilings or wall, we are able to identify that and take preventive measures for that. So that is some of the features that we used. And this was 5 years ago. Today, the world has progressively changed. And there are many new features as well if we want to make a smart building. All of this helps in reducing all the manual intervention required, reduce the maintenance cost, as well as automate a lot of it and make sense of the data.
Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. In fact, anybody buying a building, I'm sure this is one of the very, very important considerations for a customer also. So coming to Apurva, again, you have been making a lot of commercial buildings. And how are you using IoT and other advanced prop tech for the enhancement of the tenant experience, basically?
So, Parvez, allow me a minute first to kind of give you our perspective on technology. I think we were discussing this offline a little bit. Our end objective is not to use technology or to not use technology or any of that. Our objectives, across years largely remain the same: to provide a great experience to our customers, to our occupiers, to improve efficiencies of the various processes that we use while making buildings, while running our own offices, etc. And technology allows us to make all of this a little more efficient, either from a time perspective, a cost perspective, or increasing the experience for the end user. So broadly, I want to kind of set that straight before we get into a discussion on technology, because sometimes we get consumed by the idea of technology as compared to the end, the reason why we are using technology. Now, on an ongoing basis, so this is actually the first building that we made in Calcutta where we are sitting right now, and we have used again a bunch of IoT devices here which are used to ramp up the air conditioning, versus reducing the speeds of the fans when you come in, IoT sensors to put lights on in washrooms, etc. But, few of the use cases which have emerged in commercial buildings in the last, 7-8 years is, for example, the lift banks today are synchronized in a manner where you don't press in a button saying where you want to go. There is a common, if there are 6 elevators, there's a common keypad or a access card reader which kind of you put in which floor you want to. Depending on the traffic, the system optimizes, okay, that this lift will stop on 2nd, 3rd and 5th in the next 5 minutes versus, this lift will stop on the 5th, 6th. And so this kind of optimization has made the waiting time, reduced the waiting times for people for lift significantly. We've been able to kind of make a much more distributed kind of traffic across the different lift banks. Bunch of these different kinds of things which are being used, either from an air conditioning point of view, vertical transportation point of view, heat load management point of view. And I think this is an area which we continue to explore, evolve. And I think it's a journey which will go on an ongoing basis.
In fact, very quickly on the lift part, where we do take a lot of clients, for inspections, and we show them multiple buildings. One of the major concerns is the waiting time for the lift. And I think with these technologies, this is going to reduce drastically, and I'm sure there will be newer technologies coming in which would further reduce the time. Coming back to Mr. Agarwal again, now we are talking about PropTech and use of technology. I'm sure there would be a lot of challenges also in accepting these technologies.
So some of the major challenges that we faced, because we try to bring in a lot of automation and clients crave for automation, but it's more easily said than done. And, sometimes simple things take a very long time to, for example, we are doing digitization of agreements, whereby all the customers do their signing, just to improve the experience of coming to a place and signing the agreement. Like in Karnataka, it's made better because the e-stamp paper is available. And the stamp duty can be paid online. So physically going to the office and registrar and getting it done is already solved. But here in many states it's still manual. So while you want to use technology, it becomes a challenge. E-payments, we would want that all the vendor payments can be completely automated. So we have done it for most non-PSU banks. But since a lot of the loans come from PSU banks, which do not have the technology to be completely automated, right? What would happen is the e-payments cannot automate the working processes, right? And that should be a starting point. Like before go live, all your internal processes should be completely automated. It's before go live. But what happens is you struggle with it and you do a compromise and you start. So while there is a promise of technology, the delivery at the ground level fails because India as a country has so many diversions, right? Which we have to make choices because you got a loan from a PSU bank which does not provide you those capabilities to do automation, so you suffer. We've done payment link automation with, for example, with EaseBuzz and Razorpay and all of that, but the banks who provide the home loans do not accept virtual bank accounts. They do not accept these payment link integrator banks, right? They say, oh, we will only transfer through RTGS, we will not use net banking. Now, the moment they don't use net banking, the entire cycle below that, and 80% are through home loans. So a lot of these technologies are still far away, right? RERA, for example, has become mandatory for all builders, but the reports have to be uploaded manually using PDF files. So a lot of paperwork and a lot of work still has to be done offline by people, which can easily be done. Like GST has become automated, thankfully, but a lot of the others still lag behind. So there is a promise of technology. We get it to a point, but the last mile is still going to get there. So these are some of the challenges that we face when we try to implement solutions, across the country. We find different states working differently in terms of adopting and really making sure that the technology reaches the end customer and they actually benefit from all of this.
So what do you think, how do we overcome these challenges? I mean,
So I think CREDAI as a body should approach these various institutions, like whether it is the Stamp Act, the people who work on these bodies, right? They should work with the banks because they are the biggest customers of these banks. So they should tell the banks that, look, accept net banking as a method of payment as opposed to only RTGS. Because RTGS is a manual process where you have to physically reconcile. You have to reconcile the 1% TDS, right? The 26 AS reconciliation. We've written all the automation routines, but what happens is the customer does not know what to pay. So when he goes, if he has a payment link, he will pay exactly what he has to pay and not what he sees the invoice for. So the invoice says, say 100, but you have to pay 99. But he does not know. So he pays 100 and then you have to refund, or he pays a penalty, or you have to, so there's a lot of, lot of noise in the system where we talk about the technology, but when the end customer's experience comes in, it's still very rugged, right? It still doesn't reach the smoothness. So a lot of these small smooth, things are needed, because that is the bigger experience. The 4 years that he will take to buy a flat from the time he does a booking to the time he does the handover, there's a lot of these processes which he still struggles with, where he has to contact the office, talk to the office people, get all that work done individually, one-on-one, right? This should ideally be eliminated, right? We're doing a lot of work in UAE, right, where all of these processes, right to the vendor payment, is fully automated. The RERA budget is validated by the bank. So you upload a budget in RERA, for example, now that is validated by the bank, and we have to upload all payments with budget details into the bank portal. So Mashreq Bank, whatever are the local banks, we've integrated with them. So even the budget validation of the escrow payments that is being done is done by our software when it's uploaded, and the bank validates that software real time. So imagine there's a complete end-to-end ecosystem which is built in, which eliminates the individual having to get delayed. And there's a lot of transparency that's built in. So I think while we like it and we want it, and we would eventually have it, but I think, the final wow factor is still some way away from the transactional viewpoint, we feel.
so do you think the government's intervention here, or
Like I
the
said,
push could
CREDAI
help?
and the government have to work together because they know these problems, but we have to collectively work on making the customer experience better. We've handled one part, which is the safety of the investor, by doing RERA. But the experience is still not considered as a very important thing, right? I mean, while you've talked very nicely about the post experience where he's moved into the flat, but the 4 years he has not moved in, right? He still struggles to get a lot of information clearly and make his payments easily and see his view information easily, progress, things like that is not very clear and lucid, right? Because the entire structure is still very, very manual or semi-manual, right?
No, thankfully, in West Bengal also we have e-registrations and e-stamp payments.
Yeah, you do, but I think it's still far away from other states, right? Because RERA was the last to get implemented here in some sense. So the compliance from that point of view is a little slower, for this. So a lot of the related, strength of the system which comes in, right, is when you follow the RERA strictly, right? That's when the buyer confidence comes in. I've seen the buyer confidence because I know a lot of my people did not have buyers, right? And I know now they have a lot of buyers because now they have confidence. I've also lost a lot of customers during COVID when RERA came in. I lost a lot of my customers, right? But I also won a lot of new users from existing customers who could now sell much more because the buyer confidence has gone up. The market has not improved, the buyer confidence has gone up. And that makes a big difference. You can see it because now people are confident that what the money they have, they can see it real time on the bank, they can see what they're doing, right? That visibility. We're doing, for example, Hero Homes, where day one, they want that every customer should be able to real time see their progress, see their bank statement, see their clearing. So they go in for only those banks which provide that facility, right? So sometimes that also plays a role in providing that necessary transparency, which will help build technology to the last level. That's what I
think one of the major contributions for technology is also to bring in transparency.
Yes, I think is the biggest, right? Because confidence comes from transparency.
Absolutely. So coming back to Purva and Yashashvi, I mean, I'm sure when you're implementing this PropTech in your buildings for customer experience, is there any challenges you are also facing? Any challenges?
Ultimately, whatever, technology, at least the way we look at it is, tools which make things efficient, but these still have to be operated by people like you and me. And I think what we are kind of wanting to kind of do on an ongoing basis is that we need to get our people up to speed. We need to get our people into the mindset where they are more open to the use of technology, open to learning about how to use the technology, because the technology is as good as the user. The kind of input you give in is the output that you will get out. So I think that is, the biggest piece on this. I think in terms of technology availability, today there are all kinds of technology available across different spectrum of the development, sales, post-sales, occupation process. I think to get all our people and ourselves kind of in a both, to have the understanding to use and adopt the right technology, and to be open to kind of the changes that are required in our systems and our way of working. So I think the mindset of people to kind of take them along with our journey on technology is I think the biggest piece to be taken care of from our perspective.
But I think the young generation which is coming in, they're pretty open to technology.
No, absolutely.
And
But
to adoption,
absolutely, but the organization is a mix of young, old, everybody. And the organization, it's not that because the technology is coming in, the people are going to change. We need the people to grow with the technology, and I think that's where the focus. While it is something to be solved for, I think it's a process we want to invest in, because there are people, the people that are existing in the system have their own strengths. If we can add the strength of technology to that, it will create magic. So I think that's what we want to do. It's not about bringing in only newer generation to use technology. It's about having preparing the existing organization for technology.
Yashashvi, any thoughts from your side?
I fully agree with what Alok ji and Apurv bhaiya said, that change management, I think, is the biggest challenge. How do you align your people, whether it be your vendors, customers, stakeholders like bankers, to adopt the new technology that you find is useful? Absolutely on point what Alok ji said. We as developers want to invest that time and money on implementing ERP, but if my business processes are not right, no matter what ERP I get, I cannot implement that.
The results would not be satisfying to the amount of investment that you're doing, actually. In fact, we also faced this when we were, CBRE, we were adopting a lot of software for customer management. So initially there was a lot of, resistance to adopt. Thankfully in India, we could push and get most of the people to adopt. I'm surprised in other regions like Singapore and Thailand and other countries, we don't have that much adoption as in India. So which is a very, very positive thing. When we get our reports, we see the maximum adoption of technology of our software is in India. My colleagues sitting there would be smiling.
Parvez, all I can say is I'm surprised that you're surprised, because as Indians, we are the most flexible and resilient people. We always adapt faster than others.
Actually. Okay, now coming to Mr. Agarwal. Mr. Agarwal, there is a lot of, in the sales and marketing, there has been a massive change after the COVID. Virtual reality and augmented reality, and site visits happening on pads, and virtual reality has actually taken over the entire physical form of marketing. So how are you adopting to that?
So I feel that in real estate, during COVID time was different, but real estate is again a subject which I feel is a look and feel subject. Virtual reality is a platform which can satisfy a customer, say, around 20 to 30%. But the balance 70% is still in real estate is all about physical customer experience at site level. And I am not a very big fan of augmented reality, because the augmented reality has not worked really well in the real estate fraternity. Yes, virtual reality is going on well. But again, if you see now, a lot of the virtual reality products are also, from a consumer point of view, if you see the different walkthroughs of different projects, you will get a same sense or a same feel of all these walkthroughs. So that also, we need a lot of innovation in terms of the virtual reality in Indian real estate. I have seen a lot of different models which are happening in Bangalore and Bombay market, where the virtual reality walkthroughs has gone into a different level, and which we have not seen in Calcutta market. but those need to come, otherwise there is no differentiation in terms of the walkthrough experience, what we are seeing in from a virtual reality point of view.
Any example you want to give where it has worked for you? Or any project where you have used it extensively and it has given you results?
So during, like you said, during COVID times, when we were dealing with a lot of customers on the complete that video experience, and still those virtual walkthroughs, even we tried the drone shoot of the entire site from different floor levels, and a proper 360-degree walkthrough experience from a customer point of view, from different points of the project. What view he is getting from different, like a proper walk in the project. Those type of models we tried during the COVID time, and those models are still with us, but we don't want to use those platforms at one go on our websites, because if, this is my advice to all the people who are in the room, that if you give lot of information on your website in terms of your project experience, then the customer coming to your site and getting a full proper experience, that opportunity you miss. So I always believe that you should give a virtual experience now in today's time, not too much experience on the web portal websites. It has to be minimal and maximum on the site itself. And it really worked during COVID times. I said that during COVID times we were not confident how we will sell our real estate. But during COVID times, we really did well in the year 2020-21. We thought that our sales will be absolutely zero. But we managed around 70-80% of our expected sales during those COVID times only because of this virtual experience availability.
Absolutely. So I understand. So what you're saying should just be a teaser to attract the client. But I'm sure people who are sitting outside Calcutta and somebody wants to buy a property like an NRI or a Calcuttan who's working in another city, for them it would be helpful. Have you got sales where the client has not visited the site and he has used
so those numbers are very limited. What happens, even people who are sitting outside Calcutta or outside India, they understand the entire project through our team on the complete that video experience. We do a proper Zoom call or a Teams call where we take them through to the entire project virtually. But in maximum cases, one of somebody who is related to them or their friend or whoever is, they want to visit the site and just give them a proper feedback on in terms of the what is happening at the site. And as far as what Alokji said in terms of customer portals and all these things, now we are creating we have implemented Salesforce in NK just 2 years back. And in the Salesforce, the new customer portal which we are making, where we are trying to give the complete all the live site experience of the construction updates and everything completely on the login of the portal only, and all these demands, money receipts, each and everything, where everything will be available on the soft copy. There is no requirement of any hard copy. They can download each and everything. So those type of customer portals we are making. And even for channel partners, we are making a portal, a website, which will be unique in its own time. I don't think those type of portals are available right now in Eastern India or even in India, where we are trying to give channel partners they can create their own, every project websites they will be able to create from the same application, from a same platform. Even all the digital marketing materials which we will put on their website, they can use those WhatsApp, emailers, and every digital marketing for particular project, they can use those platforms to their databases. So those type of innovations we are doing in terms of customer and channel partners portal.
That is really interesting, actually. So coming back to Shashvi, how are you using it? I mean, you have made and both of you have made this, the 42, which I'm sure the clientele is much more well-versed with using technology. Have you got any sales through this, through any virtual marketing?
Through
virtual marketing or
so
and all this?
I have very similar thoughts to what Pawan Uncle said about AR and VR. I don't think it's reality, it's an illusion. It should not be even called a reality. Just what Pawan Uncle said. But the buzzword last year has been about AI, and we are using a lot of AI in our business. So about 15 months ago, when ChatGPT, came into the market and all of us heard about it, I love innovating and I love exploring new technologies and seeing what is practically implementable in our daily lives. And I understood that, this is something that we need to explore. So I spent about 15 days of my time just learning about AI and its applications. And I truly understood that it is the biggest disruptor of our lifetimes. What computer or internet or industrial revolution couldn't do, AI will do maybe 20 times disruption more than that. And in maybe the next year or two, we've already seen so much disruptions happening in the space. So once I learned about it, last year, somewhere in the month of August, September, I was probably the first developer in India, or in East India, definitely, that we developed a special proprietary AI tool that was completely in-house designed by me, and we implemented that on ground in the pre-sales level, where customers who would be inquiring about our flats, an AI agent would talk to them, would converse with them over WhatsApp, available 24/7. If they message us at 2 a.m., my AI agent responds back. And customize, selling is all about customization and personalization, which unfortunately we've made our humans into such robots that this is the pitch, this is the script that you need to talk to, but each person is different, each person's requirement is different. So the way I designed my AI agent was he understood the requirements of the customer and pitched accordingly, and I'm proud to say today that in 6 to 7 months, our AI agent has had more than 2,000 unique conversations, qualified leads without any human intervention, about 250, generated about 18 site visits, and did bookings, 11 bookings valuing 7 crores. Just at the sales level, only the human intervention was there. Before that, there was no human intervention. And apart from that, my vision for this year is that I want to make AI assistants across all functions of my business, whether I've done it for pre-sales, but at the sales, post-sales, purchase, and with the recent developments that has happened, Sam Altman, who's the CEO of OpenAI, he figured out that persuasion capabilities of AI is far greater than what a human being is. So at the sales and procurement level also, we're developing our AI agents who are able to persuade our customers, personalize and customize the communication in such a way so as to make them eager to buy, or in fact negotiate our material and contracts on behalf of us as well. And with ERPs in the last 5 to 10 years, we have the plethora of data. But the problem is that led to a situation of analysis paralysis when there was so much overdose of information. Often we did not know what to do of it. We could not even analyze it and take actionable insights from that. But using AI, we can even analyze all of that. In fact, all the customer insights that is there today in our database, we are using an AI engine to evaluate those customer insights and help us in devising our marketing communication strategies to target my potential customers. And within this year, I'm sure that all my people at Alcove will have an AI assistant which will help them to work better, faster, remove all the manual errors that's there. And it's not a human replacer. A lot of people fear that it will lead to loss of jobs. That's what happened during Industrial Revolution when computers also came into place. But it's a human enhancer. Anything, any tool, any new tech that comes in place which enhances us is something to be adopted and not to be afraid of.
Fantastic. So this proprietary software that you have, are you willing to share it with other developers?
That depends.
Now, of course, at a cost.
But interestingly, I think one of the important criteria of building this is a concept of a co-pilot, which is coming in very strongly. And this goes across the more data that is there, the better the learning, because it can go very bad or very good, right? AI can cut 2 ways, right? So to train it and to teach it is going to be the big challenges of how you make the AI agent learn. That said, we've been able to cut down our new recruits learning by using AI, because learning business functionality is very difficult for a programmer, right? It's like teaching civil engineers accounting and teaching accounting to civil engineers. It's impossible, right? But AI is that bridge which is happening, which will communicate across these information or people silos. Because you have a co-pilot which is translating for you in your language, right? And using insights, right? Because sometimes what you don't want to do is see a report. What you don't want to do is see analytics. What you want to do is see the insight and the analytics is for the data scientists who can create them, but the insights are what are important. So content, because we've got now a few hundred clients on our things, we're close to reaching 1,000, right? So we have content of 15, 16 years, which we are teaching, right? So hopefully the next 1 or 2 years, we'll create actionable insights whereby transactions would be generated. So I really like where he's going with his thoughts and ideas. It's very good and very creditable. But the idea eventually would be to automate transactionals because they get delayed. Right? For example, an agreement in a home gets delayed and it doesn't get signed for 30 days. So you may set up a limit of 30 days, but you want to know which agreements is not getting signed for what reason. Right? And you want that actionable insight and you don't want to go through 2,000 pending agreements to find out which is the one which can be hastened and can be done today. Which is the job that you can find out today. AI can help you build a pecking order or a reverse order where you can see these are the things that you need to do today because that's our biggest challenge. You've got thousands of issues. What are the ones that I need to do right now? So, yes. Good. Thank you.
Apurva, any thoughts from you on the adoption? It has helped you in any way?
So again, there's a bunch of things, which honestly we are helping. So we've actually also recently implemented a similar AI bot. Ours is a third-party bot. We didn't want to have the capability to develop it in-house. So, again, there's an AI bot which we use. Again, the idea is that the response time which the customer is willing to accept today is a lot shorter than it was a few years ago. So, that is something which we've done. We are seeing good response on that. Even within our own office, we've now for the last couple of years been using HRMS software because I'm saying if we want to kind of talk about people adopting technology and our own people kind of taking it to the customer, we need to start in-house. So I think that is the other thought which we are increasingly working on, where how do we bring the efficiency of technology within the organization so that people appreciate that and are proactive about taking it to the customer. So I think that is one area which we've started working on, and I think this is going to be an area of focus for us in the coming months. And again, like I said, on as far as outward facing, there are a bunch of things which we are doing, and not necessarily that each one of them is a big bang one. The idea is if we can get efficiency across all these processes, whether it is procurement, whether it is sales, whether it is monitoring of construction sites, the opportunity is huge. The one piece I think which I am very excited to kind of start working on, Calcutta, we still have a little bit of a gap on that, is that, in our industry, sales data across cities, regions is really not available meaningfully. Like NK, for example, gives us reports, CBRE and other agencies give us reports, but there is no single final truth which is available. With RERA today, as that website starts getting populated, now there are companies like CRE Matrix, etc., which are doing this for both sales as well as leasing, and a whole lot of data is coming out of these in other cities because the RERA the RERA website and the data there has now been populated across multiple years. And just kind of pointing out again that the data here is not just the project data, but eventually the quarterly update of sales, etc., which we are supposed to kind of put in. Calcutta, it will happen in due course, but other cities, we are seeing a lot of this data being made available. So today, when you are planning a project, you are actually able to mine the data to understand that in that micro market, what is the size of units which is selling the fastest, what is the configuration of units, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, studio, 3 bedroom, which is selling. Is there a price difference between one side of the road to the other side of the road? There's a whole lot of data which is available and analytics which are available. So it's not just kind of raw data. And, there are a bunch of startups. CRE Matrix is one of them, which is kind of adding a lot of these analytic layer on that. And I think the use of data in planning is the one area which I'm really kind of excited about. If we can make that function eventually here also in a thing, because in our industry, from the time we plan to the time the user occupies is a 4 or 5 year journey. At least at the time that we are planning, if we have the right inputs, the ability or the likelihood of us planning right is going to be a lot better. It is today done largely with intuition, with some local data which we gather with our teams across projects which are selling there or which are but if we can make this a lot more meaningful, larger data sets, more minute kind of data points. I think that is a big opportunity in the next few years, which I see coming out.
Absolutely. In fact, with so much of data mining becomes a big challenge. That you have to really see which data is useful and which is not.
So again, Ismail, for example, on the leasing side, with CRE matrix today, you can see that in your micro market, what is the weighted average of the lease which is yet to expire? Is it 3 years, 4 years? What is the average rental? Because all these are registered agreements available. This data is being drawn from the registrar's office in IGR's piece. You are actually able to figure out, in terms of your pricing, what is the market, what is the expiry which is going to happen, what are the kind of people you should be targeting when your, tenant's lease expire. Whole lot of this is available, which we would do manually, intuitively. Today, you can meaningfully get data to create strategies around this. And I think on the resi side, equally this opportunity is opening up. It is still early days, but I think right from project site selection to planning within the project, I think a lot more data inputs will meaningfully become available.
Thank
so
you.
Even if you see Maharashtra RERA, so what you said that PropStack CRE, because the data are getting updated on a real-time basis, on a monthly basis, not even on a quarter basis. So the entire demand and supply and what is moving at what price, each and every project now is visible on the PropStack platform on a license basis. And on those, you can get a lot of data inside, a lot of different reports. So Calcutta as a city, again, we need to push that RERA, how these data can be uploaded in terms of the primary market. Not the leasing market, but the primary market can be really, we can get a lot of benefit out of it.
The other bigger opportunity is that there are multiple data sources. IGR is a big data source because even leases get registered, secondary sales get registered, all of that. And with technology, you can triangulate this data. You can put all of this data together and it's beginning to happen. So I'm not talking about now anymore a fantasy. In markets, we are beginning to see some of this beginning to happen. But this opportunity, as the data gets rich, अपने यहाँ पे भी RERA data has only started getting populated and today it is largely project data. Sales data is hardly populated here. But in the next few years, the data will become richer with multiple years worth of data, sales data getting updated, IGR data, today is available to be struck. APIs can eventually be made available to companies to draw data from there. And there are other sources of data which can be added in. With that larger pool of data, primary, secondary data can all be put together and analyzed. I think that's a very big opportunity which is lying ahead, for somebody to create a business, but for all of us to use it while planning, while selling. I think that's a big opportunity. It's going to change the way we think of and operate our businesses in the coming.
Doing more on gut feeling.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And CRE also started, I think, only a year back or so. Approving data. In Calcutta. For Calcutta, I think they started very recently, in fact. So I think we have a big time's up written there. So before we finish, I would like to open the session to the audience. Anybody has any questions, queries, please feel free to ask. So anybody has any questions, any clarifications, you can ask any of the panelists there.
Does anyone have any question over here? I promise you they're not going to charge for that. Any questions over here? I believe you all were very crystal clear, so no questions. But the other possibility is that when you all are there in the speakers lounge, people might come. But either ways, it's all about spreading knowledge and insights. So it doesn't really matter. Please give it up for all of them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'll request all of you to kindly stay back, and I'll request Tripti Keria, publisher and business at Realty Plus, to kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to all of them. Give it up for Tripti as well, please. At the end of the day, it's a Realty Plus initiative. We need to praise them as well, right? So the previous event that I was doing, we had this sea of clapping. So it's almost like a cricket stadium, right? You do it like this. So the claps can start from here, it can go behind, and it can have that inverted U. So let's do it this way, please. Yes, perfect. Thank you. That's the cue for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, love it. All real estate people don't really need to explain much, all intelligent people. Thank you for the group photo. Give it up once again for all of them, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All right, very informative, very interesting panel discussions. Now it's time to move forward to the next one. This one is going to be very interesting and insightful as well. The topic for the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is investing in Kolkata, evolving funding landscape. I'll repeat the topic for all of you once again. It's investing in Kolkata, evolving funding landscape. Before that, I'll request all of you to kindly keep your phones in silent mode, and I'll request all of you to be kindly seated so that we can move forward with the proceedings. So to moderate this session, we have the pleasure of having Hardeep Lamba, Managing Director, North and East India Land and Capital Market, Cushman & Wakefield. To tell you all a bit about him, Hardeep is responsible for the capital market business of Cushman & Wakefield for the entire North and East India. Under his leadership, the team has consistently achieved the highest results and delivered unprecedented success. He's an avid real estate player with over 20 years of experience. That's a long one. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Next, we have Anand Lakhotia, Managing Director and Co-Head, Motilal Oswal Real Estate. Anand Lakhotia joined Motilal Oswal Real Estate Fund in the year 2014. He is the Managing Director and co-heads the Motilal Oswal's Real Estate private equity business. At Motilal Oswal, he oversees investments, divestments and fundraising. Prior to joining Motilal Oswal Real Estate, he has worked with Yes Bank Limited and Centrum Capital Limited in their investment banking division. He's a BCom graduate and an MBA from XLRI Jamshedpur, one of the best in the country. Give it up for him, please, as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Sunai nahi de raha mujhe tale. I believe nothing is wrong with my ears. Res. Thank you. Our next speaker is Manav Paul, founder Sri Balaji. Manav Paul, a first-generation entrepreneur, leads Sri Balaji, a developer firm in Bengal. The company operations start right from acquisition of land, appointment of architects to actual construction and on-time project delivery. The company under the brand name Pathanivas also offers low-cost second home projects at unconventional destinations at pocket-friendly prices with all luxurious amenities for all the masses over there. Give it up for him, please, as well. मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा, जोर से ताली बजनी चाहिए, है कि नहीं? आप लोग there at the back, please. ऐसे ऐसे. All of you at the back, please. Thank you. Our next speaker is NG Khaitan, Senior Partner, Dispute Resolution Real Estate, Khaitan & Co. With experience spanning over several decades, NG Khaitan has advised and represented clients on numerous marquee transactions, in all areas of practice, including arbitration, civil and commercial litigation, competition and antitrust law, mergers, demergers, foreign investment, infrastructure projects, intellectual property, project finance, real estate, restructuring and taxation. He is the President of Indian Council of Arbitration Committee, member of Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Vice President of Bharat Chamber of Commerce. NG Khaitan is an independent director on the board of several large companies. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir, for joining us over here. Absolute privilege. Our next speaker is Prateek Jalan, Director Jalan Builders. With an extensive background in the dynamic realm of the industry, Prateek Jalan brings a comprehensive understanding of real estate investment development and management to the table. He believed that building is not just a business, it is an art that involves the joy of creativity and innovation, and is passionate about fostering a positive impact in the industry. Give it up for him, please, Prateek Jalan, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I love the energy in the house. Our next speaker is Rajvardhan Patodia, founder, chairman, and managing director, Signum Group. With 3 decades of experience behind him, Mr. Patodia brings best practices and visionary approach to the world of real estate industry. He is also the co-founder of Heritage Realty Group. Signum Group represents the evolution of Heritage Realty Group. The group's portfolio spans across residential, commercial, industrial, retail and entertainment complexes and infrastructure across all segments, including developments of over 6 million square feet in Kolkata and Bangalore and Hyderabad. Wow, give it up. It's almost like the achievements are so much. एक सांस में बोलना कितना मुश्किल है. I believe quite a test for me as well. But thank you so much to all of you for joining. Give it up for all of them once again, and I pass it on to our respected moderator. Over to you, sir.
Thanks. Am I audible? Yeah, so I'm well aware of the fact that the last session and, we will skip the time. So I'll make sure that, we will finish well in time. So firstly, thanks to Realty Plus for giving me the opportunity. And I must say, I consider me very lucky because, the mix I have between developer, from legal expert to financial expert, it's a great mix I have of the most eminent people over here. So just getting straight to the session, the topic which we are discussing is the evolving funding landscape. Now, before I begin, I'd just like to ask a very basic question to audience. In the audience, if people can raise their hands who bought the property in last 3 years, raise of hands. Anybody who's bought a property, residential, commercial, anything? None? Nobody's? Very few. And people who bought, if they've taken financing, home loans, or any kind of a loans for same? Okay, sorry, not much. So normally what happens in any city when I go and we speak and discuss this, there are people who have taken, they have bought properties and home loans or either form of a loans become very integral part of a loan, of a financing. This is a key difference which we see between other cities and here, especially when it comes to real estate, and so is the case with the lending for a developer that, the formal form of lending is still not penetrated so much Calcutta, which is in fact our topic of discussion. So I'll begin straight away with our session. So firstly, Anandji, I'm glad you could make here. So firstly, congratulations for closure of your first closure of your sixth fund, which is short of 2,000 crore. And which is almost 2/3 bigger than the previous closure. And this time Calcutta has been added in the list of cities which you'll be looking at. So great news for us. So first question to you, Anji, what made you decide Calcutta as a city which needs to be added in the sixth fund which you have closed recently?
Thank you. Thank you, Realty Plus, for inviting me here. Calcutta as a market, while it has been not in the radar of lot of institutions, but if I have to see at the size of the market of Calcutta, it is almost at par with, let us say, a market like Chennai. In terms of the number of units sold, area sold, I think if you do a like-to-like comparison, it is almost equal to what Chennai is doing. I think last 3 years what has happened is that, IT companies have started looking very actively at, expanding. Post-COVID, when there was when people started working from home, now I think a lot of companies are opening their satellite offices here. So the demand has picked up over the last few years. Developers, land prices have gone up. So there is, till now, let us say a couple of years back, it was, we specialized largely in funding developers for land acquisition. And that was largely being funded by, internal accruals or more of joint ventures or getting a lot of HNI investors coming into the project. But I think now with the way land prices have gone up, government is coming up with auctions of land in a big time. So there is a lot of opportunity here now to fund developers for land acquisition. A lot of developers have also grown in size. So if I have to compare it 10 years back versus today, there are again a lot of developers who know with whom we can invest this kind of capital come at land stage and be sure about getting approvals, project getting launched and sales. So I think overall the market has improved a lot, and we have always been at Motilal Oswal, we take pride in taking new initiatives in terms of we were one of the first investors in Hyderabad when the market opened up. We were one of the first investors in Hyderabad, and we see what has happened in Hyderabad after 2015-16. We are probably one of the largest investors in Chennai, where again that market was not very actively looked by institutions. So this is, we identify trends, and I think Calcutta is a market where we would definitely like to work with, select developers and fund them for land acquisition.
Wonderful. Very rightly said. I think auction is one place where, rightly the fund can be utilized by the developer.
Just adding one more point, as I was hearing, various statements which you made, Anandji, it's that, this time around in the sixth fund, you've also added more than construction finance, initial stage financing also. So if you could just briefly touch on that, what is the reason for you to also change that thought process? Because that's very important. In fact, that is a place where developer really need financing.
No, so Hardeep, we have always, in all our funds, because we are not an NBFC, we are not governed by RBI. These are all AIF funds, and we have full flexibility in terms of the kind of transactions what we can do. So we can structure our transaction depending on the need of the developer. So because land is somewhere where there is maximum requirement of capital, today with the way the markets are, I don't think any developer, any good developer, any reputed developer, or even a tier B, category C developer also, doesn't need money once the project is launched. He needs money for land acquisition, because that is where it's like a raw material for any developer, and that is where maximum requirement of capital is. Unfortunately today in India, fortunately for us, but unfortunately for developers, banks and NBFCs are not allowed to fund pure play land acquisition. So we are only select few financial institutions who are taking this call, where we are funding developers for land acquisition, because in a way I am funding his equity which he was supposed to bring in the project. So I think it's a unique capital which is available, which is it is very scarcely available. Today we have, once the approvals are in place, you have a lot of NBFCs willing to fund, but you will have handful of institutions funding at pre-approval or at land acquisition stage. So that has been our forte. Across India, we have done more than 150 plus transactions. We have funded 200 plus projects. All have been at land acquisition stage. And I think last 10 years, we are probably one of the most active domestic real estate funds in the country who are doing this kind of transaction.
Most certain. Thanks for that. I can just take a small cue from here. So, Motilal was one of the first few developers, while I'm talking about Delhi NCR, who came in and started funding for land. The good benefit of that was, it was not just them, there were tons of other, many more AIFs which actually started opening up their coffers also. So it is so important that, Anju is here, and if you are able to, even able to get him to do one transaction, we'll open up plethora of other things where, other AIFs and other NBFCs will also come into play. Thanks for that. Moving on, Manavji, very briefly, although introduction has been given, but I must say, first generation entrepreneur, more than 10 projects delivered, but one of the greatest qualities is a very good orator. I'm sure that's a second profession which he pursues because he speaks really well. So Manavji, I think very unique proposition. You have been from doing a mainstream city. Second homes is something which has seen that's become your favorite, and that's what you've been developing. Also a very unique concept, what people call affordable, you call it a small ticket but at a high price. So that's a very, very unique concept. Can you give me a very small idea on, what role of financial institutions are playing, where are you getting financial institutions involved, whether it is for construction, land, or how are they playing a role in the story of your development so far, and how do you see them playing in the future?
Good evening to all. Honestly saying that till date, my company is 100% debt free because of my, structure of my project. Basically, as you already mentioned, I don't offer the whole cake to the buyer. I offer the cake, but in a slice. When I offer a slice of a cake, so it's always a very ticket size. Prices, it seems the prices are very small, but if we go by the unit price, that is definitely comparing to any other conventional real estate project is too high. So our land acquisition cost is something around not more than 100 to 150 rupees per square feet. But when we make a second home in a tier 2 and tier 3 cities, the average selling price comes more than 5,500 to 6,000 rupees square feet. So gap of these things is, I must say, any other city project is too high. So in a stage of financing the project is never required in all my project. But there is a scope, that is not a scope, there is a huge scope of home loan and other factors that the banks are already they are doing. And honestly, that the way we acquire the land, we don't acquire the land at a short. Say, suppose a 20-acre land we don't acquire in a day one. Any project, if we are having a land area of 20 acres, 25 acres, or 30 acres land, definitely we buy 5 acres in a day one, then keep on buying and keep on expanding the projects, depending on the project viability and all. So, financial institute never comes in role in my company till date. But in future, maybe as I was talking with him, and surprisingly I came to know that Motilal Oswal is funding the stage of land acquisition. That's very surprise for me also. But I never had any idea. So that's a very good one, I think, opening for the company like us. So we'll definitely try to experience that in future.
Most certainly. I think that's in fact the target of, what our discussion is. Manoj, just carrying on one more thought, in a lot of discussions, you've been mentioning a few challenges which you face. Particularly one thing which you highlighted is that urban land ceiling. If you just want to take a minute and highlight, because I think just as you scale up and you rightly said, financing is something which you might be looking at future. Any thoughts on that? And then, I'll just would want it to be continued.
ULC is major factor. Say, I've been into this particular developing industry for last 16 years. Previously, definitely I was associated with real estate, but from that day till now, I found the ULC is a major challenge. In city, if we want to do a project of 10 acres, 5 acres, at least 5 acres also, we had to maintain a lot of dummy companies, and overall on project, maintaining that companies, there are formalities and everything, it's not less than 5 to 6% of the project cost, plus the time. So this is a major challenge. And now I am doing most of the project in Tier 2 and Tier 3, I'm not experiencing this thing for last 10 years. So in my single company or maybe a 2 company, I'm having more than 20 acres land. So that's not only is a saving of time, that's basically saving a huge cost also. So you will see in a major challenge for city developers now. So if this kind of a thing, I think sir is there, the best person can answer. So if this kind of act and laws being we able to bypass, so this would be a revolution for this particular real estate industry now.
No, sir. Thanks. So moving on, so I think on the topic we have the authority himself sitting here. So we have Ketan sir with us, who recently just was there was an article last week completing half a century, not decade, of a working experience where who's who of the city were there. That was celebrated by sir last week and it was covered all over the paper. So we'd love to have your opinion on urban land ceiling, although I know we need like a proper full session for that, but very briefly, since you can cover, because that's a very important factor for both developer and financial institutions alike. A rough light if you can throw that, how it could, how small change in there can really impact or not impact in howsoever manner, the funding landscape. Over to you, sir.
Do I have a time limit or?
Sir, you don't have, please go ahead. I'm sure that's one topic which everybody is waiting to hear.
Let me be very candid. I earned my name and fame because of the Urban Land Ceiling and Regulation Act. Today I want that act to be repealed. But I remember 1976, I joined my profession, became a lawyer in 1974. And at the end of 1975, the urban land ceiling was to come in force. And I decided that I must choose this subject if I want to earn my name and fame. And I was reading this law again and again. I must have read it 100 times, bills and all that. And then I devised a mechanism as to how do I suggest the client and a mechanism where they can save their land. And I could evolve that mechanism. And for all industrial houses who are living in large bungalows, I devised a scheme by which I was able to see that their land is not wasted in another land ceiling. So that time I was very, very happy that this particular law came into force. And I could I could get in touch with a lot of large families, important families in Calcutta, and be in touch with them, and they came to know me as a lawyer. But then I had another opportunity. I was invited by the West Bengal government. This was about few years back. And this was a session, I think the Chief Minister had constituted a committee, if I am not wrong. There's a committee for industry and all that. Now, of course, that committee is not in force. And then she deputed, if I remember correctly, the industry minister. And the meeting was jointly organized by all the chambers of commerce in Calcutta with FICCI. And I was asked to make a presentation to the minister concerned as to how do we promote and develop housing and real estate. And that day I made a presentation to him. And the next day I was going out of the country. So after I made my presentation, he said, Mr. Khazan, can you give us a note on that? We'll work out on it. I said, I'll not be able to give you because I'm going out of the country, and when I come back, I'll give you my note on that. You will be surprised that while I was out of the country and I got 4 or 5 calls that I must prepare the note, I must give the note. When I am coming back, I landed at night, and next day in the morning, people from all chambers of commerce came to my office and said, give the note just now, give a dictation just now, because the minister is wanting that note from me. I gave a dictation of that particular note. But I think, I don't know where that note has gone. So today when you gave me a message at around about 2 o'clock and all that, that I have to speak on this particular subject, particularly in relation to the West Bengal State Acquisition Act and Land Reforms Act and Urban Land Resealing Act. I was very tied up in the sense that I was out of Calcutta yesterday and today I had a lot of meetings lined up. So I said, what to do? Then I called out and asked my secretary that you take out my old paper. There is a note which I had prepared for and fortunately he could cull out that note for me. So I thought, and today I want to tell this audience something very, very important which most of the people would not know about the history as to what is the history of the land and what is the history of land and how the land has been dealt with by the government right from the Jamindari Abolition Act. You see, when this Jamindari Abolition Act came into force, that was the West Bengal, State Acquisition Act, which came into force in 1953. Right. Now, this was a very interesting act because it said that all the land would waste with this state. And it went on to say, except ABCD. And what was that ABCD? That was subject to Section 6, And it went on to say that land which is comprised in homestead, that means the land on which you have houses and all that, they are exempted. Okay. Then they went on to say that basically fisheries are exempted. Then they went on to say that, land, tea gardens, orchard, factory, they are all exempted, but subject to Section 6(3). Okay. But they said that there would be a ceiling on agricultural land. Okay. So therefore, what the state acquisition meant was really, and which we always knew, that really government wanted the wasting of the agricultural land because they wanted the Jamindari to go away. Okay. They really didn't mean to waste other lands. That was the State Acquisition Act. And what did the Section 6(3) said? The 6(3) said that you will have a right to retain all these lands, these other lands, which you feel are necessary for you to carry on your business. That means, so therefore for all practical purposes, the government was more concerned with taking away the agricultural land. They are not basically concerned with taking away other land because they said that, you will be allowed to retain all the land which you feel are necessary. So notices under Section 6(3) was not issued in relation to other lands. So you see, basically, they were seeing that the agricultural land comes,
gets protected.
Then interestingly, an overriding act was introduced. And this overriding act was known as the West Bengal Land Reforms Act. And the Land Reforms Act came into 1955. And when this land reform came into act in 1985, they introduced a definition of called a rayat. And they said that the meaning of rayat would be the holder of land, not the owner of land.
Okay.
So any person who owns land in West Bengal would be a rayat, and all the land which are held by the rayat would vest with the state of West Bengal. So therefore, land which were with the rayat was to vest with the state of West Bengal. Now this was a very draconian kind of a law. But interestingly, there was a section. And it was a very interesting section. The section was called 14Q, I still remember, of the West Bengal Land Reforms Act. And it went on to say that how a ceiling would be computed. They had specified a ceiling for the agricultural land. And they said that, as for agricultural land, this would be the ceiling. And for other land, ceiling. But they had one particular section called 14Q, that as far as the computation of ceiling is concerned, for the land held by the company, for the land held by the partnership firm, for the land held by the institutions, for the land held by the Hindu undivided family, your ceiling would be taken into consideration by the number of shareholders you have in the company, by the numbers of the members you have in your HUF, by the number of the members you have in the cooperative society.
Right.
So interestingly, the ceiling was not there. I mean, as far as because most of these lands were held, individual the ceiling was there. But as far as the companies, societies, HUF and all these people were concerned, the ceiling was not there. Then they made an amendment again. And if I remember the year correctly, the year was, because I forget the years nowadays, the year was, let me see, which year was it? This 14Q, yeah. This 14Q was deleted in 2003. So till 2003, practically there was hardly any ceiling in West Bengal. But again, the law was amended in 2005. And this 2005 amendment was made a retrospective effect from 1969. And this retrospective effect was said that that the rayats will not be the holder of the land. The rayats would be the owner of the land, and all the lands held by the rayat would vest with the state. I mean, it was absolutely an impossible situation that any land which is owned by a rayat would vest. But you know what they came out with? They came out with an called section 6.3. They said, so they started issuing notice under 6.3. Then this was challenged, that section 6.3 is not in existence anymore. Because the West Bengal State Acquisition Act has been superseded by the West Bengal Land Reforms Act. Because both the acts were of a similar nature. So the matter went to the Calcutta High Court, and the Calcutta High Court said that the West Bengal State Acquisition had been superseded, so there was no question of section 6.3 being there. But Supreme Court said no, section 6.3 is there. They went up to Supreme Court, and I think it was in 209, the judgment of the Supreme Court came, and it said that no, it will be there. So therefore what they did, they started issuing notices under section 6.3. Now, if it is vested, then your exemption under 6.3, which was available at that particular time as is needed, you will be allowed to retain. The West Bengal Land Reform Act says that the entire land held by you now is vested. So therefore, what they started doing, and that both the act applies. A very funny situation, that Land Reform Act will apply and the State Acquisition Act will apply. Then they started what they said, that yes, now we will invoke Section 6(3). And what we will do, that we will waste your land, which were earlier it was left to your discretion, and then take away that land and then give you that land on lease. So it became a very peculiar situation. I mean, you from 1953, 1955, and then when the Supreme Court judgment came in 2009, they started issuing notice under 6(3). They started acquiring the land under, because it has already vested under the Land Reforms Act, and they said that now we will allow you to hold it. The vesting has taken place, but now that the two acts are in operation, we will allow you to hold it under 6(3). So the land will vest under us, and we will allot you the land under Section 6(3). So therefore I said, this is a very funny situation. I mean, my land I have bought a land, that land will now vest with me, so my investment goes away. Then the land you will give me on lease, which will also be a leasehold land, who will give me the money?
Precise.
So I said to the government that, why don't you, if you really want the real estate to grow, why you want to again restore back that Section 14Q?
Right.
Allow the persons to hold the land in terms of as far as the companies are concerned, in terms of the number of shareholders, as far as the HUF are concerned. And as you say that, are you saying something absurd? I said, no, I'm not saying something absurd. He said, yes, it is absurd. I said, no, it is not absurd. Why it is not absurd? Because your ceiling of agricultural land is also been defined as on the basis of the number of individuals. If you are an X person, your ceiling of agricultural land will be A. If you are husband and wife, your ceiling on agricultural land would be A plus B. If you have a family with children, your ceiling would be
Go ahead.
A, B, C.
Right.
So I said, if it is allowed in relation to the family, according to the number of the families, why can't you allow, as far as in HUF concerned, as far as the number of the members of the HUF, as far as the companies are concerned in that. I mean, this was basically, if this law could prevail,
right.
earlier, why can't this law prevail now?
Most certainly.
I thought that would have been a game changer, and it can still be a game changer.
Certainly.
But unfortunately, it has not happened. So as he rightly says that, what is the impact of the urban land ceiling? Now, again, I have not been able to understand that why the ceiling law has not gone. I mean, it has gone from all over the country. And I still have that figure which I quoted to the minister, that why this land ceiling law should go. And this figure was, I quoted that figure, and it's a very interesting figure. Because I can't remember the exact numbers. You can just hold it.
Yes, please.
Just take it out. See, when Mr. Jethmalani, Jethmalani was an urban development minister, and because he was a lawyer, I was used to interact with him very often. I always used to tell him, sir, this particular law should go. And he always said that, yes, I agree that this particular law is hindering the real estate housing sector.
That's what you
to a great extent. And let me be very honest with you that the economy really grows with two sectors. The first is the auto sector, automobile sector. You can take any history in the world. You can see the history of United States of America. You can see the history of Japan, where the economy grew up was because of the auto industry, because it creates the highest number of ancillary industry.
Right.
And the second is the housing industry. If these two industries are allowed to flourish, your economy will just boom, boom, boom.
Most certainly. Most certainly.
I think he was a very practical person, and he said this particular laws would be repealed. And I had that interesting figure with him when he gave a rationale in the parliament as to why this law is to be repealed. And he said that in India today, we have 2,20,675 hectares of excess vacant land. And then he said that out of 2,20,675 hectares of excess vacant land, only 50,046 hectares of wasted land, hectares of land has wasted with the state government. Rest of the people may not have filed their return or things like that. Or they may have taken the advantage of, as I said, I was able to devise a scheme under which we could save the land. And he said, of that 2,20,675 hectares of land, only 19,020 hectares of land, the possession could be taken by the government. And they said that the Act has failed to achieve. So that means from 2,20,000, only 19,000. And they said the Act have failed to achieve the affordable housing and increase in activity. And then it went on to say that only 0.4% of the land has been used for housing of the poor.
Right.
So this was the figures which he quoted in the parliament as to why the Urban Land Ceiling Act should go.
Should.
So if you want the housing sector to grow, if you want the real estate to go, you let go the land free. आपके पास दो तीन चीज की जरूरत होती है. As I said, you know, रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान.
Correct. So the essential component is the makan.
तो आप रोटी तो, you know, hectare wise you can keep on increasing your production by new innovation and things like that. और कपड़ा है, आप इंडस्ट्री लगा के कपड़ा बना सकते हैं. आजकल तो सिंथेटिक कपड़े भी बनते हैं. So there is no, you really don't need to have cotton. But मकान, दो चीज़ बहुत स्केयर होती है. एक होता है मिनरल which is very scarce, और एक होता है land which is very scarce.
Correct.
So one is underneath the land and one is above the land.
So
underneath the land जो आपके mineral है वो भी कोई ना कोई दिन खत्म होगी. It will someday the mineral will, आपके पास coal है, for the people say that, you know, the coal will not be there for the next 40 years. I hope it is not there, because we will not be needing the coal, because probably it will be a greener world.
Right.
In fact, I was reading an article today, it came down in the newspaper, that out of 15 most polluted cities in the world, 13 happens to be in India.
I know,
that
sir.
was the.
I think so. We'll skip pollution for the topic by itself.
Absolutely.
So,
and मकान, you know, as you said that वो भी जमीन के ऊपर बनना है, तो वो आपको छोड़ना पड़ेगा.
Most certain.
आपको वो खाली जब तक आप नहीं करेंगे तब तक रियल स्टेट की कोई डेवलपमेंट नहीं होगी. एंड सेकंड इज, एज यू सेड, टेक्नोलॉजी. तो आप जो बात करते हैं, फाइनेंस की बात करते हैं, सब चीज़ की बात करते हैं, आपको कंप्यूटराइज करना होगा, डिजिटाइज करना पड़ेगा.
इनफैक्ट सर,
जब
दैट्स
तक
वन
आप
ऑफ
लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स को, कन्वेंस डीड्स को, ट्रांसफर डीड्स को डिजिटाइज नहीं करेंगे,
राइट,
तो आपको कहाँ से फाइनेंसिंग मिलेगी?
That's true. In fact, sir, I was just saying that's one of a topic which I
आपको मिल ही नहीं
have
सकती है, सर. It is the job of the government to provide me the no encumbrance certificate.
with you, sir.
आज अगर आपके पास you create a mechanism where you can just, before you buy a land, you go to a particular department, registration department or whatever department you have, or you know the BLO department where, you know, people, they have to provide me with no due certificate, no encumbrance certificate. आप no encumbrance certificate दे दीजिए, ओसवाल जी, आप 10 करोड़ मांगेंगे, 20 करोड़ मांगेंगे, 50 जो मांगेंगे आपको दे देंगे. क्या प्रॉब्लम है इनको? हमारे यहाँ तो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है टाइटल का.
करेक्ट.
आप जमीन लेके आते हैं, हमको टाइटल ही नहीं मिलती है जमीन की, सर.
Correct, sir. Correct. I'm sorry, Khitan sir, I'll have to just hold that thought there. Because,
so I thought, you know,
no worries, sir.
Thanks a lot.
I think there are people also. So the smart gentleman waiting to sir's left, you know, very briefly introducing, you know, Prateek ji, as he says, building is not just a business, it is an art that involves the joy of creating an innovation. And, you know, as that's a motto with which, you know, Prateek ji lives. And, you know, from real estate to getting into warehousing to getting into industrial and second homes, I think all segments have been done. I think one of the few pioneer developers who've done a massive work in industrial and warehousing and has got best of the fund, big wigs of the world like Xander's, to come in this part of the country and invest, you know, I think credit goes to Prateek ji. So Prateek ji, very briefly, if you can just touch upon, you know, industrial warehousing segment and the financial institution, your interaction and what is that you look forward from them?
Thank you very much. So I think Sir has covered most of the things that I want to speak about. So I feel that Calcutta has a lot of potential because as Sir mentioned earlier that we are one of the biggest state-wise economy in the country. So we are a highly consuming state. So the one thing which lacks in Calcutta is industries. Recently in the last 1 year, we've actually been focusing on leasing a lot of our spaces to industries rather than warehousing because we've seen that this is a trend in other developed cities. So if you go to Delhi, Bombay, Chennai, we see that a lot of institutional players who develop logistic parks over there actually do it for mixed use. It is industrial and logistics. So most of the tenants are actually industries, which are like more sustainable tenants, they are for longer term. So in Calcutta also, most of these financial institutions, most of these funds, so we call, are largely interested to invest, but we also face a couple of bottlenecks, urban land ceiling definitely being one of them because what happens, as Sir already mentioned, that if we want an institutional player to come invest over here, they don't want to do 10, 15 acres, 20 acre parks. They typically want to do at least 100, 150 acres. Now the moment we want to do that, we have to involve 10 to 15 companies. Because the Urban Land Ceiling Act says that we have a limitation of 24 acres of industrial land in a company, but agriculture is 17 acres. So I mean, we have to first acquire agriculture company, land and then get it converted into industrial. Only then the ceiling increases, and even then 24 acres is not much for any industry to come, any big industry to come or any institution to come.
Correct.
So, I mean, I feel that if this particular law is changed, then Calcutta will have, I mean, plenty of investments from financial institutions. And when I say financial institution, I mean more of funds. I mean, these are equity partners who will come in, which bring in more promises as partners. So if I have to give in equity over debt, I will definitely prefer giving equity. So if land ceiling and if land records are I mean, if that can be catered much easily, I think Calcutta has a long way to go.
Most certain. And I have to give it to you that, usually a fund comes in only at the last stage, when most of the heavy lifting has been done, when the land has been acquired, when the construction has been done, when the leasing has been done, you got the fund at the last stage, which means, all the heavy lifting was done. Whereas if we manage to get a financial institution early, that'll greatly ease your work. I can certainly see that. No, that is there, most certain. So I'd give that, that it's always one developer which leads the way, like how you got the funds and all. And I'm sure with the great work which you're doing, a lot of financial institutions are going to follow. Thanks for that. So over to Padodia, sir. Last but not the least, I think when the sir was getting introduced, somebody just mentioned about 6 million. I would like to correct that figure, sir, please. 10 million square feet plus in Calcutta and 40 lakhs in Hyderabad. That's what I read today morning in the website. So much more than what, what was just introduced. So, sir, with your massive plethora of experience of decades, if you can just highlight, how one thing which city definitely is very good at is physical and social infrastructure. If you see pure data, the road infrastructure, the metro being one of the earliest, the seaports as they're coming, the Bharatmala project, the freight corridor, I think that's one of a thing which we are definitely ahead. In some places where we might not be, but this is one thing with pride I can say for East or especially for Calcutta. So if you can give an idea, sir, how this is helping shape the investment coming into the city, what formats, and what are the key takeaways from these infrastructure which we can utilize to get more financial institutions? Over to you, sir.
Good infrastructure is basically showcasing the city. If you have good roads, you have last mile connectivity, metros, the lot of areas that were not accessible is now opening up. So you have affordable housing. If you have MIG housing, affordable housing is possible. And any investor who's coming to invest here, if they get impressed by the city's infrastructure, the social infrastructure also, so they feel that it is the right place to invest. So in a nutshell, when we sell a project, we make good experience centers, showcase our flats. Similarly, a state or an area is showcased by the infrastructure.
Correct, precise.
So if the investors are impressed by the state and the progress, they will definitely invest in the real estate scenario.
Most certainly. And sir, would you also want to cover what are the segments? So other than the residential, commercial, retail, which is a regular thing, like, Pratik ji is covering industrial warehousing, are there, because of this good infrastructure, do you see also investment going into more asset classes, like, maybe data center, institutional is now, catching the fancy of a lot of financing institutions. Do you see that also happening?
It is happening, like logistics is happening in a big way over here. Some data centers have already been announced. So these are all coming here, but if the infrastructure is at a higher pace, they will come in a much bigger way. But like it was said earlier, like a lot of land have been auctioned by the government. So a lot of big players from outside Calcutta have come in and invested over here. So that will again lead for a bigger investment over here.
Most certain. Absolutely. So just keeping in the interest of time, I'll just skip to an elaborate discussion and in fact come straight to the closing remarks from the people. So starting with Anji, so any closing remarks on, prospectively looking forward, what is that you look forward more from the real estate fraternity and maybe the, the lawmakers, government itself, only from a pure financial institution point of view, what will that take for you to invest that major chunk of that sixth fund into the East or Calcutta in particular?
No, I think what I was also, discussing with our developer partners, largely, how to, so ULC and, the process of registering land in so many companies, this is something very unique to this city. So, developing an understanding around that. So we need to, somehow come out of this ULC thing. Land records in other cities, we have invested in so many other cities, are largely digitized. So you get an encumbrance certificate and you get the history of title from the land office, which again I think that needs to fasten. And it has to become more investor friendly to attract investors. See, we can't wait for 6 months, 9 months, 12 months to complete the title of a property before investing. Typically in other cities we take, let us say, between 30 to 45 days, 60 days maximum to from the day we evaluate and the day to we invest. So I think these things have to fasten a bit. Approval process typically in other cities are 9 to 12 months. Here I hear that it is between 12 months to 24 months. So I think all these things need to get streamlined, which can attract more and more institutional capital.
Certainly, that was very helpful. Manavji, any closing remarks other than those specific points which you just mentioned? Anything prospectively which we look forward for increasing the funding, increasing the more palatable coming of industry, more corporate developers also entering the city? Any thoughts on that?
Sir, see, every part of the world has its own style of operation. So this part of the world means the eastern part, Bengal is always very slow and steady. थोड़ा धीरे चलता है. सर ऐसा इन्वेस्टर जो भी है सर आप लोगों का भी ऐसा कि बंगाल में सब कुछ ये जो स्पीड है दिस इज नॉर्मल एंड नाउ इन past 3 years especially after COVID that phase is going on. So this is a fastest period we are facing, we are experiencing. Correct, so we are now in a stage where the company like you and can focus into us, all the players in Bengal. Now we are doing well and everything is moving faster than before. Everything is moving faster than before. ULC, ये सब hurdle है, challenges everywhere is there. But still we are having these challenges, and considering these challenges, I must say that Bengal part, in all respect, it's doing very good now. And the alternative class, asset class means not only the normal real residential and commercial, the other logistics, second homes, luxury homes, bungalows, everything is doing well. Comparing to other part, Delhi se compare करेंगे, Bombay se compare करेंगे, we are slow. But slow and the market is very steady. That is also very important. So please consider that eastern part, the Bengal real estate is maybe slow, but is very steady. So all the investment company, investment partners, they can rely on us, and because यहाँ पे काम बढ़िया बनेगा, आप सर करते जाइए.
Fantastic, fantastic. So slow and steady is a key word, but I must say, as I was speaking, Manav bhai, the kind of work he's doing in Siliguri, that's by no way slow. The amount of speed with which they are building and selling, it is definitely not slow. But thanks for your inputs. Over to you, sir. So thanks for great insight on the urban land ceiling. Honestly, as much as I read, I thought I didn't read anything after hearing what is the detail about it. So any closing remarks, sir? On
Sir, I was born in Calcutta. I made little bit of money from Calcutta only. I earned my name and fame from Calcutta. And in fact, I consider myself to be an ambassador of West Bengal and Calcutta.
Most of it, sir. You are.
I don't know how many people know this. Somehow or other we are suffering from, एक आदमी का reputation खराब हो जाता है कभी-कभी. And when there is a spot on your reputation, it takes a lot of time to get rid of that.
Correct.
थोड़ा बहुत मैं समझता हूँ that we are suffering because of the reputation which we inherited when a left-front government was in power. This particular government is little fussy about urban land ceiling, let me be very honest, because somehow, and they know that this law has to go. And I am very confident this law will go. Very, very confident this law will go, because whatever I know little bit. But you must also take into consideration what this city has done. And I said, I keep on making my notes. I have to speak on different occasions to different. You are rated as one of the best, second best city in the country as far as your affordable housing is concerned, and your output ratio is 24%. That means, except Ahmedabad, where your EMI on purchasing a house will go to 21%, Calcutta would be spending 24% compared to 50% or over 50% in Mumbai. Scotch there is an agency in 2021. They gave a report that West Bengal is the best state as far as ease of business is concerned. But very few people know. This is a report. For last 2 consecutive years, Calcutta has been rated as the safest Indian city in India.
Without it.
I can give figures. I have that figure, which is very important figure, that the state has identified 8,000 acres of idle government land. 8,000 acres of idle government land to be given to the industry as a freehold land.
Wow.
This is again a very, very important thing. Then, as far as the small buildings are concerned, 3-storied and small buildings are concerned, I think they have permitted that, architect and licensed building surveyor can grant a sanction of the building. I think this is, look at the stage by stage.
Correct. Actual data speaks different, perception is different. I understand.
Small building, you don't have to go to the corporation for their sanction. The licensed building surveyor and the architect will grant the sanction.
All right.
This is again very interesting that, industrial park and logistic warehousing infra is being developed to 12 to 13 million square feet of warehousing is being developed. I mean, there are 200 industrial park spread over 1,000 acres with specific sector of leather, textile, hosiery. I'm involved in few, between you and me.
Fantastic.
You are the 6th largest economy in the world. You have a population of over 90 million, which is going to 106 million. I don't see anything wrong in that. One is the perception, another is little bit of rigidness on Urban Land Ceiling Act is concerned.
Moving forward.
But they are very, very positive as far as he rightly said, that we want industry to come. And they are very, very focused, that land should be made available to the industry. And they are now converting the leasehold land also. The new policy has come where it will be converted into a freehold land. So as you say, there was a dogma that land something, is being speculated upon. When urban land ceiling, land, it is meant for speculation. people make, bad money out of land, it is known as a crony capitalism. It is no longer there. Land is not a crony capitalism.
It's times gone. Right.
So I think, and the metro, according to me, the metro would be a game changer.
Yes.
Again, a metro, it's another, maybe, you saw this one metro from Havda to Esplanade, they have 70,000 people. The other metros have not developed because, it is in between, there is no metro. You can't reach different parts of the, but once it comes within an year or two, you will see a tremendous growth and development.
Most certain, sir. Most certain. So two keywords if I have to just pick up. One is the perception bias, which I think the city does suffer from, which I totally agree because as I read the data stats in the morning while I was revising, some of the numbers look exceedingly good, the rate at which we're growing, the infra, a lot of numbers. And second, I think some bit of inertia as far as change in the policy guidelines. Pradeep ji, over to you. Any closing thoughts, remarks on, prospectively, what do we look at?
Yeah, so I think again, sir has covered what I wanted to speak. It is the perception that we need to change as an industry. So, generally whenever we have a new company come in, because we deal with a lot of MNCs to lease them spaces. So if there's anyone who's coming after say 10 years or 15 years or has come to Calcutta for the first time, their first words to us literally is that Calcutta is much better than what we heard. Or we didn't expect Calcutta to be like this.
Correct.
So I think us as an industry need to change that perception, because we always talk about what doesn't happen in the state, but we never talk about what happens in the state. We don't talk about the developments which are happening. We talk about, we generally complain about the developments which are not happening. So we as an industry send out this negative message, which brings a lot of resistance from people outside the state to come and invest into the state. So as an industry, if we are able to change that perception, I think that is the first step going forward if we want more investments to come into the state.
Absolutely. I think very important point. I think just reiterating again is that, we ourselves are the stakeholders, we have that responsibility to, carry forward that message, change the perception, and that I think will definitely make a lot of difference more than thing. Over to sir, with all that experience, if you can summarize and all your closing remarks.
Large work is happening over here despite all the constraints. So work is happening and infrastructure is also coming up. Now we have a underground metro which you
First
can
of the country.
reach Havra in 7 minutes. So a lot of work is happening and a lot of things have happened, so a lot of things will be seen shortly. So work is happening, and he rightly said that we need to change the image of the city. So we hope that a lot of investors come in, and it's very heartening to see that there are funds that are going to be ready to invest in land and equity of the land.
Absolutely. Thanks, sir. Thanks for summarizing. Thanks. If there's any question from the audience, if you don't ask, then I'll ask you a few questions. No, I think that should be good. Over to you, please.
Thank you. And zor se taali please for all of you. For all of them, ladies and gentlemen, and sab intellectual hai, sab log ko sir sab samajh mein aa jata hai easily, and the way and the ease at which you all explained, that was really exemplary. Thank you so much. I'll request Imran Sheikh, co-founder of Propacity, to kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to all of them. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yes, I love it. You remember the C of clapping, right? So it goes from here and there. So can we start the C please, from here? Yes. Abhi bhi sync nahi hai, lekin we are getting better. Just like they said that Calcutta is getting better in terms of pace. Yes, that's how we clap, please. Let's have the group photo as well with all of you. Middle mein chale jao. And everybody in the house, please show some excitement over here. Group photo, I know it's kind of getting difficult, but then I love the patience and calmness and composure that you all are displaying from your end. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Thank you so much to all of you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so a bit of a quick announcement for all of you over here. We are a little delayed in terms of time, so that's the reason we are just swapping our schedules a little. We had this real talk which was supposed to happen, and after that we were going forward with the awards. But then now we are beginning with the awards, and soon after that we'll be having the real talk session as well. So without further ado, I'll request all of them to kindly take over and get the stage sorted. It's almost like that swift transition from one subject period in school to the other, right? कि एक खत्म हो उसके बाद तुरंत अगले subject का teacher आ गए, right? I'll quickly request the team to get this sorted. I believe this is not the setup, right? We need to clear this. ये हटाना है हम लोग को. ये हटाना है अभी. We're starting with the awards, so ये we need to remove. ये बाद में होगा. Can I please have some volunteers to help, please? सब हटाना है, हाँ. अभी awards चालू कर रहे हैं. Yeah, sure. Huh? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request all of you to kindly take your seats. We're all set to begin with the awards right now. And just a little bit of swapping in terms of the schedule is concerned. We had that real talk session. We'll be having that very soon. But we're all set to begin with the awards as we're a little delayed. So I'll request you all to kindly take your seats so that we can move forward as soon as possible. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Everybody clear at the back? Thoda sign de dijiye, please. Perfect. Thank you. Request everybody to kindly take their seats. We're all set to move forward. May I request people at the back to kindly take their seats, please? Excuse me, can we please have people at the back to take their seats? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed honorees, welcome to this magnificent, magnificent evening of celebration and recognition. As your host, Shubhajit Ghosh, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome all of you for this wonderful occasion. Tonight, over here, we gather to honor outstanding achievements, commendable efforts, and remarkable contributions across various spheres of endeavor. You can tune into the live stream of the Realty Plus website at www.rprealtyplus.com. Additionally, of course, our live stream is available on the Realty Plus LinkedIn page as well, and the Realty Plus Facebook page, both accessible by searching @RP Realty Plus. For all our viewers and attendees over here, please do remember to tag us and share your experiences on social media. It is a very important time for social media. Everybody loves it. You can find us on Facebook and Twitter with the handle @RP Realty Plus, and on Instagram with the handle RP_Realty. So, without further ado, it's time to take a brief introduction of Realty Plus. So can we please have the AV of Realty Plus, please?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Thank you so much, my friends over there at the console, for playing this. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus is all about. And for all their latest initiatives and all the wonderful things that they do, you can, of course, get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus. Well, no event is really complete without the support of partners, so it's very important that we thank them from the bottom of their hearts. So our co-partners for today, Salarpuria Group and Imami Realty Limited, technology partner Propacity, digital partner Realty, business media partner BW Business World Group, online media partner exchangeformedia.com, and of course, the event is organized by Team Realty Plus. Can I please have a huge shout out for Team Realty Plus, ladies and gentlemen? We'll be moving ahead with the awards, but before that, I have this engaging session where I need to take a certain feedback from all of you. So, sir, we'll just be having a quick tete-a-tete with all of you over here. So I'll be coming randomly to you all and I'll be asking you all your expectations. Whoever has the most interesting and twisted way of answering that has a special hamper in store. So, sir, what are your expectations from today's awards?
We expect all fairness to all the winners, and and then we have a good time.
So are you ready to have an IFA type award show? Because experience हम लोग ने पुणे में भी किया था इसका award show. That experience was lively over there. Are you expecting something like that over here, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. एक ही जन का yes सुनाई दे रहा है मुझे. थोड़ा जोर से बोलिए, मुझे भी अच्छा लगेगा. जोर से yes please. मेरे झूठे दिलासा के लिए दे दीजिए. कोई नहीं बोल रहा, चलो कोई बात नहीं. I'll still take that. Please let me know, ma'am, what are your expectations?
Well, it's a great honor to be part of this award show. I'm representing the Jain Group for today. And let's see, we are expecting, actually, last year also I have a part of this award show. Let's see, I think it will be a blast.
It will absolutely be a blast. And award चालू करने के पहले, I have this special request for all of you. I know Kolkata is very bright, but इतना रोशनी मेरे आंखों में आएगा, मुझे कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है. Can we please have that? Thank you so much. Before we move forward, I believe not everybody is acquainted with each other over here, right? So we'll just do a quick task. आपके बाजू में जो है, the one who's beside you, I want you all to say Realty Plus rocks and real estate rocks to each of you while shaking your hands. So whoever is beside you, you need to shake your hands with that person and say real estate rocks, we rock. Can I please expect all of you to do that together? On a countdown of 1, you can, sir, वो आपके पास है, वहाँ पे, everybody has two in pairs, right? So you just need to shake hands with the person next to you and say real estate rocks, Realty Plus rocks. एक साथ on a countdown of 1, 2, 3. Can we please expect you all to do that? Zor se! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Maza aa raha hai. I'll still have more interactions left. Sir, you had a great session. Thank you so much for joining us. What are your expectations from the award? And aapko jo stage pe, the insights that you shared, what is your experience from this event today?
See, I'm, very closely connected with Realty Plus team since long. So my expectation is always very high. So every time they meet up my expectation, and honestly बताओ, और भी ज़्यादा है, तो बस और भी ज़्यादा है, and they are simply matching the industry level. They are successfully able to bring all the stalwarts of the industry in the same platform. So, and for me, a small player like me, so this is a very good opportunity for me to see all the big players on the same stage, and really looking forward.
Thank you so much, sir. It was an absolute pleasure hearing from you over there. Give it up for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. एक बार खुद के लिए जोर से ताली बजाइए, please. You've been a fantastic audience, right from the conclave to now the awards, of course. Thank you so much. Quickly moving forward, वरना आप लोग बोलोगे कि कितना time waste करता है ये anchor. Moving on, it's time to welcome the one and only, the legendary, the visionary himself, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group, to deliver the welcome address for all of you. And as you all know, he's India's OG media mogul and he's a first-generation entrepreneur. Yes, तालियां पहले बजा सकते हो. No worries, it's Dr. Batra at the end of the day. Even the mic is having a blast, sir, with your presence.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. I don't miss a chance to come to Calcutta for various reasons, even if it's for a couple of hours. The warmth in this city is amazing. The way I see, players in the same segment talking to each other, collaborating with each other, how they refer to each other. I see a glimpse of our culture. Simple thing is, somebody would talk to somebody, Bhaiya, aap kaise ho? I feel very good. While there is business and there's formality and English is the language of communication, I think the personal touch I see in Calcutta, I really enjoy it. I really enjoy the warmth whenever I'm here. And we are going to increase your fees for this event. But jokes apart, he's been doing a good job since morning, and please give him a big round of applause. Clapping is good for heart muscle. I don't want to stand between you and the award. This is the 20th year of Realty Plus. On 27th August 2024, we'll complete 20 years. The late Mrs. Sheila Dikshit launched Realty Plus in Delhi on 27th August 2004. And I remember the date very, very vividly because my daughter was born in the morning at almost 8 a.m. and I went to the launch at 10 or 11 a.m. and till today I have to listen from my wife that she was born and you went away, right? And then of course I came back, but we couldn't have changed the date. The Prarthana was supposed to come on 28th. She came one day before. So really, we are privileged to be able to engage with all of you. I think we've done a lot in 20 years. But I genuinely believe where the Indian real estate sector is, and I was talking to some friends I met briefly, most people see me as a media person, but I did start my career as a real estate professional, and I did share the story for some of you in the morning, which is I was part of the setup team of Colliers Jardine, Michael Thompson, David Fowler, Patrick Connor, Ashish Welker, and I was possibly the youngest member. I was 24 years young then, 30 years back, and I was fresh out of a top-notch business school. I had a job in an listed IT services firm, lots of stock options. I could have retired if I worked 30 years there. And my father studied at Brits Pilani, and he was happy with my job. I studied at MDI. I just spent 3.5 years on the board of MDI as the first alumnus to be on the board. There's an MDI in Murshidabad, and the same society governs MDI Gurgaon and MDI Murshidabad. So I'm also the chairman of the MDI alumni. So I went to my dad and explained to him that I won't join Mastech. I would join a property services company. So he asked me, which property services company? He studied at Brits Pilani, professor of chemistry. Was a head of a very large educational institution. Both my mom and dad, they're still active. My dad is 85, mom's 84. I had dinner with them last night, and I told my dad, I'm not joining Mastech. I'm going to join a property services company. So he asked me, tell me what is the name, what do they do, what is the lineage, are they listed, so on and so forth. So I tried to explain to him Colliers Jardine. At that time it was a JV with HDFC and Island FS. So I explained to him property services, research, consulting, transaction services, broking. And मेरे पिताजी ने broking को पकड़ लिया. बोले अगर दलाली करनी तो इतना पढ़ने लिखने की क्या जरूरत थी. But as my dad and mom always allowed me to do what I wanted to, even 30 years back, and I joined Colliers. And I worked in the real estate services sector for a couple of years. I was telling Mr. Gupta that, Anirban, who was moderating a session in the morning, that I taught a course on real estate when I was 26 at either MFC, Master of Finance and Control, Delhi University, or at MBM for, I think, MFC. That's where I taught. And I have to tell you another personal story, which is in my book. I have never given money to my mom in 30 years. My parents haven't asked me for any money. But I remember giving her 14,000 rupees, which was 14 lectures that I did at the Delhi University for the course. And my mom still remembers that because she bought us very nice sari. And since then I haven't given her money. She's never needed it, but definitely she remembers that bit. So I do know a little bit about real estate, And a lot of my friends who I had the good pleasure of working in their first jobs with them, good pleasure of hiring them, run very large real estate services companies or MDs of real estate funds or MDs of real estate developers. There are at least 8 to 10 of them. I don't want to take their names, I don't want to patronize them, but I privately told my friend who they are. So I can only say that the real estate services sector is bound to grow. In my view, as the real estate sector, you're in Calcutta, I heard what's happening in Howrah, what's happening in Hubli. I heard about how the real estate, both the premium real estate and affordable houses, both are really growing, how the office space demand is growing, A+ category office space demand is growing, how retail demand is growing, how logistics and industrial is growing, and new centers of economic activity are coming up. I think the East will be an example for everyone to be able to emulate. And in the morning, Mr. Pradeep Chopra was talking that how he started at 350 rupees a square feet, it went to 850, and now it is the same development is at 10,000 to 12,000 square feet. It was unimaginable in those days. I think what will happen to the real estate sector in the next 3 to 6 years will be very big. You can see it, you can visualize it, you can create, you're creating it. It will also mean that the real estate services sector, as the developers, as the builders, as the creators of new townships, build more centers of excellence, the services domain in the next 3 years, in my view, in our estimation, will grow by 6 to 8 times. Because the growth, and again, I was talking to how, because I worked in Colliers, I worked with Anuj, and I possibly know everybody who matters in this ecosystem. I was asking, where does your revenue come from? Is it more from commercial services? Is it more from residential? Where does it, there are land transactions happening here. There's retail consulting. There's a lot of activity in residential. There's a lot of activity in every sector and subsector. So really, East and Calcutta, I met a gentleman from Siliguri, and he was very happy that we've included. I keep telling Tripti and Sapna that do events in real estate is very local. Go to cities, small, doesn't matter, do it, So I just want to say that this year, in this financial year, Realty Plus added 2 more cities to its event. It added Hyderabad. I happened to be in Hyderabad on 9th Feb. And the Realty Plus event was huge. Tripti wasn't there for personal reasons. For the first time, she had an agreement in her family. And Sapna did the Hyderabad show. And then this year in November, last year in November, this financial year, we also did a huge show in Dubai. And Khaleej Times were a partner. It was the first show. I can tell you it can be hugely bigger and better. And I'm sure it will be. I wasn't there, but I know. This year we plan to add at least Goa, what is happening in the Goa real estate. We plan to add Chennai. We plan to add at least 2-3 state capitals, whether it's a Lucknow, it's a Bhopal. There's so much activity happening. I know developers, or the leading developers, their hands are full. I also said in the morning that if you look at China, China has ghost towns. They built and built and built, and now the offtake is not happening. Look at India. Today, most of the residential real estate is being bought by users or families of users. The investors have become much lesser than it used to be, much, much lesser. I was reading the latest issue of Business World, and I was reading Minaz Merchant's column about how the ghost cities in China really represent the decline of China. I would say China is stagnant because China is still 60% of the EV market, so you can't write off China, but clearly right now it's not shining for various reasons. It is India's spot. India will create more billionaires in the real estate sector in the next 10 years than it has done in the last 40 years. More billionaires will come out of cities like Calcutta, cities like Pune, cities like Hyderabad, because the scale at which development is happening is huge. Indian developers are going abroad. Look at what has Shobha done with its Dubai, and it's competing with the Emaars of the world, and it's premium. Bhutani is going there. Shobha is from Bangalore, Bhutani is from Delhi. So I'm sure the ambitions of the Indian entrepreneurs, even in the real estate sector, are no longer limited to their own geographical areas of strength. I'm sure you're thinking of expansion outside India. So I don't want to stay between you and the award winners, but I wish you luck in your endeavor to build what you're building. I want to end by saying the three things that I said in the morning. One is sleep more than 8 hours. All of us sacrifice our sleep for, I know it's very basic, we know it. I'm flying from here to Bombay so that at least I can sleep 7 hours. I normally sleep 8+ hours, 8 to 9 hours. Second is be kind to yourself, be kind to others, which most of you are. The ones that I know, I'm sure you are kinder than I talked about an Israeli climber who in 2012 or 2013, you can Google him, Nadab Ben Yehuda. He almost became the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, and he was between the base camp and the peak, and he discovered one of his friends had died, another was on the verge of dying, so he had two choices, either to become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest and feel good about it, or to save someone's life. He saved someone's life. His 2 fingers were amputated, and he's not been able to climb Mount Everest, but he subsequently climbed the Annapurna, and he's become a rescue climber. He's very popular in the speaker circuit, and he's built a life around that. So clearly, if you do an act of kindness, it comes back. And third, because you're real estate developers, you're building cities. I talked to 2 issues which are very important. One is building cities and developments that take the needs of the specially abled, because really it's important. Second is the fact that climate change is a reality. What's happening with the temperatures in various cities, the wildfires in Europe, Australia, America, the shrinking of the ocean. So whatever you do, have sustainability consciousness, build green buildings. A lot of you are building green buildings. A lot of you are very conscious about sustainability. So I just want to bring it top of mind. I'm sure all these things are top of mind with you, but sometimes in our pursuit of profits, we forget the planet, but the Mother Earth is capable of nurturing herself and reinventing and rejuvenating. But we can do our bit to build developments that are both sustainable, eco-friendly, and are friendly to especially abled people. I wish you luck, and I'm sure the next time we meet each other, you would have been able to deliver on your promises, on your projects, because post-RERA, the only reason you're doing well is because you're delivering, and you're building something that has quality and service, and engaging with the aspirational India. The aspirations of every Indian are growing. Every Indian wants a better home. That's the first thing, and everything is after that. I think a home, a marriage in the family, and the education of the children, these are the top 3 expenses: home, marriage in the family, and education. So I think you are in a very important segment of the economy which contributes to the economy and which is also able to create wealth for everyone. And last but not the least, appreciation in real estate happens in new sectors. So those of you who are buying lands in areas which will be future cities, I think you are creating value for people who will be able to afford quality real estate and also have appreciation. I said in the morning, DLF luxury housing is great, but the level of appreciation, because it's already at a certain level, so it's difficult to appreciate. I bought in a premium DLF office space, and it at 60% now. I bought it at the peak, and it's so the new cities, the new towns, the new developments, which possibly will come up fully in the next 2-3 years, are areas where you can have appreciation, and I'm sure there are lots of such areas around Calcutta and in West Bengal. So I wish you luck. I'm not very familiar with the Northeast. I've been to Siliguri twice, not once. I've been to lots of places, but I'm still I don't know enough about those cities because of my frequent visits to Calcutta, 4 to 6 every year, meeting all of you. I'm able to get some sense of what is happening in real estate here. Wish you luck. God bless you. Back to Shubhajit.
Thank you, sir. And I think when it's Anurag, sir, I think the cheers and appreciation need to be a lot louder, right? So please, कितना दम है कोलकाता में दिखा दीजिए प्लीज. Yes, thank you so much, wonderful. Now it's time to move forward with some real conversations. By real conversations, ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं पहले का गलत बोल रहा हूँ या पहले का फेक बोल रहा हूँ, ऐसा नहीं है. But the theme right now is real talk, and let's have some real talk and have some really inspiring stories, some success stories of some eminent designers. I believe that designers play an important role when it comes to the aesthetics part of it, so it's high time that we discuss all these stories. Today we have the privilege of having architect Abhishek Datta, who is a recipient of many professional and academic awards and is the principal architect of one of the most trusted design firm, Archon Design, specializing in educational, institutional, industrial and innovative residential projects of more than 6 million square feet. As noted conceptual artist, his installation art has been exhibited and featured in international exhibitions as well. Beside his research and academic endeavors spanning more than 18 years, he is presently serving as the Honorable Secretary of IIIT Kolkata and is admired by his peers for his innovative ideas on varied fields beyond design and technology. Give it up for architect Abhishek Datta, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege to have you over here. Our next speaker is Shantanu Datta Gupta, Associate Director, Market Development, Green Business Certification, INC GBCI. Shantanu Datta is a passionate global climate action expert with over 17 years of extensive experience in market and industry transformation, policy, advocacy, high-level collaboration, and ESG strategy specialist. He is a visionary leader within the environmental sustainability industry, net zero, and decarbonization, and has been delivering high-value sustainability and ESG projects and providing thought leadership to transform markets. Give it up for Shantanu Datta Gupta, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. And we have the pleasure of Sapna Srivastav as well over here, the editor of Realty Plus, one of the main faces behind organizing this wonderful initiative today. Please give it up for Sapna Srivastav as well. Thank you so much. So over to you now.
So, Dr. Batra spoke about sustainability, quality of life, and taking cue from there, in the morning we had spoken about various facets of real estate, from finance to technology to trends, insights. One aspect that we need to talk about in real estate, which is very important, is the design and sustainability. As a lot of you out here are into the developments and are, I'm sure, being awarded also for these aspects. So we have two eminent experts in these fields, designer Abhishek Datta, who will talk about how architecture is becoming very important when we are talking about design. And it's not only about design and buildings, but also about the sector as a whole and probably as the economy for the country. And then also Shantanu Datta Gupta, who will be talking about sustainability, because you, not only in India, but also in Bangladesh and Vietnam, you have been consulting on various green projects. Let me start from the very basic, Abhishek. We all here have our own perception of what architecture is, what design is, what building design is. You as an architect, what does architecture mean to you?
Good evening. It's actually a very difficult question to sum up in a limited time frame like this, because architecture, if you go by book, will tell you about the art and technology of designing buildings, habitats and all. But while an architect become an architect, they realize at the end of the day, we serve people to stay happier. So more or less, as I have been growing, because I was in college and all, that time if you had asked me, I could have told you about the interesting forms, the gigantic scale of projects, the way we kind of impact people's life through creativity and all. But more I age also and understand a little better, I feel architecture is all about understanding the person for whom you are working. It's all about creating space which lifts your emotional part of life, because every space that we are occupying, whether that's even outside the building, even the landscape zones, everything impacts you. And they say, Winston Churchill once said, I believe, you shape your buildings and thereafter it shapes you. So it's very, very important role for architects to understand what exactly the person mean, and architecture is just to respond, to become an extension of the human life itself.
Yeah, it's a response to the human need, human life, and at the end of the day, to make the user happy. That's what architecture, Abhishek Datta says. Shantanu, we all talk about sustainability. Again, we all have our own definitions of sustainability. You as an expert, if you have to give in 2 words or 2 lines, what sustainability means?
First of all, thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for generous introduction. I'm not an expert. I am learning this business for last 17 years. I'm a student of real estate. Now, it is very, very, confusing sometimes that sustainability, what is sustainability, there is no real definition of it. But to me, basic necessities of human being, which we need for our survival, for our existence, and for our well-being, directly or indirectly comes from Mother Nature. So we have our responsibilities to add value or add positive impact to environment, to social, and to economic, for a better future. If you consider animal and plant kingdom and biodiversity, environmental, social, and governance will drive the business of real estate in coming 15 to 20 years.
That's right. ESG, like what we call environment, social, and governance. And a lot of companies are now looking at triple bottom line, where it's not only the profits in terms of monetary, but also social profits that they are looking at. Coming back to the design aspect, Abhishek, we are in the age of specialization. We have, everything is specialized field now. We have lighting consultants, we have landscape consultants, we have acoustic consultants, we have interior consultants. What is the role of architect now?
It's the most fun question one can answer, because what I used to tell my students, that architecture is the last general subject. So if you are reading the newspaper in the morning, there is something to learn from. If you are reading a novel, you have something to learn from. If you are looking at a movie, you are seeing somebody quarreling in a movie, and you don't look at the events going on, you look at the background, So in architecture, just like a filmmaking, there are a lot of people working, around these things. But at the end of the day, you have to have a captain of your team who will look after each and everything and tell you and in order to appreciate if some of your consultant is doing a good job or not, you have to have a generalized idea of your overall vision of a project. So each and every consultant, nowadays we have it's not only limited to the people who are into the design team, but also you have the project team, you also have the developers, finance team, the marketing team, you have even post-occupancy evaluation team. After delivery of a project, you have a facility management team. The architect responds to each and every stakeholder's need. We respond to the legal, the changes. Every time there is a new rule comes up, architects are the first people to take note of all these things. And after doing all these things, the end outcome, if anybody kind of messes up, the responsibility of the architects will be at stake.
He's the signing authority.
He is the signing authority of everything.
Okay.
And he can actually appreciate the good work by giving it, it's also the casting director of the thing. For the real estate project, when it comes to the design part, we believe it's not only the architect, even the real estate developer plays a role of an architect, because he conceptualizes one idea before he selects an architect.
Correct.
On the basis of his vision.
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So architects in that way, each and everything is related to
So
it and
architect
last
still
generation.
remains the captain of the ship.
Absolutely.
And jack of all trades.
And master of some, hopefully.
Master of some, yeah. Similar question to you, Santanu. We are talking about green buildings, and we see a lot of green buildings, whether it is residential, commercial, across the country. But what about the other segments, whether it is hospitality, manufacturing, warehousing now, healthcare? What about green buildings? Are there green buildings coming up in these segments as well, or?
A lot of actions are going on. See, now, as far as Calcutta is concerned, our new landmark is ITC Royal Bengal.
Right.
So I don't want to name anybody, but yes. So people are building responsible luxury hotels. And I closely work with manufacturing segment. I personally work with 1,500 plus manufacturing projects, export-oriented manufacturing projects, and I closely work with 450 plus accounts. So, giving an example of textile industry, by 2027, we have a target of being 100 plus billion USD export industry for textiles only. So our neighbor, Bangladesh, which is one of my territories, they are clocking 49 billion already. And we have certified, I'm from US Green Building Council, so we have a brand called LEED. We have certified 253 projects, specifically 211 factories, garment manufacturing factories, because buyers, if you're talking about US or Europe buyers, Inditex, Zara, Marks and Spencers, they appreciate responsible sourcing. So they will only buy from the sustainable factories. That is also happening in India. So textile is booming. So manufacturing, warehousing, because it is not about the manufacturing only, it is about the global value chain. That is why a lot of actions going on in warehousing sector. Somebody was mentioning Xander, it is our project as well. So in Calcutta, you'll see a lot of actions in healthcare, in hospitality, because people are traveling more than ever, and manufacturing and warehouse. So they are going for
So it's
green.
the client demand which is driving this. So for other sectors also, the clients are demanding that, and then it makes profit sense also, especially if it is hospitality. If it brings down your energy bills and water bills, of course, then green makes sense. You've been, both are veterans of the industry, building and construction sector. If I have to ask you, what are the three major changes that you have seen which have created paradigm shift in the sector? What could be those three changes over the years which have been, both of you can take it first. So.
Like for more than 100 years, I find our sector particularly has been going in a hackneyed way. Nothing much has changed apparently from outside. There were random attempts made to uplift the technological use in different sectors. But if you look at aviation sector or any other automobile sector, there are groundbreaking technological advancement which has happened. But when it comes to construction, we are more or less building same old, like 200 years the way we used to build. We are almost building with the same kind of thing. But recently, we have seen there are 2-3 things which has happened. One of them is after globalization, there are a lot of materials which become suddenly easily available, which you only used to see in movies in Hollywood and all. Those has come to our existence. And because of this Netflix and other thing, our clients have started discussing about, I need that kind of thing in my bedroom. So somebody travels a lot today, they visit some airports and finds a stone fascinating, and they want the same stone to be there in their living room. So the demand has kind of shifted, but to me, those things are majorly a superficial treatment sort of thing. You can't make somebody beautiful by, applying different kind of paints on their face. The inherent quality of the space, it is being talked less about. Because if you look at our traditional buildings, I mean, the places which really moves you while you travel, you find it's not the material. Because we are talking about ITC Royal, but if you go to ITC Shonar, on the other hand, you see very, very commonplace materials like Kota stone and the wood and glass and all these simple materials, just by the quality of space, the special dimensions, the way we change with head to ceiling ratio, we create a feeling. Same like the use of raw concrete and things. Now, because architecture is more or less happening with the younger generation especially, it is becoming, even I'm talking about the architects, it's becoming Pinterest-based collage of different imageries. You just, your client comes with 15 images and say, I need this kind of table, this kind of things. So these changes, because earlier whatever the architect used to give, the client used to get fascinated because they have never seen such a good perspective or 3D views earlier. But now things are very, people are becoming demanding, they are becoming more aware, and that's why the architects are, especially the architects who addresses the end users. And when the market is kind of also getting into the end user driven instead of investor driven, because investor, to be very honest, they hardly too much bother about the quality of the space. They would rather quantity, kitna square feet mil raha hai, kitne paise mein, ye unko chahiye, how much return on investment they will be getting. But while you are finding people who are going to be the end users are buying properties, these all things are impacting the way we start any design.
So it is the global exposure probably which
Exactly.
is creating a lot of shifts in the sector. Santanu, if I have to ask you, what would you say has been, the game changer for the sector?
Well, as far as sustainability is concerned, there are three. First of all, technology, IoT platforms. Data is the key. Data is driving the sustainability business, because we say in a building, if you cannot measure anything, you cannot improve it, right? So green building certification system used to be a kind of pen and paper documentation. Right now, we have open API cloud-based platform, which is plug and play. You can plug that system with your BMS, or if you do not have a BMS, you can actually incorporate data. So data is everything. Data is gold or platinum, whatever it is. It is driving the business. And next is the frameworks. After COP27 or COP28, ESG has been mainstreamed in India also. So we know about BRSR of SEBI for 1,000 top listed companies. Eventually, sooner or later, it will come for everyone. You have to report your sustainability initiatives, and it will be more transparent. So we will give it back to environment, to society, and good governance. That is transparency. And last but not the least, policy and advocacy. The policy framework which has been developed by the local government. Let me tell you, Calcutta is the pioneer in green buildings, if you're talking about, in terms of giving incentives. Now, we have our third green building of India in Calcutta, which is Technopolis, first in this part of the world, which is used to be LEED certified. And also in 2014-15, the government has announced 10% additional FAR for gold and above green buildings. So to appreciate, the movement, government has done fantastically well. So these three things actually change the ballgame.
Data, transparency, and government initiatives, government policies, and as Abhishek said, the global exposure to the end user are some of the biggest game changers for the design and architecture and real estate sector. And we in fact have Minister Shrikant Bhatta also here, who will be talking about the policy changes. He's the Minister for Consumer Affairs. Lastly, before I let you go, what is your outlook, Santanu, for the future for Indian design and construction sector? In one sentence, if you have to say, what is your outlook?
It will be an investor-driven industry, and a lot of FDIs are coming. If you're talking about real estate, we are not only talking about homes and commercial buildings, we are talking about manufacturing. South and Southeast Asia will be the manufacturing hub in next 15 years, and a lot of FDIs are coming. So, and investors are well aware and appreciating people to go green. Obviously, these frameworks, ESG is a key factor. So a lot of actions you will see in coming
India
days.
will see a lot of action is what Santanu is saying. Abhishek, what do you have to say? What is your outlook for Indian economy, Indian real estate in particular?
See, what I feel is like wherever there is a development happening, there are things which doesn't reflect in the balance sheet of a company. Because the kind of environmental impact that we are giving, the way, like for example, if you are painting your building a nice color, it's your neighbor who are going to be benefited more than yourself, right? If you are breeding mosquitoes in your backyard, it's not you who is going to suffer. It's not only you might suffer, but you are also impacting others. So now these externalities are, because of the government policies and the way awareness is growing, I can see these externalities are now started to become, the marginal cost is being calculated everywhere, and now people are taking care of all these things, becoming aware, and you have tradable carbon credits. Shantanuda will be able to elaborate on those things. Those things are making the things which is good for the society, good for the projects as well, by creating an environment of investment which is eco-friendly, which is much more sensible. Because if you ask me, not building a building is the best building possible, right?
Correct.
If whatever real estate people are selling, all these fantastic people are selling, if you look at the ad, they will sell everything that they are not building. They will give you a window and allow a vision of a lake or a fantastic park, a greenery. That's what is being sold.
One last word, sorry to cut you, that Gen Z and millennials who will be buying or taking offices, they're extremely concerned and extremely well aware of sustainability. If you ask, Parvez Bhai is here from CBRE, there is a report of CBRE, I closely work with CBRE, that before taking any job offer, Gen Z and millennials are asking where I'm going to sit. Okay? Is my building or office building sustainable? Similarly, home buyers, because they will be buying in future, right? So sustainability will change the game. It has already changed.
In fact, after COVID, people realized home is not about square feet. The balcony we used to use only for, drying your clothes are now a place to celebrate and have proper tea. So there are two types of building which I believe is being built. One is to survive, another is to live.
Yeah.
So now, as a user-driven society where the end users are dictating the market terms, the kind of projects which are going to come up, I feel we are going to build more and more livable spaces which makes people happier.
That's great. So I think the takeaway from this conversation, a very, very crisp conversation that we have had is that the outlook is that we will be creating livable spaces, sustainable spaces, and as Dr. Batra said, be kind to your, kindness. We should have kindness, showing kindness, and yes, as Santanu rightly said, the younger generation is very much aware of social responsibility, of environmental responsibility. So that's a good, future that I think we have in terms of our next generation and in terms of our veterans who will be guiding them. So thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for sharing your experience and expertise, and Santanu for sharing that very valuable information. Thank you so much for being here with us and for giving us this very
Thank you for all of giving us the decent hearing. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Talio ki kun zor se. Yes, you got the cue perfectly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us over here. I'll request Mr. Ajay Rajbed, owner of Tile Square, to kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to all of them. Give it up for Mr. Ajay, please, ladies and gentlemen. Good. I believe we are all aware about the sea of clapping, right? Can we start from front and then move back and then come front again? Thank you so much. We're done with the group photo as well. We'll have a group photo, I believe, with all of you. Sapna ji, a group photo with all of you. A group photo. Yes. Thank you so much. Once again, architects truly take care of the aesthetics part of it. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So the time is, I believe, here that we all have been waiting for the long time, for a really long time. We now have a very, very, very special address. Please, ladies and gentlemen, सबसे ज़्यादा ज़ोर से ताली बजाना please, in extending a warm welcome to Shri Shrikant Mohta, Minister of State for the Consumer Affairs Department, Government of West Bengal. We eagerly anticipate a special address for this evening to tell you all a bit about the visionary man. He's an Indian politician, member of All India Trinamool Congress. He's an MLA elected from the Salboni constituency in the year 2011 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election. Sir, it's an honor and privilege to have you over here. Please give it up for Shrikant sir once again, ladies and gentlemen. Zor se tali. Thank you. Aye, sir.
At first, I want to congratulate to the organizer for giving me opportunity to deliver a speech at this stage. All are welcome. Thank you, sir. I want to welcome respected dignitaries and audience present here. Technocrat and airtech and developer and building consultant and legal advisor, and financial and marketing consultant and other associated with the industry and real estate sector. Our West Bengal government is continuously focusing on industry as well as real estate sector to promote economic development and to create job opportunity in youth in West Bengal. Our Honorable Chief Minister create a good hassles-free environment in West Bengal to promote and facilitate industry as well as real estate sector and hereby augment economic growth in West Bengal. Not only private initiatives, our government is trying hard with this economics barrier and deprivation of central government to boost up industry sector as well as real estate sector. Department of Industry, Commerce and Enterprise, Government of West Bengal, Housing Department, and Department of Micro, Small Scale, Medium Enterprise and Textile, and the Government of West Bengal, different establishment of government like to West Bengal Industry Infrastructure Development Corporation and Statutory Corporation under Industry, Commerce and Enterprise, West Bengal Housing Board under Housing Department. West Bengal Housing Infrastructure Development Corporation or HIDCO, Kolkata Metropolitan Infrastructure Development, and KMDA, and New Town Kolkata Development Authority, and NKDA under Department of Urban Development and Municipal Development, FRS, Government of West Bengal are focusing boost up state infrastructure growth and translate and development activities of the state of government. In addition to implement various development projects, housing projects on behalf of other government departments and undertaken in local bodies. The economy of West Bengal is largest Eastern Indian economy with a substantial public sector, and West Bengal is situated in the strategic geographical location. It is a natural gateway to domestic market in the eastern and northeastern state. It also shares its borders with the countries Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh, and surrounding Andaman Nicobar and surrounding area West Bengal, or a state of southeastern state Bihar, or Odisha or Jharkhand, on richest area. Further, it has easy connectivity to the in corrective marketing, Southeastern Asia. Real estate sector is one of the most globally recognized sector, and it is the second highest employment generator. After the agriculture sector in India, West Bengal too has continuously focused on providing adequate, high quality housing that is affordable, especially to a target group along with general initiative for the urban and rural sector. The housing market is one of the fastest growing sector due to factors like a large population base, rising disposable income, and rapid urbanization. And with this growth, monumental and pediatric continue, the sector can evidently be regarded as an engine of economical growth, providing support to nearly 250 ancillary industries. Next to food and clothing, it is one of the most critical basic needs, and as such, it not only stimulates economical growth but also creates job opportunities. In order to guarantee one of the most important fundamental right to shelter. Society as a whole must have access to source of income, funding, technologies, resource, knowledge, and skill and habitual development. But we have to keep in mind those unlawful and enhanced developers and promoters very often mislead the consumers by violation their agreement, cheating and consumers and different persuasion and negotiation will not resolve the constraint the consumer, then they have no other alternative but to deal with Consumer Affairs Department. Our department continuously trying to resolve the issue with utmost care and due diligence with third party and mediation and interaction, the district and state consumers and all other system. Main object of this mediation is the protect of the consumer and save and solution this consumer and developer and promoter in the accordance with law. We all together arrest these fraudulent activities and identify these illegal promoters and developers to protect our consumers in West Bengal. The West Bengal Real Estate Regulatory Authority is established under Section 21 of the Real Estate in Act 2016 to the regulate, promote the housing sector and ensure sale of plot, apartment of builders, as the case may be, or sale or real estate project in an efficient, transparent manner and to protect the interest of consumer in the real estate sector and establishment and mechanism for the speedy dispute and redressal and for matters connected therewith the initial to thereto. At last, West Bengal government aided by the Honorable Chief Minister always facilitated for blooming in industry as well as affording housing for overall development in West Bengal. I shall convey my sincere thank to organizers and respected dignitaries and audience present here. Jai Bangla, Jai Hind, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir के लिए और जोर से ताली please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you to take your seats, sir. I'll be calling you again during... Oh, yes. Sir. We have a special memento as well for Sir, and I'll be calling up on stage Mr. Imran Zaki and Mr. Satnam Singh Aluwalia to kindly give away the memento to Sir. Please give it up for Sir, ladies and gentlemen, and to both of them. Aye, sir. Come. Give it up for all of them, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. This calls for a group photo, and please appreciate he has taken out time to kindly come with all of us. His honorable wife is also present with us. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am, over here. Thank you, Srikanto sir, and sir's wife is also here. She is a professor of Bakura University in Law Department, Anjana Mahta. Give it up for her, please, as well, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, slowly yet steadily, we now proceed to an evening of brilliance at the 16th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2024 East, where we'll showcase the exemplary work in the East region's real estate sector, curated by a distinguished jury panel, of course. The felicitations will be presented to the industry leaders across various categories for their exemplary performance and their contribution towards this wonderful sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to get going. Before that, can I please request my team over there at the console to play the jury AV, please, for all of us. Can I please have the loudest appreciation for our wonderful jury, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. On that note, it's time to move forward. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed jury panel for their invaluable time and expertise. Taking inspiration from all the compelling opening, let's commence the much anticipated award presentations without any further delay. I have a quick request for all the winners over here. I request all the winners and the jury to kindly be there till the end. We will be having a special group photo at the end after all the awards are done. So thank you so much. I'll request all of you to kindly be on stage with us over here at the end during the group photo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move forward with the awards. May I please have the request and honor of calling Minister Srikanto sir once again on stage as our honorable presenter, and alongside him, we will be having Mr. Shubhro Chatterjee, Partner Real Estate Private Client Practice, Khaitan & Co. on stage. So can I please have both of you on stage for our presenters? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, yes. I'll also request Shubhro sir to kindly come up on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, so it's time to move forward with the first set of awards.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that we present to you the winners of the 16th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2024 East. Our winners have truly exemplified the spirit of building vision and creating reality through their unwavering commitment and dedication to the Indian real estate industry. The awards cover a diverse range of categories, acknowledging excellence in real estate projects, developers, architects, interior design, PropTech and co-working, branding and individual achievement. We start the evening with the esteemed Real Estate Project Awards. We begin with celebrating the success of Commercial Project of the Year. And the award goes to Imami Realty Limited for Imami Business Bay.
I'll request for the loudest amount of appreciation and cheers for Team Imami Realty Limited. It is, ladies and gentlemen, can you please kindly join us over here on stage to celebrate this moment. Give it up for Team Imami Realty Limited, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Congratulations to the team. This is a moment of honor, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please request you all to clap? It takes a lot of hard work to get to this stage, so I request all of you to kindly honor that hard work. And एक और चीज में मैं यकीन रखता हूं कि जब कोई cheer करता है तो smile अपने आप ज्यादा wide हो जाता है कि नहीं सर? Thank you so much, Team Imami Realty Limited over here for joining us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the entire team. All right, on that note, can I please request for the next award?
Shining the spotlight, we celebrate the Retail Project of the Year. And the award goes to Ambuja Neotia Group for City Center, Patna.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Ambuja Neotia it is. जोर से ताली पूरे team के लिए. Can I please have the team of Team Ambuja Neotia Group over here? Wow. Swagger men over here coming on stage. Give it up for the team, please, ladies and gentlemen. Both of them dynamic duo. तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. We should all feel like this is nothing less than the Oscars. बोलने में क्या जाता है? ताली बजाते रहिए, please. The group photo demands that. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next award, please.
Embracing urban living, we present the Integrated Township Project of the Year. And the award goes to Bengal Shrishti Infrastructure Development Limited for Shrishti Nagar, Asansol.
Congratulations to Bengal Shrishti Infrastructure Development Limited for Shrishti Nagar, Asansol. I'll request Rajiv Sarkar, Chief Operating Officers, Rahul Malhotra, GM Corporate Communications and Brand and team of Bengal Shrishti Infrastructure Development Limited on stage to accept this award honor. Give it up for them once again, please. आप लोग पीछे जोर से. वाले बाबू आपका सैलरी हाइक फॉर द नेक्स्ट इवेंट पक्का. ब्रिलियंट. ऐसे म्यूजिक बजाते रहो, सबको वाइब मिलना चाहिए, है कि नहीं? ऑन दैट नोट, द नेक्स्ट अवार्ड प्लीज.
Championing sustainability, we present the award for most environment-friendly commercial office space. And the award goes to PS Group for Abacus.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team PS Group it is. उनके लिए जोर से ताली रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. Come on, give it up. Over there, people at the back, I can see you. Can you please All right. Thank you so much. On that note, can I request for the next award, please?
Honoring quality, we celebrate the mid-segment project of the year. And the award goes to Orbit Group for Orbit Lumiere.
Give it up for Orbit Group for Orbit Lumiere.
And Siddha Group for Siddha Serena Apartments Phase 1.
Kya baat hai? I request the team from Orbit Group, Arihan Parak, Director, Jaita Saha, GM Marketing, and Sangeeta Singh, GM Sales from Orbit Group to kindly come up on stage first, and then we'll be having the Siddha Group as well. Give it up for all of them, please. मुझे रूम में एनर्जी कम लग रहा है, प्लीज आप लोग मुझे गलत साबित कर दो. अवार्ड शो है, लगना चाहिए अवार्ड शो की तरह. कम ऑन. Thank you. I request the Siddha Group for Siddha Serena Apartment Phase. I request Pinkil Nandi, Head Marketing, and Kunal Kedia, DGM Digital Marketing, to kindly come up on stage for the same. Give it up for all of them as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. On that note, quickly moving on to the next award, please.
Enabling Dreams, we recognize the Affordable Housing Project of the Year. And the award goes to GEMS Group for Gem City.
GEMS Group, ke liye zor se taali, please.
And Sugam Group and Diamond Group for Urban Lakes.
Give it up for them as well, please. Sugam Group and Diamond Group. I'll first request somebody from GEMS Group. I'll request on behalf of Lalit Bhutoria, Managing Director, may I please request Sudipta Sengupta, DGM Marketing of GEMS Group, to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Brilliant stuff. Thank you. From Sugam Group and Diamond Group, I'll request Abhijit Das, VP Sales, and Bishwarup Das, Marcom Head, Sugam Group and Diamond Group, to kindly come up on stage and accept the honor. उनके लिए भी equally जोर से ताली बजाइए, please. सर, इतना खुशी का अवसर है, थोड़ा एकदम स्माइल करके फोटोग्राफर को भी मजा आना चाहिए ना फोटो लेने के टाइम पे. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, sir. क्या बात है? On that note, may I please request for the next award?
Elevating lifestyle, we honor the Villa Project of the Year. And the award goes to Merlin Group for Aquaville.
Give it up for Merlin Group for Aquaville.
And Salarpuria Group for Meraki Phase 1.
क्या बात है? I'll first request Team Merlin to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor. सब लोग हैं इधर, उनके लिए जोर से ताली please. This is what team spirit is all about, है कि नहीं? सब लोग एक साथ आते हैं, they celebrate each other's success and glory in the best way possible. I love that team spirit. Give it up for all of them. And in case people over there at the back need some guidance in terms of how to clap, we do it like this. Give it up. Thank you. देखो ये होता है टीम स्पिरिट. Thank you so much. I'll now request the winners from Salarpuria Group to kindly come up on stage and join us over here. I'll request Mr. Nand Kishore Roy, AGM Sales and Marketing, Aditya Patodia, Salarpuria Group, to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor on behalf of them, please. Sir, both of you are looking swagger and dapper at the same time. I love your look. उनके लिए भी जरूर है, लुक के लिए ताली बजा दो प्लीज. सच धज के सब लोग आए मेहनत करके अवार्ड शो में. Congratulations, sir. He's the boss when it comes to photographs. We have to listen to him. Thank you. All right, on that note, may I please request for the next award, please.
Unveiling creativity, we present the Design Project of the Year. And the award goes to RDB Anikant Orbit Properties Limited for Orbit Urban Park.
RDB Anikant Orbit Properties Private Limited for Orbit Urban Park. It is my please requesting Arihan Parak Director, Jaita Saha GM Marketing and Sangeeta Singh GM Sales Orbit Group on stage please to accept this award honor. आप लोग बीच में ताली बजा रहे थे for your team. You can continue that. It's your team at the end of the day. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, मुझे एक रूमर सुनने में आया अभी कि जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे स्टेज पे आएंगे अवार्ड लेने द विनर्स जिनका स्माइल सबसे ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग होगा उनको रियलिटी प्लस की तरफ से अलग से तोहफा मिलेगा. तो जितने भी विनर्स यहाँ पे आ रहे हो आप लोग प्लीज दिल खोल के मुस्कुराइए. फोटोग्राफर के लिए भी अच्छा है, रियलिटी प्लस के लिए तो अच्छा है, हमारे लिए भी अच्छा है ऑफ कोर्स. ऑन दैट नोट may I please request the next award please.
Crafting uniqueness, we recognize the themed project of the year. And the award goes to PS Group for Jiva Homes.
Give it up for PS Group for Jiva Homes, ladies and gentlemen, Team PS Group.
And Manakarna Builders for Home Square for non-metro.
Give it up for Manakamna Builders for Home Square for non-metro as well. I'll request the Team PS Group to kindly come up on stage and accept the award first. DJ वाले बाबू बजा दो. सर डांस करते करते. Vibe. Congratulations to all of you. I can vouch. I could vouch for the fact that they wanted to tap their feet, but unfortunately, given the decorum, वो नहीं कर पाए. But सबको डांस करना है, celebrate करना है award. May I please request the Manakamna Builders for Home Square for non-metro, Mr. Aryan Bansal, Director from Manakamna Builders, to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. मुझे ताली थोड़ा ठंडा लग रहा है, please. Over there at the back. Show me how you do it. Show me how we do it over there. Give it up. Yes. Thank you. सर जीतने वाला सेल्फी तुरंत डालोगे कि बाद में डालोगे? बाद में डालोगे? बाद में. All right. On that note, moving on to the next award, please.
Next is a celebration of opulence, recognizing the luxury project of the year. And the award goes to Orbit Group for Orbit Acom.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है, क्या बात है. Orbit Group for Orbit Acom it is.
Srijan Realty Private Limited for Town Square.
Give it up for Srijan Realty Private Limited for Town Square as well. I'll first call upon stage the team of Orbit, Arihan Parak, Director, Jaita Saha, GM Marketing, and Sangeeta Singh, GM Sales from Orbit Group on stage. ये दोबारा आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे अवार्ड लेने. जो लोग बार बार आ रहे हैं उनके लिए ज्यादा ताली होना चाहिए, है कि नहीं? Yes. Thank you. लग रहा है इतने अवार्ड लेके जाएंगे, लग रहा है कि जगह ही नहीं बचेगा अवार्ड रखने का. बचेगा? अरे क्या बात है. That is the spirit. May I please request the team from Srijan Realty. I'll call upon stage Keshav Agarwal, Karan Agarwal, directors, and Shamdas De, President Project Srijan Realty Private Limited on stage. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. आप लोग खुद से बजा दो the C of clap, if you remember. It goes from there to here. Thank you so much. I'll request Shubhro sir to kindly take your seat. And I'll request Sir, you kindly please wait. और थोड़ा सा please. Sir, आप special guest हो, आपको ऐसे जल्दी कैसे जाने दे? Thank you so much. I now request Parvez Khalid, Associate Executive Director, Advisory and Transaction Services, CBRE, to kindly come up on stage as one of our esteemed presenters. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us over here. On that note, requesting you all over there for the next award.
Setting the bar higher, we honor the ultra-luxury lifestyle project of the year, and the award goes to Primark Projects Private Limited for Ram Dulari.
Ram Dulari, Primark Projects Private Limited, it is.
PS Group for Reserve.
I request Sujay Anand Prasad, Director, and the entire team over here to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor. And then we'll have the PS Group for Reserve as well after that. मैम आप बीच में आ जाइए. Thank you so much. Wonderful frame indeed. I'll now quickly call the team PS Group to kindly come up on stage to accept their award honor. Can I please have the team of PS Group? There they come, there they walk, there they dominate. आ जाओ, sir. सर के स्माइल में लिखा है कि आज धमाल होगा, पार्टी होगा, है कि नहीं? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. On that note, I request my friends over there at the console to kindly have our next award, please.
Defining greatness, we celebrate the iconic project of the year. And the award goes to Arjav Builder Private Limited for Nadia House.
Arjav Builder Private Limited for Nadia House, yes!
And Purti Realty for the Veranda.
Purti Realty for the Veranda, it is. Congratulations to both the winners. I'll first request Surya Roy, HOD Marketing from Arjav Builder Private Limited to kindly come up on stage, and then we'll have the team of Purti Realty as well. Thank you so much for joining us over here. I am genuinely missing the appreciation over here. Can I please request all of you, शाम का ही टाइम है, अभी आप लोग कोई टायर्ड भी ज्यादा नहीं हुए, थोड़ा जोर से बजाओ please. Everybody is very deserving, and everybody, they have taken out their time to be with us over here. Please honor them in the best way possible. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I'll request the team for Purti Realty for the Veranda. I'll request Shrey Agarwal, Director from Purti Realty, to come on stage. Give it up for him, please. Sir, सब वीडियोस लेंगे वहाँ पे, टेंशन नहीं है. Give it up for the entire team, please. मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा, मैं पीछे आके बात करूं क्या, कैसे? बजाइए ताली आप लोग, please. I want all of you over there at the back to kindly cheer. Thank you. Congratulations to the team once again. इसी बात पे, moving on, a positive note, can I have the next award, please?
Blending excellence, we present the Mixed Use Project of the Year. And the award goes to South Winds Project LLP, Primark Srijan Ria for South Winds.
Give it up for South Winds Project LLP, Primark Srijan Ria.
JSB Infrastructures for JSB Magnum Signature for non-metro.
Give it up for JSB Infrastructures for JSB Magnum Signature for non-metro as well. I'll first request the team over here. Sujay Anand Prasad and the entire team is over here. Thank you so much. you so much. I'll request Shubhendu Bhattacharya, Head Sales and Marketing, JSB Infrastructures, to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Shubhendu Bhattacharya. Congratulations, sir. You know, let me tell you an observation. I love the way sir walked. Everybody has seen Pushpa over here, Allu Arjun wala Pushpa. वो shoulder wala walk था ना थोड़ा सा सर का. क्या बात है? Give it up for him, please, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. On that note, may I please request for the next award.
Recognizing success, we acknowledge the best-selling project of the year. And the award goes to Asotec Sun Growth Abode LLP for Asotec Pride.
Give it up for Asotec Sun Growth Abode LLP for Asotec Pride. I request Rajat Bukolia, CMO, Asotec Sun Growth Abode LLP, to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, congratulations. I request you all to kindly be in the middle for the photograph. Thank you so much, sir. You know, I always believe the fact that food genuinely brings happiness, right? जैसे ये लोग आए, आप लोग के शक्ल पे जो मुस्कुराहट मुझे दिखा, I loved it. Thank you so much to all of you for coming and helping us with food over here as well. एक बार उनको लिए भी जोर से ताली बजा दीजिए. They deserve all the hard work and they deserve all the appreciation for all the hard work. अभी जोर से ताली बजाओगे ना आप लोग सब? मजेदार खाना अब आ गया है तो क्या बात है? Thank you so much. On that note, may I please request for the next award.
Amidst evolving times, celebrating the coveted residential project of the year. And the award goes to PS Primark Projects LLP for The Soul.
Give it up for them, please, ladies and gentlemen.
JSB Infrastructures for JSB Courtyard for non-metro.
I request Sujay Anand Prasad, Director, and the team to kindly come up on stage first for the first award. Hat-trick था आप लोग का ये वाला? Hat-trick, right, third time. Congratulations. I request Shubhendu Bhattacharya, once again, who's the head of sales and marketing, JSB Infrastructures, to kindly come up on stage once again for the next award. Give it up, please, once again for sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. On that note, may I please request for the next award.
Crafting Home, we award the residential complex of the year. And the award goes to Merlin Group for Merlin Serenia.
Merlin Group for Merlin Serenia it is, ladies and gentlemen.
And Signum and Unimark for Windmill Phase 1.
Give it up for Signum and Unimark for Windmere Phase 1. I'll first request the team of Merlin to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor. Give it up for Team Merlin, please. Congratulations to the entire team. पूरा का पूरा squad है यहाँ पे. ये लग रहा है वो परफेक्ट क्लास फोटोग्राफ होता था ना स्कूल में, वैसा वाला फीलिंग आ रहा है कि नहीं सर? क्लास फोटोग्राफ वाला. Congratulations to all of you. You deserve to celebrate. I'll request Pooja Manna and Abhishek Gupta, Signum and Unimark, to kindly come up on stage and accept their award honor as well. Give it up unke liye zor se, please. And I've seen them been there for a long time. सबके लिए जोर से वो लोग ताली बजा रहे थे, तो आप भी प्लीज उनके लिए ताली बजाओ. सुनाई नहीं दे रहा, ना दिखाई भी नहीं दे रहा किसी का ताली. Can we please have some more engagement over here? Thank you. Congratulations to both of you. Thank you so much, and I'll request all the winners, it's a gentle reminder for all of you once again, I'll request all the winners, the jury, the team to kindly stay back till the end for a special group photo. Thank you. On that note, may I please request for the next award.
Discovering Excellence, we celebrate the Real Estate Destination of the Year award. And the award goes to Salar Puria Group for Silver Oak Estate Privy.
Salar Puria Group for Silver Oak Estate Privy it is, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request Nand Kishore Roy, AGM Sales and Marketing, and Aditya Patodia from Salar Puria Group to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor. There they are, yes. आ जाओ सर. सर वही swag walk के साथ. Swag walk. Congratulations. I request all of you to kindly be over there in the middle. And आप लोग please इनको motivate कीजिए like all the winners. Come on, give it up please. ऐसा मार्केट में र्यूमर है कि रियल एस्टेट वाले एंगेज नहीं करते. आप लोग गलत साबित करोगे कि नहीं? थोड़ा जोर से ताली बजाओ. You can also prove the fact. Yes. Thank you. On that note, requesting for the next award.
Eco-friendly living. We recognize the most environment-friendly residential space. And the award goes to PS Group for Vanya.
Give it up for PS Group for Vanya, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Team PS Group, can we please have you on stage to accept the award honor? और जो लोग बार बार आ रहे हैं उनके लिए प्लीज ज्यादा जोर से ताली बजाना आप लोग. एक अवार्ड ही मिलना मुश्किल होता है. मुझे पूछिए, ये लोग बार बार जीत रहे हैं. Congratulations to the entire team once again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. On that note, may I please request for the next winner, please.
Celebrating leisure living, we award the second home project of the year. And the award goes to Purti Realty for Miraki.
Purti Realty for Miraki it is. Can I please have Shrey Agarwal, Director Purti Realty on stage to accept this award honor. Give it up for Purti Realty. Sir, welcome. And the team is also here. I request all of you to kindly join as well. Congratulations. I love the happy faces over here on stage. Closer. Thank you so much to the entire team. Congratulations once again. You deserve to celebrate. On that note, may I please request for the next award.
Defining space, we recognize the plotted development project of the year. And the award goes to Imami Realty Limited for Imami Astha.
Imami Realty Limited for Imami Astha it is. Give it up for team Imami Realty Limited. The entire team is here. They're all here roaring. Give it up for all of them, please. Roaring, absolutely killing it. Congratulations once again. Whoever wants to know the meaning and essence of vibe and positive vibe, inko dekho. This is the team that celebrates positive vibe culture in their workspace.
3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much to the entire team, and I'll request both of you to kindly take your seats. Thank you so much, sir. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Give it up for both of them, please, especially Shrikant sir over here. Give it up for all of them, please. Now I'll request Mr. Shaurya Mondal, co-managing partner, Fox Mandal and Associates LLP, to kindly come up on stage. And to join him as another presenter, we have Trupti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus on stage. Can I please have both of you on stage as our esteemed presenters for the next set of awards? Okay. Also, we will be having Sapna Srivastav, editor of Realty Plus, over here with us. Can I please have you over here, Sapna? Requesting all of you on new set of presenters for the next set of awards. Please उनके लिए भी जोर से ताली बजाइए, ladies and gentlemen. मैंने जोर से कहा था, वो जोर तो लगा नहीं. Yes, thank you. On that note, may I please request the team to kindly have our next award, please.
Awarding independence, we celebrate Senior Living Housing Project of the Year. And the award goes to James Group for Senior Estate.
Give it up for James Group for Senior Estate.
And Infinity Group for Jagriti Dham.
Infinity Group is at it once again for Jagriti Dham. I'll request Sudipta Sengupta, DGM Marketing from Gems Group, to kindly come up on stage and accept this on behalf of Lalit Bhutoria, the Managing Director of Gems Group. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. It's an honor and privilege, and I'll request all of you to be over here in the middle for the photograph. Thank you so much, sir. I'll request Mr. Aninda Das, Vice President Marketing, Sanuksha Chalak Chokara. I believe I got the pronunciation right, hopefully. Galat kiya to please mujhe maaf kar dijiye and mujhe sikha dijiye. And I also have Kana Nunni, Ajay Kumar and Neha Banerjee. Can we please have all of you on stage to accept the award? Pronunciation sahi tha ki galat tha? Sahi? Galat? Okay, what's the real one?
Sanusha Chalkara.
Okay, okay. It's Sanusha Chalkara. देखो गलती करना तो इंसान का I think फितरत है, but it's always important that you rectify immediately. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us. Congratulations once again. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you so much. On that note, may I please request for the next award.
Celebrating the People's Choice, acknowledging Most Popular Project of the Year. And the award goes to Imami Realty Limited for Imami Astha.
Ladies and gentlemen, team Imami Realty Limited at it once again.
And Manakamna, PCM and MB Builders for Skydale for non-metro.
Congratulations to Manakamna, PCM and MB Builders for Skydale for non-metro as well. We have the team of Imami Realty Limited first over here with us. Thank you so much to the team once again. सर थोड़ा एक्साइटमेंट भी हो जाए ऐसे करके. Deserves it. This is your third or fourth award honor. Congratulations once again. I'll request Mr. Aryan Bansal, Director, Manakamna, PCM and MB Builders, to kindly join us over here. Please give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to have you over here once again with us. Congratulations to you. On that note, may I please request for the next award.
Embracing natural beauty, we present the Landscape Project of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to PS Group for Navyom.
Mera celebration it is for Team PS Group. Once again, give it up for all of them. Team PS Group it is. Congratulations. सर इधर ही चेयर लगवा दूं, बार बार जाना है आना ही है. Congratulations once again to Team PS. Congratulations Team PS once again. On that note, may I please request for our next award, ladies and gentlemen.
Elevating business excellence, recognizing the luxury project of the year, commercial, and the award goes to Merlin Group for the summit.
Team Merlin, it calls for a party indeed. It's Team Merlin Group once again. Zor se taali for all of them. The squad is here, back with us. Congratulations once again to the entire team for joining us over here. Congratulations to the team once again. Thank you so much for joining us over here. On that note, may I please request for the next award.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the Builders and Developers category. First up is the significant category of Developer of the Year, Residential. And the award goes to Srijan Realty Private Limited.
Yes, give it up for Srijan Realty Private Limited. I'll request Keshav Agarwal, Karan Agarwal, Directors, and Shamdas De, President, Project Srijan Realty Private Limited, to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor. Give it up for the team, please, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you clap. Come on, give it up. Show some excitement in the house. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. On that note, it's time to move on to our next award, please.
Next is an exciting tribute as we honor the Emerging Developer of the Year. And the award goes to Arjav Builder Private Limited.
Arjav Builder Private Limited at it once again. Give it up for the entire team over here. Team Arjav Builder Private Limited, can I please request you to kindly come up on stage? Congratulations to the team once again. देखो गाना रुक गया, ये और ज्यादा अच्छा मौका है जोर से ताली बजाने के लिए, उनको सुनाई देना चाहिए. Come on, give it up. Yes. Thank you to the team. Thank you, and on that note, may I please request for the next award.
Honoring prompt and timely delivery, we present the Excellence in Delivery Award. And the award goes to Purti Realty.
Give it up for Purti Realty, please. May I please request Shreya Agarwal, Director of Purti Realty, to kindly come up on stage and accept this award honor. Timely delivery is the key in real estate. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to the team once again. On that note, may I please request for the next award?
Elevating community living, we spotlight the Developer of the Year Township, and the award goes to Imami Realty Limited.
Give it up for Team Imami Realty Limited once again. It's raining awards for all of them. Give it up. Congratulations to the entire team. It's raining awards for all of you. Even I want to clap with one hand because that's the amount of energy I have right now seeing you all. Congratulations. Congratulations to the team once again. Thank you so much. On that note, can I please request for the next award?
Embracing luxury living, we honor the Developer of the Year Villa, and the award goes to Arjav Builder Private Limited.
Give it up for Arjav Builder Private Limited. May I please have the team of Arjav Builder Private Limited over here on stage with us. एक डायरेक्ट ब्रिज टाइप होना चाहिए, वहां से यहाँ डायरेक्ट ब्रिज, बार बार आना तो है ही। Congratulations to the team once again. Thank you so much and congratulations to you all once again. On that note, may I please request my friends over there at the console for the next award.
Next up, we have the fastest growing Realty Brand of the Year award. And the award goes to Purti Realty.
क्या बात है, Purti Realty के लिए जोर से ताली please once again. Give it up for Shrey Agarwal, Director Purti Realty and the team. Congratulations to this dynamic duo once again. Thank you so much. Very well done. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Tripti and Sapna, I request you to kindly be on stage, sir. I'll request you to take your seat. Thank you so much. It's been an honor to have you as a presenter. I'll now like to request Shantanu Datta Gupta, USGBC Faculty Associate Director, Market Development, GBCI, to kindly join us on stage as our honorable presenter. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Our new presenter over here for the next set of awards. Thank you, sir. On that note, I request the team over there for the next award.
Awarding elegance, we highlight Developer of the Year, Ultra Luxury and Lifestyle, and the award goes to PS Group.
Team PS Group, once again it is. Give it up for PS Group, once again. तालियों की गूंज. आप लोग एक काम करो, उतना पीछे मत जाओ बार बार बहुत मेहनत है, इधर ही कहीं रुक जाओ. आना है, इधर ही आना है, मंजिल इधर ही है. Congratulations to the entire team. Very well done. इनके पास बहुत सारे अवार्ड है. मैं इनके सोशल मीडिया पेज पे वो ग्रुप फोटो का वेट कर रहा हूँ. कितने हो गए? बहुत सारे. 7, 8. क्या बात है. Really waiting for that group photo at the end. Thank you. On that note, may I please request for the next award?
Elevating Customer Experience with Excellence in Customer Service Award. And the award goes to Jain Group.
Jain Group के लिए जोर से ताली please once again. Jain Group it is.
And PS Group.
इनके बारे में क्या ही कहे. PS Group at it once again as well. I request Mr. Shreyans Jain, Vice Chairman, and Mr. Rishi Jain, Managing Director, Jain Group, to collect the award on behalf of Jain Group. Congratulations, sir. And sir was earlier a part of a panel as well, so he has been really patient throughout the day. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the day, sir. It was a pleasure hearing you before, and it's a pleasure to see you get this award. Thank you. On that note, I'll request the PS team to kindly come up on stage. Sab log ready ekdam. Kya baat hai? Yeah, this is the excitement that we need in the house. कि अवार्ड का नाम बोले, अवार्ड के नाम बोलने से पहले हम लोग रेडी है. इतने सारे अवार्ड्स है, फोटो कोलाज, वो जो ऐप होता है ना, नया ऑप्शन चाहिए होगा कोलाज का. इतने सारे फोटोज फिट कैसे करोगे एक ही फ्रेम में? Congratulations, well done. Thank you. And on that note, can I please request for the next award?
Honoring innovative architecture, Architectural Design of the Year, Institutional. And the award goes to Ayan Singh Architects for NKDA Community Center, Salt Lake City.
Ladies and gentlemen, Taaliyon ki goonj of the highest intensity for Ayan Singh. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Well done. And once again, a gentle reminder to all our winners and jury over here. I request you all to kindly be there till the very end. We're almost coming to the end of this award show. I request you all to be there right till the very end for that special, very special group photo. On that note, requesting the console team to kindly have our next award, please.
Moving on to our next category is the exciting Branding and Marketing Awards. Championing Creativity, presenting the Innovative Marketing Concept of the Year. And the award goes to Propacity for Merlin Aquaville.
Give it up for Propacity for Merlin Aquaville. I request Imran Sheikh, COO, to kindly come up on stage and accept the award on behalf of the entire team. On behalf of Rahul Bansal, CEO, Shivam Patodia, Entrepreneur in Residence, EIR, Propacity. Congratulations, Imran. Very well done. All right, moving on to our next award, please.
Digital presence goes hand in hand with brand awareness, excelling in the category of Digital Marketing Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Shrachi Group for Newtown Villas.
Shrachi Group for Newtown Villas. Zor se tali for all of them, please. I can't hear the appreciation over here. Please give it up for Shrachi Group. Congratulations. We have Poonam Tharar, Executive Director, and Arijit Rai, Assistant General Manager Marketing over here, and the team for this accepting award. Congratulations to the team once again. Congratulations to the entire team. All right, quickly moving on to the next award, please.
Celebrating Mastery, awarding the Advertising Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Realty.
Give it up for Realty, please. I request Rohan Shah, co-founder, Jai Gala Business Head, Updesh Dandrial, National Head Sales, Sharmindra Banerjee, Sales Head, to kindly come up on stage and accept the award honor on behalf of Team Realty. Team Realty, this is indeed real from Team Realty Plus. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you so much. And before moving forward, requesting all the winners and jury members once again, please kindly stay back. We have this very special group photo at the end. We'll need all of you over there for that. Thank you so much. On that note, our next award, please.
Celebrating expertise, awarding the best property consultant of the year, residential, and the award goes to GFS Realtors.
GFS Realtors it is. May I please request Sanjay Goyal, founder GFS Realtors, on stage. Unke liye zor se taali please once again. That's how you do it. Come on, give it up. Yes, thank you. Congratulations, sir. On that note, moving on to our next award, please.
Awarding innovation with project launch of the year. And the award goes to Ambuja Neotia Group for Vanya Awas.
Give it up for team Ambuja Neotia Group once again, please. It's Ambuja Neotia Group once again at it. Give it up for the team. Congratulations to this dynamic duo over here. Well done. All right, quickly moving to the next award, please.
Integrating Brilliance, presenting the award for Integrated Brand Campaign of the Year. And the award goes to Realty for Shrijan Town Square.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Realty again at it. May I please request Rohan Shah, co-founder, Jay Gada, business head, Updesh Dandrial, national head sales, and Sharmindra Banerjee, sales head, to kindly come up on stage and join us. Congratulations to the team once again. Congratulations, well done. On that note, I'll request for the final award of the day. Can we have the final award of the day, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, we now embark on the final and thrilling category of Individual Achievement Awards, where we celebrate exceptional performances by realty professionals. Last, but certainly not the least, it's time to unveil the prestigious award for CXO of the Year. And the award goes to Dr. Nitesh Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, Imani Realty Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, सबसे ज़्यादा जोर से ताली please for Dr. Nitesh Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, Imami Realty Limited. Unfortunately, sir is not present over here with us, but we have the team accepting the award on behalf of sir. Give it up for Dr. Nitesh Kumar once again, please. And sir is physically not present here, but आप लोग उनको ऐसा महसूस नहीं होने दो, so please उनके लिए और जोर से ताली, so that he doesn't really miss being over here.
I take this opportunity on behalf of Dr. Nitesh, a true leader, a visionary, who has many success stories in NCR and now writing in Kolkata, Coimbatore, Chennai, and many more to come. Unfortunately, his mother is unwell. I've been working with him for a very, very long time, and I think it's the first time he is not present for any kind of business activity. That's I'm seeing for the first time. I would also request you all to pray for a healthy recovery of his mother. And on behalf of Mr. Dr. Nitesh Kumar, I take this honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Give it up for him, please, and the entire team, Imami. Congratulations, sir. And we genuinely wish and pray for Dr. Nitesh Kumar so that his parent becomes fine super soonest. Thank you so much. I'll request both of you to kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, As we conclude this scintillating evening, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed jury members for their invaluable time, expertise, and presence here today, for being with us over here to present the awards. I'll congratulate all the winners, but before that we have an AV over here regarding the winners. Can we please have that slide? So here it is. That's what it is. In sabke liye zor se taali please. Truly deserving winners. And thank you so much, and please zor se taali for esteemed jury members as well. Everybody have their own busy schedules, but they have taken time from their busy schedules to be with us over here. So unke liye bhi zor se taaliyan. I'll now request all of you over here to kindly join us on stage for a special group photo. So may I please request all the winners, the jury members over here to kindly come up on stage. We'll have the special group photo over here. एक बार आप लोग खुद के लिए भी जोर से ताली बजाइए and please आइए. Thank you. We'll be having a group photo with all the winners. Some of the winners are, I believe, outside this room. We are getting all of them inside. And then we'll be having the group photo over here. Sabke saath, celebrating this moment. The esteemed winners and jury members who are present with us over here in this room, may I please request all of you to kindly come over here on stage so that we can get the framing ready for the group photograph. I request all the winners to kindly join me over here on stage. सब लोग एक-एक करके sir please आप लोग आ जाइए इधर on stage. The winners please. आ जाइए please आप लोग. I request all of you to kindly come up on stage. Everybody will be joining us. Come on. सर मैम आप सब लोग बहुत मेहनत करके ये अवार्ड जीते हो, सो कोई शर्माने का बात है ही नहीं इस चीज में. आ जाइए. Come on, give it up for all of you. We'll have the group photo and I request our photographer to kindly get the framing sorted. I request all the winners on stage over here please. What a proud moment it is for Realty plus Conclave Excellence Awards 2024 East. Okay, and I'll request all of you to maintain a straight line, pretty much like a class photograph. That's how it used to happen. मुझे स्कूल में बोलते थे, क्लास में बोलते थे कि क्लास फोटोग्राफ के टाइम पे बदमाशी नहीं करते, but आप लोग, I think you all have reasons to celebrate, so you all can be on top of your excitement level for this moment. I request you all to kindly be straight so that the photographer can get the frame sorted.
Great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry. Do we have all the winners and the jury members over here? Sir, please. Do we have all the jury members and winners over here? Sab log hai. I really don't want anyone to miss this momentary occasion. Do we have all the winners? Yes, we have. Perfect. I needed that shout out and validation. Thank you. Please, let's have the group photo. Let's wait. I believe we have. Okay. I'll request all of you to be exactly in this position. Mr. Shrikant Mota, he will be also joining us for the group photo. So I'll request all of you to be here. There he is, sir. Welcome once again. A huge shout out to Sir as well. He has a really busy schedule, but he's been there with us right till the very end. So give it up for him, please, as well. What a frame indeed. Is the frame complete now? Sapna is over here, Tripti is over here, the team is over here, the winners are here, jury is here. You are missing. I'll also be coming, sir. पहले ये हो जाए. ये main है. Hold is the instruction. अभी आप सब लोग मेरे साथ भी फोटो लोगे कि नहीं? लोगे ना? Oh yes, I love it. I love that attention. Thank you so much. Please. And say hip hip hooray to all of you over here. This is a video. Please say hip hip hooray and congratulations to all of you. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with all of you over here. This is your host Shubhajit signing off, and I'll thank all of you over here. And I'll also thank the Realty Plus team, Dr. Anurag Batra, Tripsi, Sapna, Aishwarya, Avni, Avantika, Avni is Avantika, then I believe Janice, the entire team of Realty Plus, unko zor se, Sajna as well. So I'm missing few names, but the intent is absolutely to thank everybody over here. And now it's time for the team Realty Plus group photo, but thank you so much for all of you joining us over here. This is your host Shubhajit signing off. I'll see you all very soon. Thank you. Team Realty Plus, please come over here for a group photo. চলো কি 2 মিনিট নামি আছে না ব্যাকআপ করে দাও আমাকে একটা দুটো শর্ট দেখিয়ে দাও তো